Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand here to present the report of the Committee on National Economy on the proposal to borrow 216.71 million euros from the African Development Fund and 84.41 million euros from the African Development Bank and euros 20.959841 from the Corporate Internationalization Fund of Spain for the refurbishment of the Kampala-Malaba gauge rail project. Right Honorable Speaker, before I proceed, I would like to lay on table the following documents which we analyzed during our scrutiny of the loan request. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a report of the committee which I'm presenting, minutes of the various meetings which we held, a brief to Parliament from the Minister of Finance, clearance of the financial implications for counterpart funding, the credit facility agreement between the government of Spain and government of Uganda, concessional loan term sheets, commercial loan term sheets, a letter from the Minister of Finance to the Director General on Regional Development, His Excellency the President's letter approving the loan, status of the report on construction of the GULU logistics hub, monthly progress report on construction of the GULU logistical hub, brief project status report of rehabilitation of the Tororo GULU railway line, evidence of consistency with National Planning Authority, listing of key activities in the proposed project, Uganda Railways Cooperation Procurement Approval Flowchart, ADB Funds Works Procurement Plan, brief on capacity building for the project, brief on the refurbishment of Kampala-Malaba meter gauge rail project, capacity building project mechanical details, annual performance report of URC completion report of the supply and installation of precast railway reserve boundary markers, feasibility study report of Uganda Railways Corporation, contract for consultant services for URC, inception report of the consultant services to undertake the environmental social impact assessment. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg. Somebody. Right Honorable Speaker, the Committee on the National Economy considered the proposal for government to borrow the amount which I've already alluded to for the refurbishment of Kampala-Malaba meter gauge rail. The proposal was presented in the House on the 5th of this month and was referred to our committee and in line with rule number 175 sub rule 2B. The committee considered and scrutinized the proposal, and now I beg to report. The methodology is covered under paragraph 2, and we reviewed a total of 24 documents which I've laid on table. Right Honorable Speaker, by way of background, Uganda is facing transport challenges, which manifest through prolonged traffic jams, ever increasing transport costs for goods and people, high gas emissions, rapid wear and tear of roads. These, among others, are negatively impacting the well-being of Ugandans and the cost of doing business in Uganda. Uganda's rail freight transport volumes have been declining due to poor infrastructure, and therefore rehabilitation and refurbishment of the rail infrastructure will help to improve the transport system in Uganda. The meter gauge rail, Uganda together with Kenya had privatized it through a concession, a 24-year concession to the Rift Valley to the Rift Valley rails. Right, Honorable Speaker, the concession didn't work, and Kenya was supposed to terminate their part, and Uganda also in 2018 terminated the concession on our part. And at the exit of the Rift Valley, after 10 years, they left a totally dilapidated entity with the assets they took over in very good condition and were no longer operable. Consequently, government has proposed the new meter gauge rail project, which will entail rehabilitation of the line from Malaba to Kampala, 250 kilometers, Kampala Port Bell, 8.3 kilometers, Kampala Narukolongo Kyengera, 12.3 kilometers. If the meter gauge rail project is implemented, the cost of transport by rail will improve from the current average of between 0.09 American cents and 0.13 American cents per kilometer. And now it will reduce to 0.05 cents per kilometer. Commuters' travel time within a 12-kilometer distance from central business district will improve from the 2 hours from here to Kyengera to 20 minutes at half transport cost. Right, Honorable Speaker, given Uganda's geostrategic situation in the region, it is important to reduce its rail transport costs and to ensure domestic and internal connectivity, being a landlocked country. Right, Honorable Speaker, on the performance of external projects under Uganda Railways Corporation, this is the first loan they are procuring, but they got a project for the rehabilitation of Tororo GULU rail line, which cost 39.3 million euros, and its funding was by way of a grant from the European Union, and government provided counterpart funds. The project entails the rehabilitation of 375 kilometers of the LIRA track using sleepers from Tororo to GULU, and the project commenced on the 4th of February and is going to be undertaken within a period of 36 months. Right, Honorable Speaker, the details of that are covered under Annex 1. Construction, supervision, and proposed GULU hub in northern Uganda. A grant from Trademark East Africa of $8.2 million, which was started, will have a construction, supervision, and of the proposed GULU logistical hub in northern Uganda. A grant from the Trademark East Africa of $8.2 million, which started on 21st February last year, was supposed to last for a period of 18 months. And it covered quite a number of items which are indicated in paragraph 3, Roman 2. And as at 31st March, financial progress of the project was at 42%, with physical work at 55%. On consistency with the national strategy, the third national development plan, the project is one of the core projects under the Integrated Transport Infrastructure Services Program. And the project intends to achieve several objectives, 2, 3, and 4 of NDP 3. The National Transport and Logistical Policy is another one. It is page 2. On the project profile, the development objective of the profile of the project is to accelerate Uganda's competitiveness by providing efficient transport for both passengers and people in the covered area. And the specific objectives is to achieve an efficient and reliable transport service, improve railway operations together with marine road services. We passed the marine transport bill yesterday, to ensure railway safety and optimize the number of quality of available assets. The location the project is going to be located mainly in the eastern region. It's going to be in the biggest part is Malaba, Kampala, Malaba, and the T office in Kampala to Kyengera and to Port Bell. The project shall be implemented in 3 phases: emergency investment period, medium period, and these are explained in the annexes attached. The project components are covered under paragraph 5.3, and these cover civil works, rolling stock, consultancy, HR capacity development, and consultants on engineering, design, and the environmental impact. Right Honorable Speaker, Table 2 has a comparison between the GULU line and this project. And this project happens to be more expensive because they are using stronger and better quality materials. Project cost and financing is covered under paragraph 6 and indicates the sources which we have already alluded to in the opening remarks. The total cost of the project is 330.02 million euros. And these are covered and these are properly broken down under Table 3. Right Honorable Speaker, financing terms, starting with the one from the Corporate International Fund of Spain, it is laid down under Table 6.2.1. And Right Honorable Speaker, the terms of the loan from the African Development Fund are also covered under paragraph 6.22. The one for African Development Bank is covered under paragraph 6.2.3. Right Honorable Speaker, the loans have got the following terms and conditions: approval by Parliament, legal opinion from the Attorney General, and before the date of the loan agreement, government shall submit the procurement plans to the lender. On the concessionality of the loans, the ADB and ADF loans are concessional, and part of the one from the French under tranche 1 is also concessional. The one from tranche 2 of the Spanish loan is the one which is non-concessional. And these are covered under Table 5. On the budgetary complication, already this is under the budgeted threshold, standing at a level of 49.9%. On the implementation, is going to be implemented by the Uganda LIRA Corporation. On the economic benefits of the project, Right Honorable Speaker, are also provided under paragraph 9. The projects have an ERR, economic rate of return, of 29.83%, which justifies the investment since it's above the 17% rate, which is the opportunity cost of capital in Uganda. It also has a cost benefit ratio of 3.37, which implies that for every dollar invested, the benefits are $3.37. Impact on debt sustainability, I've already alluded to this. It's already covered under the current level of debt to GDP of 49.9%. Right Honorable Speaker, on compliance with parliamentary approval guidelines, I think it's it fits in well and got a score of 68%. Now moving to the observations and recommendation. The delayed implementation of the standard gauge rail. The committee was concerned that while the neighboring countries like Kenya and Tanzania had embarked on the standard gauge rail, Uganda was borrowing for the meter gauge rail. However, the committee was informed that the meter gauge rail delayed because the focus had been on the SGR. Through the meter gauge rail, though the meter gauge rail is also a regional project, the SGR has a financial condition that requires extension to extend the SGR at Maraba, which condition Kenya has not yet met. And to save on time while we are waiting for Kenya to meet that condition, the regional countries have decided to focus on the meter gauge rail as well. Kenya has already embarked on the rehabilitation of their part from Nairobi to Malaba, and they already have procured rails for that line. Kenya has also modernized the Nairobi meter gauge rail commuter service with the refurbished line, stations, and diesel multiple unit coaches. Tanzania has finished the meter gauge rehabilitation of the line between Dar es Salaam and Mwanza. They are now track laying and upgrading, replaced with new rails, new sleepers, and procured 40 new locomotives for the meter gauge rail. Uganda has procured 4 lines of locomotives as a stopgap measure in anticipation of the meter gauge rail rehabilitation project. Therefore, implementing the project is to complete the regional efforts to restate the meter gauge rail lines in the 3 states in order to provide seamless rail transport. However, refurbishment of the project will create a link with the standard gauge rail and also road networks, providing fast and last transportation from inland container depots, ICDs. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is important to note that this project is well aligned with the standard gauge rail, Kampala JINJA Expressway, and development of Bukasa Inland Port. Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that government secures the right of way for the standard gauge rail line in the meantime, as the meter gauge rail is being rehabilitated, to reduce on future costs of land acquisition and resettlement of squatters who might settle there. On vandalization of railway assets, the committee noted that there is increased theft of truck materials, rails, and sleepers. The committee recommends that government provides additional funding to URC to enable URC secure the rail assets. In addition, URC and other government agencies like NEMA and police should be supported to ensure that encroachers on government assets are removed in a non-selective manner and the rule of law is applied uniformly to all encroachers. On the need to boost revenues to reduce debt burden, the committee observed that 1/4 of the budget is towards debt servicing. Debt servicing inclusive of both domestic and external interest payments and amortization. While the domestic amortization entails domestic debt refinancing, the figure is on the upward trend. The committee therefore recommends that the Uganda Revenue Authority, together with Ministry of Finance and Economic Development, should explore new ways, and they should enlarge the net and improve on efficiency of revenue collection. The use of army brigade to reduce rehabilitation costs. The committee observed that the army brigade had been used to support construction of some projects, and where they have used them, the costs have been cheaper and the quality has been good, and they have been able to complete the work on schedule. The committee recommends that URC should evaluate the possibility of using the army brigade to deliver some of the project outputs with the view of reducing the cost of rehabilitating the meter gauge rail. Delay of cargo during rehabilitation. The committee noted that often when road rehabilitation works are undertaken, there are several delays experienced on the road. And that being our connecting point to the world, the committee recommends that URC sticks to its commitment to provide continuous commitment of cargo during the rehabilitation period to ensure that the roads are not worn out due to the delays and the cargo is shifted from road transport to road transport in a timely manner. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, the proposed project loan request is in line with NDP 3 In addition, the project is consistent with the medium-term debt strategy of 2020-2021 that prioritizes external borrowing on concessional terms. There is therefore need for Uganda railways to ensure timely implementation of the project. Right, Honorable Speaker, in addition to the two projects under URC, there is need for the contractors to develop measures to recover lost time due to COVID pandemic on the Tororo-GULU line. Further, there is need for government to secure the existing railway assets from vandalism and also provide counterpart funding in a timely manner to facilitate implementation of projects within the programmed timelines. Therefore, subject to the recommendation herein, the committee recommends approval of the borrowing, and based on the justification which the minister has given to borrow euros 216.7 million euros from the African Development Fund and 84.41 million euros from the African Development Bank and 25.9841 million euros from the Corporate Internationalization Fund of Spain for the refurbishment of the Kampala-Malaba meter gauge rail project. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to conclude. I want to thank my colleagues. We have had to process this loan in a very short time. I want to thank them for the efforts they have put in. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the Committee of National Economy and your members for this comprehensive report on this issue. Now, members, the report has been signed by the necessary minimum. I just have two concerns, Honorable Chair of the committee and maybe the minister. I would like to know whether the refurbishment of this Toro line also includes the Busoga loop line, because there used to be a line from JINJA into the hinterland of Busoga ending in Tororo. It was part of that railway. Secondly, you mentioned that RVR exceedingly damaged our railway furniture. I was in the NRC when this decision was taken, and we really objected, but we were overruled. So I would want to know whether RVR will be compelled to do good the damage caused. Thank you. Are there members? Yes, Honorable ODUR, KOMAKECH, OSHABE, then MUSANA, AKURUT.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have briefly some key issues that I would want the committee to help us. First of all, if you compare the two projects which are currently undergoing the country, one is grant aided, the Tororo to GULU line, because it is a grant, even if the scope of works have been differentiated here, which I am not convinced is far much cheaper, Madam Speaker. Tororo GULU is 370 plus kilometers, and we are spending about 40 million euros. But Malaba to Kampala, which is 272, we are spending nearly 330 million euros. That is 11 times the cost, Madam Speaker. I wish the committee had not just bought into the figures supplied to them by the Uganda Railways, URC, Railways Corporation. Because, Madam Speaker, if you look at table 2, the wagons that they are going to buy are old ones from South Africa. They are not new. They are going to buy used locomotives from South Africa to bring here. They are not new. If we are going to buy old stock to bring to Uganda, how can it be this expensive, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, I think the justification that you are putting new sleepers, Malaba to GULU, which is going to use the same rolling stock, will roll on them, are using the old sleepers. But because we want to find a way of stealing, we have now inflated the cost and said we are going to put new sleepers on to Malaba to Kampala. Why don't we make it uniform now? If the grant from the EU, which is working on Malaba to GULU, is much cheaper, why don't we use the same, Madam Speaker? So in principle, it is okay to address the issue of the transport by using railways, but it's also not okay for government to try to take unfair advantage by inflating this cost. I think this is where the committee let us down. If the committee had bothered to interact even with the Committee of Physical Infrastructure, you'll find a lot of anomalies in this proposal. So, Madam Speaker, as it is very important for us to have this railway, I beg that the decision to pass this loan be stayed. And I'm going to kindly ask Madam Speaker that our technical people who normally interferes with your hearing of the yes and no, today they should not interfere, so that the no is very clear. We don't pass this loan. Madam Speaker, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable KOMAKECH. But Honorable ODUR, how do you know that the machines interfere with my hearing? My hearing is very good.
Yes, Madam Speaker, on that lighter note, allow me to respond to the report from the committee. Madam Speaker, Uganda Railways was one of the first projects that was put in place before independence. And digging through the history, we are aware that that was the first project that was fully paid by the then colonial power and later paid off by the government of Uganda after independence. From our coffee, cotton, and tea, we paid for the entire network. Madam Speaker, Uganda Railways is one of the agencies that provided the cheapest means of transport. But to date, if you look at the Western line to Kasese, you hardly can even find out where it passes. Now that this loan has been secured, a grant, we hope in the committee discussion you put in place an implementation strategy to ensure that we follow to the dot of the end of the contract. Because at the end of the day, we may be extending and find that this becomes a very expensive venture. I hope the committee also took interest to look at some of the emerging issues from the communities where land was taken. For example, in GULU, we have the communities around the railway quarters. These communities, since last year, they were promised they would be paid last year. Those whose lands were taken from Uganda Railways. To date, they have remained petitioning government of Uganda. And I hope the Minister of Finance may have interest to respond to some of these issues, because we would be so tired to continue carrying petitions on these issues. These were very clear-cut agreements that those whose lands were taken away for the expansion of the railway hub be paid promptly. And those who have been within the railway quarters also be cleared. To date, this has not been done, and the people of GULU, especially around railway quarters, are not happy with this. So we expect that when the implementation starts in terms of construction, the entire process should be clean and ready to go. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable OSHABE.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity, and I want to be on record that I support this kind of borrowing. Most of the loans we were dealing with yesterday were mainly consumptive. Now we are dealing with something that looks to be developmental. But Right Honorable Chair, Speaker, I need some assurances and some clarifications from the Minister about what is going on. Right Honorable Speaker, we were working on the standard gauge railway, and this government was on us everywhere, every time, talking about the standard gauge railway. Monies have been spent, resources borrowed, and there is a fully-fledged project within the Ministry of Works working on the standard gauge railway. But over the years, like 2 years, Right Honorable Speaker, government is gaining cold feet on the standard gauge railway. It's no longer the something that they are talking about. We need to be sure that the standard gauge railway is still on course. Because over time, we are hearing government becoming cold about the standard gauge railway. And once you see them coming with the meter gauge railway now, because at one point in time we were saying, why don't we concentrate on the standard gauge? I mean on the meter gauge. And government was saying, no, standard gauge railway is the new thing. Now we need to be sure that the standard gauge railway is on course, and the money we spent on the standard gauge is still value for money for the people of Uganda. Right, Honorable Speaker, why I fell in love with the standard gauge railway project. They had a robust local content strategy, and I was looking forward to see how that local content strategy could materialize. But these days, you hear nothing being talked about the standard gauge railway. So as we support this meter gauge, because in other countries they both work, you can have a standard gauge and a meter gauge. We want to be sure that the standard gauge railway is still on course. The other clarification, Right Honorable Speaker, that I want to, the entity that is given to work on this activity, the Uganda Railway Corporation, Right Honorable Speaker, looks to be almost non-functional, because the existing rail station, the rail lines, this thing is not working. Right Honorable Speaker, we asked the Minister of Works then, when they took the standard gauge railway to the ministry, they insisted that URC has no capacity to implement the standard gauge. We want to be sure that this time around, URC gained the capacity to implement the standard gauge, the meter gauge, and with this loan of over 330 million euros, that they have the capacity to work through it, Right Honorable Speaker, lastly, it's only that this term is ending, but I want to ask Honorable Speaker always to ask our committee on national economy, the Committee of Loans, Right Honorable Speaker, always to assess local content and the local content strategies, because they can, at this point in time, they can arrest that and ensure that at the time of borrowing, the people of Uganda are taken care of. At the time of borrowing, there is chance for joint ventures for our companies here to participate. There is a chance, because today we are going to, Right Honorable Speaker, to build the meter gauge railway to Maraba, Kampala, Maraba. But while we have so many lines that need rehabilitation, what if at this stage we ensure that there are other companies that are engaged in this? They were not only hiring Chinese like it is today, or foreigners to implement this. We ensure that our local people participate in this, our engineers participate in this, and tomorrow, when we are building another line going to Kasese, we have the engineers, we have the capacity. so that we build that capacity that way. And it is only our Committee of National Economy, Right Honorable Speaker, that can always report to this House that local content has been taken care of, and there is assurance for local content and in the loans that we are passing. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. As I invite Honorable Musana, let me genuinely welcoming the chairperson-elect of KIBAALE District, Mr. Nelson Gabashaija. You're welcome. He's here in the gallery. And the NAMIREMBE chairperson for Kamunguru sub-county in KIBAALE. They're represented by Mr. Biriomu Meisho William. You're welcome. Represented by Honorable Bahati and Honorable Catherine Ndamira. Yeah, they are here to observe the proceedings. Welcome indeed. Honorable MUSANA, AKURUT, OTHIENO, BAKABULINDI, I've seen you. Yes. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to take this opportunity. Thank you so much for giving me this time, and also commend the chairperson of the committee and members for digging deeper into this loan. And it's a very big loan, which needs to be really studied properly. Madam Speaker, I have two serious concerns that in Uganda we suffer, especially in such projects. And this is largely where Honorable Member talked about the implementation strategy. We have such good projects thought about, but in the implementation process, we move on and then we get a lot of stagnation. We see a project moves on, before you know it, the contractor is not on ground. Before you know it, we have received substandard work. How I wish the chairperson, we captured this. I know you have talked about where the UPDF is going to be involved, especially in the technical expertise. We wouldn't want to get money and then all of a sudden the project is being put into history. We want to see a project that is really moving on very well. And number two is where my brother, Honorable OSHABE, has talked about the local content. Madam Speaker, we want such a project to be owned by Ugandans. We wouldn't want to be a project just brought in by the others. The people implementing are somewhere from somewhere else, benefiting, and Ugandans are just watching. Well seeing this, the Honorable Minister has given a very good input where he has said that we are looking at increasing Uganda's competitive advantage with the rest of the East African countries, especially with Kenya, Tanzania. We would want to see this come true, but we wouldn't want to just extend opportunities to other people outside. We would want to see Ugandans participate in the project, actually own it, because we want services going to them. We are talking about increasing the business environment. We're talking about improving the transport costs, just like the chair has highlighted. It is very, very important, Madam Speaker, the cost of doing business in Uganda to be lowered, because very many people who are involved in business, the maturity rate and growth of certain projects may not even stand beyond the 2 to 3 years. You start a project and it dies off. So the operational cost, especially to do with transport, very high. I wouldn't want this thing really to happen. Madam Speaker, would be so glad if this connectivity with the rest of the East African countries is eased, and then we see the way out. Wouldn't want to see like the SGR is having difficulties. We are all being asked what is happening. It is taking a lot of years. What is it happening? Wouldn't want this rehabilitation of over 330 euros just to be stagnated like that. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable AKURUT, 3 minutes, followed by Honorable OTHIENO, Tumuzigu, BAKABULINDI.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the chairperson of the committee and the members of the committee who are processing this loan. Right Honorable Speaker, indeed, I think the issue of the railway in Uganda is really long overdue. We have had bashes as government. Obote Amin built the railway, NRM destroyed it or sold it. You know, there has been a lot of comparison what the earlier governments did to what NRM has done. And that is why I'm saying the railway is really long overdue. We should have had it yesterday, not today. And indeed, I would also stand here to support this loan that we need to have this railway. The advantages of it have been laid. It will reduce the cost of doing business, which is true. We've had a lot of borrowings in terms of the infrastructure, especially construction of the roads. But because of the heavy traffic on our roads, we've had them break down every now and then. And I think if we have the railway we'll be able to solve these. Tomorrow we are having the swearing in of the president. And I heard over the radio, they are saying heavy trucks are not going to be allowed in the central business of Kampala tomorrow. And you know what this means. The people who are actually in business, who have brought their goods, are not going to be in business tomorrow. They are not going to access the roads coming with to town. Right, Honorable Speaker, I actually just have 1 or 2 concerns about this meter gauge railway. Meanwhile, other countries that were confederating with, we're actually already in the process of confederation. Tanzania, Kenya already moved, they've had the standard gauge railway. And most of the countries actually upgraded from the meter gauge railway to standard gauge railway. We started with the idea of the standard gauge railway and all, just like the colleague said, we've developed a cold feet on it. Why then are we going on the meter gauge railway instead of focusing on the standard gauge railway? It is like you planned to buy a bus, then along the way you say, no, let me have a coaster. That is what I know about the meter and the standard gauge. The standard is really standard, it is big and it is big enough. A meter gauge railway, it is smaller. So at the end of the day, we are going to be doing these things on and off. You will start with the meter gauge, then along the way, you realize your colleagues in the region are actually on the standard gauge. And then you drop this, and it would have spent a lot of resources on this. To me, again, Right Honorable Speaker, I would really think we need to plan and plan better for our country. What would be wrong if you borrowed these resources to actually put in place the standard gauge railway, the meter gauge railway? Because then we're borrowing, even if there is a grant, but for that we're asking for a loan. We'd rather finish work at once other than do meter, then along the way we abandon it, we go on the standard railway. We know we don't have enough resources. I would recommend that, yes, the idea is good, but would rather that we borrow and we implement a standard gauge railway other than a meter gauge railway. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable OTHIENO. OTHIENO Tumuzigu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me thank the
WANZALA. Okay, WANZALA. Okay.
Allow me thank the committee for their time on this report. Right Honorable Speaker, this loan is good, but it's going to crush the dream of the people I represent in this parliament. My people have been waiting for standard gauge railway, and that has been their dream. We had been assured that standard gauge railway was going to transform and uplift. Actually, Tororo had been designated as the inland port for standard gauge railway. And that has been the dream of my people. Now, from nowhere, government comes up with now a loan, they are revamping the meter gauge railway, which unfortunately has also been over-exaggerated. The same reason why standard gauge railway failed because of exaggerated costs. Right, Honourable Speaker, if it was not for the way corruption has entered this country to the marrow, we would be now talking about standard gauge railway. But what they did was to exaggerate the cost. It became unviable, and now that's why they are running, because no funder was willing to put money into a project that had been overly exaggerated. Now, we are even seeing the same thing in meter gauge railway renovation. Right, Honourable Speaker, the Tororo Kampala line has been functional. It has been a functional line, unlike the GULU road. But it surprises that we are going to spend less money on a line that has been non-functional for over a decade, and we're going to spend 10 times on a line that has actually been functional every day. Wagons are moving on that rail. My home is not far away from a railway line. I stay near a rail line. I see these wagons every day. But then one wonders, what is the magic 10 times on a line which is functional than what they're going to spend? The only answer is the other one is a grant. The other one is a grant, and possibly there are no options for cham-cham. Here, this is a loan, and we can factor in our cham-cham the way we want. Right, Honourable Speaker, as cham-cham now is our language for something, for the stomach. Right, Honourable Speaker, the very reason the committee has given for failing of standard gauge railway, I'm afraid.
Honorable Wanzala, Bakabulindi, Angura, and close with Seungu. Our members, you just come, you didn't hear the report. You have just come, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to second the borrowing of this money by this country. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said by my colleagues, but I want to say that borrowing this money, of course, will help Ugandans solve the problem of cargo, transporting cargo from the coast. But my worry, Madam Speaker, where I need the minister's intervention is that some 3 days, 4 days back, I saw one of Matia Kasaija, the Minister of Finance, interacting with the journalists. And when he was asked about the standard gauge railway, he was telling the journalists that they were not ready to go for it because they were not sure whether Kenya was going to construct from the other side of Nairobi up to Kisumu. And you are getting information from the committee that they are well aware that Kenya is going to construct the standard gauge railway from Nairobi up to Kisumu. So we need some clearance or some clarification from the minister. Madam Honorable Speaker, I wanted to support my friends who are opting for the standard gauge railway. Madam Speaker, it would be important to look at constructing a standard gauge railway, at least in a phased manner, because this is standard. By the time we wake up to think about the standard gauge railway, it will be too late. I want to appeal to members of the House that we think about the standard gauge railway instead of thinking about the other one. Madam Speaker, when this railway line is constructed, of course, transporting cargo from Mombasa to Uganda will be easy. That's one. Secondly, Madam Speaker, of course, this one will also help to avert the many accidents which always occur on our roads, caused by the vehicles which carry cargo from Mombasa to this place. Madam Speaker, I want also to get some information from the minister and the chairperson of the committee. What plans do they have for other places, to connect other places like Kasese and Fort Portal? I beg to submit.
Okay, Honorable Bakabulindi, Angura Seungu.
Thanks very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the Minister and the Chairperson of the Committee of Economy. As my colleagues have said, this loan is long overdue. We need it seriously by yesterday. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm looking at this song of meter gauge railway. I call it a song because I've been in Parliament for some good time. I've been in cabinet, and the song has been standard. Now it is meter gauge. I want my colleagues, as we support in principle, but technically, to know what we are going to face. Look at the road from Kampala to Masaka. You know what has happened to the to LYANDRO. Now that we are taking a moderate one, the meter gauge railway instead of standard, how about somewhere, somehow, if it's going to bypass certain wetland, that means the construction is going to be different from the standard. And much as we should be happy for 1 or 2 years that the rail line is new, but it will be sinking. I think we need to be careful about it. Me, as a representative of workers, of course, I'm looking at it in different angles that is going to create jobs. And here I'm looking at jobs for the workers. I know it's not going to be a simple thing, and we shall be happy. But Madam Speaker, I just wanted also to know from my colleague, the Honorable Chair of the Committee of Economy. You have been heading this committee for some good time, and you had an experience of being a former Minister of Finance. Either the loan is consumable or development, as my colleague was saying. When does this Committee of Economy together with infrastructure look at the previous loans and see if it's in line with the support that we have been seeing? Are they performing to your expectation? That's why I say, use your experience as a former minister. Or at the end of the day, we get it and that's the end. My concern is to have something standard, strong for today and tomorrow. But otherwise, I'm supporting the road. I thank you.
Honorable Angura, you're finished. Really?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleague, for giving way. You introduced yourself as someone who has been here for a very long time, and I have no doubt about that. But the clear question I'm seeking from you, when you say you say the loan has a lot of problems, then you say all the same, I am supporting the loan. What do you exactly mean?
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker and my colleague. And I think if we play back my words, I did not say the loan has problems. I say I'm supporting the loan, but I'm mindful about the nature of railway that we're going to construct. Deviating from standard to meter gauge. That is different in English from saying it has a problem. I thank you.
Angura. Angura, Sewangu, then I'm going to envelope and close there.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I join my colleagues to appreciate the efforts of government. As for me, who represents kilometer zero, Madam Speaker, as far as the standard gauge railway is concerned, I represent kilometer 0, 0.1, and then it moves on to the interior. Madam Speaker, from the borderline, Madam Speaker, we've been waiting for the standard gauge railway. And the whole of that community from kilometer 0 has been prepared for standard gauge railway. And even the kind of investment, people have started to realign their interests towards benefiting from standard gauge railway. And for Tororo town, in Tororo County, we've been promised a Y station, the only Y station in Africa, as it has been mentioned by those who've been preparing these developments. The station, the line going to northern Uganda, and the line coming to central, and then the one coming from from Kenya, the only wise station. And this has realigned people's minds towards benefiting from this very important for infrastructure. But unfortunately, it is now delayed. I want to appreciate the efforts of government to take us to the meter gauge railway, which of course may take people time to understand why we have failed. How I wish the chair, the committee, and the minister had come out very clearly. Why did the standard gauge railway slow down? Madam Speaker, we are having challenges in realigning with the other East African countries. As far as the power transmission is concerned, we have a line that is being constructed from Uganda, Tororo, going to Kenya as part of our interchange. But on the other side of Kenya, they have already upgraded to 400 kilowatts, but ours is lower. They have also been reminding us and trying to tell us, upgrade yours also to be able to match with the other one. So it is the same thing now with the standard gauge railway. The standard gauge.
Information from another border.
Thank you, my colleague from the border. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We are proud of you. Madam Speaker, I would like to inform the August House and my colleague, when he's submitting concerning how Kenya has upgraded its electricity lines and power system, is that Uganda, everything is opposite. The fact, sometimes when I cross from Busia, Uganda to enter Busia, Kenya, I think I have entered London, because everything in Uganda is opposite to what is in Kenya. That's why you see we have a standard gauge railway in Kenya. This way we are bringing a loan to construct or to refurnish a stone age standard gauge railway. They have well set up road system. Uganda has the worst. The fact Uganda will have the best traffic jam in the whole of Africa. Madam Speaker, as I talk now, Kenya, I want to inform the members that Kenya's railway system, when we compare the cost of what they built from Nairobi to Mombasa, the loan we just wanted to approve is more expensive because of cham that we all talked about. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and Macho, for the information. Madam Speaker, all I wanted to conclude with is to request government, with the kind of cooperation we are in, with the kind of love that we have for East Africa, the other nations are moving ahead of us. Infrastructure, as much as said, Kenya is changing every day. But on our side, we are a bit retarding back and going to what he has said is a bit old. But nevertheless, I want, Madam Speaker, to see to it that government, since it has committed itself to reconstructing the meter gauge railway, let's see this railway be repaired and perfected well in order to help us improve on movement of the heavy commercial vehicles that are damaging our roads, and we shift most of the traffic to the railway. And let's also hope that the counterpart funding, because most times we have challenges with counterpart funding. The counterpart funding this time is available such that we can fast track the construction, the rehabilitation of the meter gauge railway as fast as we can to link up with the standard gauge railway, which is just near here in Naivasha. Just here near in Naivasha. How I wish we could have even cooperated with Kenya to bring it up to Malaba. Then we also see the benefits of the standard ourselves to conclude and bring it up to here in Kampala. I support the loan, but let's fast track and see how we can benefit from it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Honorable Speaker, I don't know, I want to find out from the National Economic Committee whether, you see, when I go to borrow money from the bank, they ask for my financial card to find out whether I still have capacity to borrow. do countries also have financial cards that world banks where you borrow from, they read about your performance? Because what I'm seeing, Honorable Speaker, we are beyond. Honorable Speaker, I was hearing Honorable BAKABULINDI, workers MP, my boss at some place outside here, talking about employment. Don't expect anything about employees. The houses over the Uganda LYANDRO at Chibu, here at NSAMBA, someone has constructed there a very big shopping mall. And when you look for the land title, it will be within the first family at one time. Take time for that. Those are words said by Sewungu Joseph Gonzaga. So you don't expect workers who are working in the Uganda LYANDRO that will be employed and find their houses where they used to stay before. Someone has built a shopping mall at NSAMBA and he has a title. At the right time, we shall bring information here. Madam Speaker.
Out of time, please.
Madam Speaker, at least I studied from Mugwanya Preparatory School, Kaboja, somewhere near Natete. That's why I had my P1 up to P4. But we used to see trains coming from Kasese carrying goods. When you move from that area up to Mitiana, Mubende, all the rails were removed and stolen by people within the government, and they were using guns to vandalize. Now, when you talk about a standard gauge rail, and then you bring a loan with something different, we are likely to get those metals that were stolen along Kasese to be used on this one so that they can get money and people enjoy themselves. Railways are not now, things are changing in the world. Members are talking about Kenya, Tanzania. We have seen all this on social media. The only advantage Uganda has about Kenya and Tanzania is inviting them for swearing ceremonies, but nothing else comparable to what they are doing so that Uganda can emerge. The national carrier, as we talk now, has gone down. Even the chairman board has been called off because of theft. But where has the money we have been getting from this rail, from the time it has been working, been going? Where is it? What is the improvement? There is nobody, Madam Speaker, who can argue against the railway because it is cheaper than any other form of transport. But you go to Namasagari, look at those areas where the trains were stopping. There is nothing. Go to JINJA, there is nothing. Uganda Railways property, final, as I conclude, is being stolen as if people will go with the land in heaven. Yet they are going to be put in just 4 inches, 4 feet below themselves. So for me, I don't support this loan. Members are saying, unless you can't support a loan with the clawbacks in your statement. You either refuse it or you take it. But the moment you have issues about it, then you should not support it. So may I know, how are we going to know, how are we going to get, how do we get the standard gauge and the comparison between the GULU and the one you want to construct from Malaba to Kampala? That one is very key. That expense is too big. If you are taking more money than the other one, which has not been functioning, but the one functioning is taking more money, it's not fair. I don't agree with that. So can I know, Honorable Minister, Honorable Hati, how does our financial card read? You might be hiding it. I was in Europe, in London. The Uganda's embassy, I commissioned. They are banking in a microfinance other than banking in big banks like those big banks in Europe, because of mismanagement and taking money in Europe through your people who are good at stealing this country. I thank you.
Honorable Ngeto, 3 minutes and then the leader of opposition.
Madam Speaker, I want to state right away, as a national person, that I support this loan. But 2 things. Number one, I want the ministers to tell us when they were presidents of the East African community here in Uganda. I think they were somewhere in Munyonyo, and they came and had some agreement related to the railway. I wonder what railway type they talked about when they were in Munyonyo. The others are doing theirs, and now ours we are doing a version which is like my friend said, the old type. Are we not fooling our president? He was with his colleagues and they were talking about something else. And the colleagues have continued to do what they were talking about. And hours here, you are reducing him into an old age railway. That is fooling our president. Number two, Right Honorable Speaker, I come from Pakwach. For me, it's again so annoying that when we talk about this rail, we are not even talking about reaching Pakwach. The other day, my colleague, the MP for Pakwach, Honorable Jen Abur, put clearly in this house the state of our road from Karuma to Pakwach, actually up to Arua. We want to believe if the railway line was there up to Pakwach, probably the road would not be in the state as it is. So for me not to be seeing Pakwach, it's so annoying. Also because we know Pakwach was the terminal from the other side, the opportunities that come with the line reaching there and the terminal being useful, we know the opportunities our people would be benefiting. But now we are talking about stopping in GULU. What is going to happen with us? That is something that our minister need to answer. Even if I accept the loan, still I am bitter that we are not reaching up to Pakwach. I beg to submit.
Honorable Leader of Opposition.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are in 2021 and we have to go by the world. If it's a standard gauge, why do we still go to meter gauge? So the minister should clarify to us why meter gauge. And if we see the vandalization on the railway, the sleepers and the rail have all been gone. I am very sure security plus everybody knows the people who have been vandalizing this. Can the minister explain to us, if you put this meter gauge, how sure are we that we are going to protect and no more vandalization will take place on it? But we would love to have standard gauge other than meter gauge. Even this loan, why was it not projected earlier? To make us go beyond 50% mark of the required loans. Why did you come with it very late? Did you not see the need before? So, Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister should clarify to us on that. What I got to know was that even when you are going to make meter, is it standard gauge, you still require that same space. Probably if you needed more space, then you would complain that, you know, for standard gauge, we need more space and we have not worked out for that space. So please, Honorable Minister, clarify. We want value for money. We want services to our people. We want even to make sure that transportation is improved. It looks like there are people, there are companies which are on the roads with these big trucks who sabotage this railway service. Because I remember way back in 2014, when the president went and recommissioned the Rift Valley Railway in GULU, but it never worked to date. When we were promised, you are going now to use it within a very short time, to date, we have not seen it. So please explain to us if this standard gauge and meter gauge if they occupy the same space.
Thank you very much. Now, Honourable Minister, I think we need answers to the question of the quantum, the difference between the cost of the GULU line and the other one, and then the other issues which the members have asked. I don't know whether the works will answer or the Minister of Finance will answer.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for the comments you have made about this project and the support you have given. I want to answer a few questions, and then the Minister for Works will attend to others. The first one is to do with what the Honorable Sewungu asked. What is the health of our credit rating in the world, in the international community? Madam Speaker, I want to inform my colleague that we are still healthy because our credit rating is actually B, which is one of the best on the continent. It's B. The second question, and I made a statement on Friday about our debt portfolio, where I informed this House that we are now standing at 51.9 GDP. It will come up in the next 3 years and then come down to 48.7 after 2 years. So it is the situation that we think is still sustainable. And as long as we are investing in the projects that produce wealth, that create growth, I think we'll be making a very important decision. The second point is on the cost, which the Minister will give. Sorry, the right honourable speaker had said we, okay.
Please, we have a lot of work today and so little time. You have spoken, please.
The second, Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, this is a regional project. Whatever we are doing about LYANDRO is done in consultation with other member states. For example, the standard gauge LYANDRO of Kenya is terminating at Naivasha. From Naivasha, they now do a meter gauge LYANDRO, which connects to Malaba and Kampala. So whatever we are doing it in consultation with the member states to be able to save on the costs, but also make sure that the linkages are done properly and are done in a rational manner. The issue of the cost between the two lines, the Minister will give an answer, but it is from the feasibility study that we did that gave the strength required according to the traffic jam on each section of the meter gauge railway. The standard gauge rate, Madam Speaker, is going to be built. And we are doing the negotiations with the government of China and other lenders. And we think that, and the compensation is ongoing. And we think that in the next 2 years, we should have started the construction. As you know, we had to reduce on the costs. We had to do the negotiation consultation with Kenya. So we think that that will be also continue as a project. Madam Speaker, the decision we are going to make today is an important decision. No, the Speaker said we conclude, and as I conclude, Madam Speaker, clarification. Okay.
Thank you, my brother, Honorable Bati. I'm just wondering, just from here listening to you, if in 2 years, in a few months, we are going to embark on the standard gauge railway, why are we borrowing to do now the meter gauge railway? Will it not be duplication and waste of resources?
So the standard gauge railway will not replace the meter gauge railway. They will connect together. Like you have seen where the standard gauge railway is terminating in Naivasha, from Naivasha to Maraba, they are not doing a standard gauge railway. They are doing a meter gauge railway. So everything is planned properly, Madam Speaker. I thank you and I recommend this important project that will reduce the cost of doing business in the country to this parliament for approval. I thank you.
Minister of Works.
Right Honorable Speaker, dear colleagues, I'm very happy we are discussing about this important matter of transportation. We are talking about the meter gauge railway. Through our discussions with our neighbors, the Kenyans are prepared theirs up to Malaba, Tanzania up to Mwanza, all these heading towards Uganda. Meter gauge. Now, with us, our job was to say we are really badly off in terms of transporting our goods at a cheaper cost. And the only solution is to repair our railway system. We are now embarking on the meter gauge railway. And it looks as if it is costly, but it's because of components. There are many things to consider in arriving at costs of doing work, construction work. So if you look at what is involved in this request, we are saying we are upgrading the rail spars and sleepers. The sleepers, we say, where the rails are hung, we are putting concrete, hard concrete, and they are expensive. And the costs of those are also known. So we go on looking at different aspects and cost there and arrive at the costs. Then also we say, like this one now, we say, what are we going to do this? That is Malaba to Tororo. We are saying we are doing the preliminary designs. Then also we are constructing sheds. We are conducting also capacity as consulting services. Then the other one is upgrading of the line. That is that one. What do we do here? We are constructing the railway stations and walls for passengers. So the passengers will not just be standing under rain or sun. We are also doing services with access control and reinforcing the superstructure, such as bridges. There are also bridges included in this. Then we say, you look at the cost and then you total all this. It is not a matter of saying, colleagues, that some people, when they are discussing, they are talking of what I had somebody saying, cham. These things you call eating. Some people don't have those. It is the costings which are done internationally. Even you get the consultants, we compare with the other people who approve and say, this is correct. And that's why the costs are a little high. But this one here, it is in fact a savior to us. You look at, we talk of road jams. It is because we don't have alternative ways to follow, which carry a whole haulage that is heavy duty freight to bring to the country. So if Kenya has already done up to Malaba, they have done as a service. Now for the meter gauge, the financiers of Kenya are saying they are stopping at Naivasha. They are not coming here. Those who are discussing will say, unless you convince Kenya
also to bring theirs up to Malaba. So those are conditionalities. But when we went to this one, we found this is the safest way we do, because we are proposing later to go to the West. The European Union, we are asking to give us money to rehabilitate the one going to the north, up to Arua and so on. So the costs differ. These ones we are replacing totally. The other one, they are patches. They are patches which are good. You only go and put the rails, the rails themselves, and even the slippers, but not concrete. That is the difference of the prices. Some sections in the north, we have engaged the army brigade to replace some of the slippers. So all this is trying to find out how cheaper we can do this job, which we really badly need. This loan is really essential for us. Our roads will be safe. These lorries, which are now carrying these things, will be off the road, because all the goods coming from the coast will now be offloaded on the trains and brought here. So those lorries, which knock people all the time, will not be there. The fuel being carried on these lorries will not be there. So we shall move safely on all these roads. So dear brothers, yes.
Honourable members, you are prolonging this matter. I think you better go and you call the minister should sit with you and discuss, please. No, but he doesn't know my time.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I've been following the debate. Good enough, you gave me a good look where I have a TV. So even if we're driving, you are following. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm in support of the loan. But there is one challenge, right, Honorable Speaker. As we get this loan for you, the railway, most of the railway reserve land is being given out. How are you going to remove those people when they're even putting up permanent structures? Eh? Right, Honorable Speaker, that's a challenge. We support the loan here, but most of the railway reserve from here, when you go to Chireka, up to Chetume, even on Sunday, right, Honorable Speaker, I was the chief guest on when those guys were saying railway have given them that space for the railway reserve to put up a market. So really, when are you going to put in order your guys in those offices so that when this loan is obtained, we don't use it to compensate again the people who will claim they are orphans, they are widows, as they normally do. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Right Honourable Speaker and my colleague. I'm just seeking a simple clarification. Who is guiding the other one? Is it finance or the Ministry of Works? Because you are talking about some areas you are going to be patching, you are going to be replacing, others constructing. Is the loan aiming at some bits to be constructed, others to replace, others to leave what is still looking nice? What is it, so that we understand it? And according to the Honourable Minister of Finance, you talked about Kenya using the standard gauge and terminating at Naivasha. But according to my colleague here, it seems everything is just part, and it is negotiable with other neighboring countries. Some of us, we need to know what we shall tell our colleagues, which is which. Is it the end consumer that is listening to finance? Are the technicalities or the technical people from the Ministry of Finance or from the ministry concerned like Works? I need that clarification.
Thank you, Honorable. First of all, there are two portions. The patching one, where some parts are still good, I was referring to the northern corridor. The one from Malaba, you go to Soroti and above. But this one here, which we say we shall put total and rehabilitate, is now Malaba Kampala. That's why they are different. So maybe I say the two of them at the same time. So, Honorable Speaker, most of these things we are talking about are really good. We are saying that, well, the other countries are saying this. What we are really saying is Kenya has come with standard up to Naivasha. They have stopped there. With us, we wanted them to come to the border. They are saying, no, they are still there. Discussions will be there in future. But a standard gauge railway does not substitute the meter gauge. Even most all the countries, they are like that. They started with the meter gauge. When they started getting the standard gauge railways, the rest are also existing. They are being used. In fact, they even deviate to the rural areas where need be. But the standard follows one section only. So, dear friends and colleagues, this loan is really necessary. It is well negotiated. To say that which is which, City Ministry of Finance or what, whether as we are technical, the others, after we have shown them the need, we now negotiate the loan. And that's why they are talking. That's what the law says. Thank you very much.
Now, there were questions we wanted to know. Is it the chair answering? I want to know, where is the Busoga Loop line?
Eh?
The Busoga Loop line that was part of that railway. The one entering from Jinja into the hinterland up to Sebatia. Where is it? That's what we want to know.
Well, I've been reading about that one also, but I don't have it off cuff. I will bring the answer. Thank you very much.
Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, during the time we had requisitioned this line, the service, these people who were running it neglected, and some people encroached the railway land. Now we are reclaiming and want to activate the railway police. Want to guard that now, and even put some fences around along the road. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, in the document and the request which was submitted by the Minister of Works and the approach that we are taking, the following lines will also be considered in the upcoming phase: Kampala Kasese, Pakwachi GULU, Busoga line, Kasese Mpondwe, Soroti Moroto. So those will be considered after this. That's the lineup that they submitted in a phased manner.
So that's a government assurance? Yes. Okay, please conclude, Chair.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to respond to two issues. The first one is on whether RVR will make good. There is a court in a case in court which has been opened up by the two countries against the company to see that they provide damages for the losses they caused. Right, Honorable Speaker, the other one is on local content. In our recommendation, we are recommending local content almost 100% by suggesting that UPDF should be given this job, because those ones will even include engineers rather than the low-cadre jobs. We could take up the low-cadre jobs, but also UPDF, which is local, will take up the high engineering jobs. And Right Honorable Speaker is on the monitoring. Members were asking whether when we are scrutinizing new loans, we are at the same time monitoring the loans which have been given out. We do that even without a loan request. Our occupation most of the time is interrogating ministries on the performance of the loans already advanced. And also where funds permit, we go out to the field and monitor the performance of the loans, of the previous loans. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, we are also disturbed by the difference in cost. And when you look at table 2, I think the causes of the difference are well explained. The Tororo GULU is track rehabilitation of the existing steel sleepers. But this one is track reconstruction and upgrading to concrete sleepers. The other one is using existing rails. This one is installing new rails with bigger profile. Concrete sleepers, they are setting up a concrete sleeper plant. They are also doing railway track welding and railway track formation. When they submitted this and told us the costs associated with the difference in the scope of work, we got contented that it was justifiable. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to conclude by thanking all the colleagues for the job, for their contributions, and also request them to support this loan. Uganda is landlocked with people, landlocked with business. We need to open up for competitiveness by providing efficient and cheap transport.
Thank you very much, honourable members. I put the question be put. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it. There was a very small no. Honourable members, I put the question that this House do approve the proposal by government to borrow the euro 206.71 million from the African Development Fund, unit of accounts 9.494 million, euro 84.41 from the African Development Bank, and euro 25.984 from the Corporate Internationalization Fund of Spain for the refurbishment of the Kampala-Malaba meter gauge railway project. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I have it. Thank you. Now, honourable members, if you look at your order paper on items, there's item 7. You remember that the honourable chair of the Committee of Public Accounts, Local Government, present a very, very elaborate report on the accounts for 2017-2018, on the 122 district local governments, 42 municipal councils, 1,042 sub-counties, and 55 secondary schools and tertiary institutions. We had hoped that if the sector ministers were here, we would have debated it. But recently we adopted a motion that where work has not been, but this one was done because the report was presented. What we have to do now is to adopt it so that the Auditor General can proceed with the value for money audit. So I want to put the question that this House will adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Local Government, as presented. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it. Let's go to item 5.
Item 5 on the other paper, motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow additional financing of up to special drawing rights 174.5 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group to support the Uganda Intergovernmental Physical Transfer Program for results.
Madam Speaker, this is the second last motion from the Committee of National Economy. I want to move a motion for the resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow up to 174.5 SDR, equivalent to 240 million US dollars from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group, support Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfers Program for results. I beg to move.
Seconded. Okay, seconded. Seconded. Justify.
Madam Speaker, briefly, this is a government program supported by the World Bank to construct secondary schools in sub-counties where there are no secondary schools. It's a project to finance health centers 3 in sub-counties where there are no health centers. and the program has been going on for the last 2 years. This is additional resources to support this program. It's a matching facility where government puts in and the World Bank adds on, and then we can continue replenishing according to the results that we are achieving from the results. Some of you who have been to some of these constituencies where we're constructing, you can see great improvement, especially in schools and health centers. And I recommend this facility to be approved by the House so that at the end of the day, in a few years to come, at least all the sub-counties of Uganda should have a secondary school. All the sub-counties of Uganda should have health center 3. Through that, we'll continue to increase our literacy rate. Through that, we'll continue to fight issues of maternal mortality and infant mortality. I beg to move, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Can the committee report?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, the Committee on National Economy considered by the proposal by government to borrow additional financing of $200 million from the aid of the World Bank Group to support the Uganda Intergovernmental Physical Transfer Program for the results. The proposal was presented to the committee by this August House on the 18th of December last year. And in accordance with Rule 175 Sub-Rule 2B of the Parliamentary Rules, we now wish to report. Right Honorable Speaker, before I proceed, I would like to lay on table the following documents. A report of the Committee on National Economy on the proposal by government to borrow the said amount, minutes of the various meetings we held, and a brief to Parliament by the Minister of Finance, clearance by His Excellency the President, certificate of financial implication, the National Planning Authority letter giving clearance, the financing agreement for additional financing, the communication from the Minister of Finance on additional allocations for the budget, and there are several annexes, the World Bank program paper on UGIFT, the World Bank program information document, the World Bank program paper on the proposal for additional credit, and a list of government secondary schools by sub-county. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank colleagues for their contribution in processing this loan. I mean, members of the committee. The methodology and documentary review are all covered under paragraph 2. And by your background, in 2001, government conducted a physical decentralization for transfer of funds for delivery of social services directly to local governments. The study that informed the physical decentralization strategy. Right Honorable Speaker, the findings of the studies indicated that local governments were grossly underfunded to deliver social services which are adequate and equitable, which necessitated the reform. It is a
microphone.
Government began implementing the intergovernment physical transfer reform programs. And these reforms are meant to support the government to strengthen the implementation of the decentralization policy through focusing on achieving 3 key objectives. First, it's providing adequate financing to local governments for service delivery. And 2, ensuring equity in allocation of resources to local governments. And three, improving the efficiency of local governments in the delivery of services, And to support this reform, in 2018, Parliament approved the borrowing of $200 million from the SYDA of the World Bank. And the entire loan was committed to construction of 232 SYDA secondary schools and upgrading of 285 health centers, 2 and 3 in sub-counties without such facilities. And by December 2020, the World Bank had released over 50% of that money. The project, Right Honorable Speaker, is in line with Uganda Vision 2040 and the third National Development Plan. And the overall intergovernment transfer reforms are in conformity with those two planning frameworks. And on the performance of the previous, the original U-Gift program, the 200 million I've already alluded to, U-Gift loan contracted from the World Bank towards the construction of 232 secondary schools and upgrading of 285 health centers, 2 and 3 in sub-counties without such securities. Based on the mapping undertaken in May 2018, the infrastructure gap in the sectors of health and education, in line with your above policy, were as follows. 1, 259 sub-counties had no secondary schools. 331 sub-counties had no health center tools, 3, but had health center tools which required upgrading. And 134 sub-counties had no health facility at all. Right Honorable Speaker, the interventions under the U-Gift were expected to reduce the number of sub-counties without schools to 27, ensuring that the sub-counties which had no Health Center 3, but Health Center 2 were upgraded to Health Center 3. By the end of 2020, 232 secondary schools were planned and were at various levels of completion. And government provided an additional, on top of the 200 millions, government provided an additional 66.7 billions to improve the per school per capita allocation for capitation grant in the primary and secondary schools, which was very low. Right Honorable Speaker, under the health sector, 285 schools, health centers, center 2s were planned and were at various levels of completion by June 2020. Government provided additional 16.3 billion shillings towards the nationwide procurement grants under the health sector. And this resulted into increased allocation from 39.9 to 56.2. On the utilization of the loan under discussion, Right Honorable Speaker, is given under table 4. Under table 1, Right Honorable Speaker, and under table 2, we have interventions to be financed by this additional financing. Right Honorable Speaker, the program profile. The objective of this loan, of this program, is to improve the adequacy, equity, and effectiveness of financing and the oversight management and delivery of local government services in education, health, water, environment, and agriculture, including refugees and the host communities. The program will be implemented nationwide in the education, health, agriculture, water, and environmental sectors. Implementation will be led by the Minister of Finance, working together with Minister of Education, Minister of Agriculture, and Minister of Water, and the Office of the Prime Minister. Right Honorable, on cost of financing under paragraph 828, the table 2, we have the financing terms for the SYDA loan. Right Honorable Speaker, Other loan conditions are covered, which have been put up on this loan is approval by Parliament, issuance of legal opinion by the Attorney General, preparation and adoption of a program operational manual, and dissemination of sector grant guidelines to local governments in cost centers before the first year of implementation to ensure proper utilization. Right Honorable Speaker, on concessionality, the loan is concessional as it is above 35%, well above the cost of borrowing. Project budgetary implication, the Minister of Finance alluded to it, that the borrowing we are processing now is still sustainable, as it is around the 50% debt GDP ratio. Right Honorable Speaker, observations and recommendations of the committee. The committee observed that the total program resource of Uganda shilling 3.506.3 billion, of which 58% will be funded by government and 42% by the World Bank. The committee notes that over the years, government continuous delays in provision of counterpart funding, which affects loan utilization. In fact, the slow absorption of loans we complain about is mainly due to slow release of counterpart funds. The committee recommends that the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development earmarks resources to cater for the development for the government counterpart financing for this program and releases it in a timely manner in order to realize the intended objectives of this program. On the average unit cost, the committee noted that part of the additional financing will cater for the added scope of work in both education and health. And the additional scope of work in education sector requires increasing the average unit cost. And it's the same applies to health. Right Honorable Speaker, our recommendation to this is that the proposed average unit cost takes into account consideration of the location of the proposed investments and makes realistic cost estimates that are tailored to cover for each region in the country, taking into consideration the hard to reach areas, complicated terrains, and the other factors that may lead to increase the unit costs as opposed to having uniform costing for all the facilities. Because previously what caused the problem, all the units were given the same requirements, costing regardless of the peculiarities of the different locations. And on the fulfillment of loan conditions, the committee recommends that government ensures the speedy fulfillment of effective conditions of the financing agreement for this loan in order for the committed funds to be released by the aid of the World Bank on time to guarantee timely implementation of these important projects. Right Honorable Speaker, our concern was on one of our concerns was on the dependency of the health sector on external funds. Right now, as we speak, 80% of the total development budget of Ministry of Health is funded with external sources. With the distribution, with this, any negative shock to the external environment, like the COVID-19 case, has demonstrated, can easily distort the health service facility in Uganda. Parliament has previously recommended that government should adopt a paradigm shift where the health sector budget is largely domestically funded in a phased approach, but there has been little success to that. The committee therefore recommends that government follows up on its promise to prioritize the health sector starting this financial year with more investment in the health sector infrastructure developments to avoid last-minute panic where external resources may not be forthcoming. Right Honorable Speaker, on local economic development, the committee noted that NBP2 identifies majority of the special programs having a highly disproportionate investment in social service delivery to the disadvantage of investments aimed at revitalizing local economies and increasing incomes of the local people. The committee recommends that future government service delivery programs aimed at increasing adequacy and equity in social services should include the component on local development. Because people don't eat social services, they need money in their pockets to buy food and provide other basics. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, the proposed loan is concessional in nature, and this is also consistent with the medium-term strategy 2020-21, which prioritizes external financing of domestic financing. In future, government should consider adopting austerity measures, cost cutting. Let the proposed mergers be a reality, because we first heard of mergers of government entities in 2016, and now there has been a second phase without the first phase having been realized. Let's find ways of cutting costs. The committee therefore recommends that the request by government to borrow US dollars 240 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank Group to support the Uganda Intergovernment Physical Transfer Program for research be approved, subject to the recommendations we have made. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report.
Thank you very much, Honorable SYDA BUMBA, Chair of the National Economy, and your members. Our members, we shall really have let's have 2 minutes. That's now more members standing up. I think let's have 2 minutes. Honorable Musasisi, Wanzala, what was it? Who is that one there? MUTEBI, Wanzala, Chia. No, you have spoken. Amede. Let me see those who have not spoken. Amede, Babadiri, Mwesige. No, you have been speaking, Marang. And now what?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the loan. However, there is some clarification I would like to seek. Madam Speaker, if I heard properly, the World Bank is contributing 42% and government of Uganda is contributing 58%. Madam Speaker, if this is true, why are such projects normally attributed to World Bank without taking cognizance that the biggest contribution is coming from government of Uganda funding? Why I say this, wherever these projects are in my district, we say this is World Bank funding, when it has contributed only 42% and the government of Uganda has contributed 58%. It is important that we attribute these projects both GOU and also World Bank. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the counterpart funding, not only for this project, but in a number of projects funded by loans, there is normally an issue. Counterpart funding normally delays. In the future, Honorable Minister, you need a strong strategy on ensuring that counterpart funding arrives on time. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, any funding, any effort to improve service delivery, especially in the countryside, should always be supported, and that is why I strongly support this loan, because it directly speaks to two major service delivery areas of education and health. I beg support, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Achia. Then Wanzala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this loan for the same reasons my colleague Henry Mzadisi has said. A number of loans which come here, sometimes it's so difficult to explain because we don't know when they will be implemented. But one like this really speaks to most of us who represent the countryside, the rural areas, that you are going to invest in health, you are going to invest in SYDA secondary schools for sub-counties that don't have them. This is a good loan. My question is, as Honorable said, being a member of the Committee of National Committee, I used to be the vice chairperson, and now in budget, also a member, there are two pertinent issues that always bring us problems in terms of most of these loans. One of them is money that government guarantees to get that counterpart funding, especially even infrastructure in roads, Madam Speaker. We get money to open a road, but government is supposed to get some revenue and compensate people. It takes years. Moreover, this is a plan. You wonder why we come to borrow here when we know we don't have money to pay people to compensate them. In my constituency, with the new roads now happening in Kapriprit, the new road going to Miembe, people are still asking for the old money of that Moroto and Kapriprit road. Now they are starting the Kapriprit to Miembe. But we don't know what is going on. Now, I don't know about now this one, whether there is counterpart funding for infrastructure, for the things proposed here. Number two, Madam Speaker, is as a country and as this parliament, I think the executive owes to us detailed explanation of their strategy and plan on the debt. We are saying that, Madam the Right Honorable SYDA BBUMBA says that it's okay to borrow because we are around 50% of debt to GDP. But this is the reality, Madam Speaker, is that if we are hit by inflation like we are hit in 2009, 2011, when inflation went to 29%, we will need more revenue to buy dollars to pay this debt. We are comfortable now we are using so many trillions. But it is also like human, like even for you, Madam, or for me. If you earn 100,000 shillings and you have a debt of 70,000, every time you get this money and hand over to somebody, how will you help your family? I think government has come to the realization that it's not tenable to borrow. We need to have to do some cost cutting somewhere. We cannot collect money from Ugandans in terms of tax and hand over. We cannot continue like this. It's just human that you cannot be earning a salary every month and hand over. When will you do something for your people? We will be denying our people things. So we need to be strategic in where we put money for borrowing. Money to health, money to education, probably money to infrastructure is important, but the utilization and accountability and efficiency in implementation of some of these projects, Madam Speaker, is a problem. And we don't get reports like we get requests for loans. We need to get reports also of the progress in some of these projects. Why should some borrowings, we borrowed money, look at the Miembe, Nakapriprit Miembe, how many years it's going to be implemented? It was done in the other parliament, it came to the 10th parliament. Now implementation will start in the 11th parliament.
Okay.
But we are paying interest, Madam Speaker. We
Okay.
need to address these issues with the executives.
Honorable Amede. Amede Wanzala, Babadiri, and Mwesije, and then Mawanda. Then I'll catch you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity, and I thank government for the loan in the bid to improve service delivery. However, I would like to request the government to strengthen political supervision of these monies. Right now, there are some issues in some instances. For example, in the issue of SYDA schools, it is not systematic that if a sub-county has been allocated a school and it is supposed to start at a given time, that it will start. I have instances in Butevo that sub-counties were promised schools, but to have them start is not being realized. I've written to Minister of Education. I have called the officers concerned, they just keep dodging me. I think where a loan has been got to benefit the nation, there should be equity and fairness. Some districts have schools constructed, many schools constructed, while others not at all. That is not fair. The second issue is with the Ministry of Health. They have particular people who are building health centers. There is another incident where the contractor, is it one toner, has never reported to do work. And that money of that particular health center is likely to come back to central government. In this, I try to investigate what exactly, why the contractor did not report to do work. And I have been told that this particular contractor has a lot of work to do. He was awarded many health centers. And in a certain instance, I was told that actually he's doing shoddy work. So I would like the minister concerned to take interest why one particular company was loaded with work when it has no ability to do work, thereby affecting service delivery. Thank you.
Honorable Wanzala, then Babadili. Honorable members, there is a company which is building schools in Wuyende, Kamuli, and also in Parisa. One company. You can imagine. Honorable Wanzala, then Babadili.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to support the loan because this loan is going to help in improving service delivery in terms of, first of all, we shall have improved health services in our rural sub-counties. Madam Speaker, at the same time, we shall have improved the educational standards in our sub-counties. Madam Speaker, I come from one of the rural sub-counties in this country, and one time, I was the chairperson of the Board of Governors for one of the SYDA secondary schools constructed in this country. Madam Speaker, there's a problem with the poor contract management which are given out to contractors in this country. You find out, Madam Speaker, if we take keen interest to investigate, you will find out that the contracts are given at national level and there is a mutual understanding between the contractor and people from the ministry. I want to give you an example. If the contract is worth 4 billions, for example, the contractor will come and sign the 4 billions, but in agreement that the 2 billions will be for the people within the ministry and the 2 billions will be for the contractor to do work. What will be the end results? The end results will be, Madam Speaker, we shall have shoulder work and we shall have substandard buildings constructed. I want to cite an example, Madam Speaker, in my constituency. There is a health facility, Health Center 2, that is Chiralamba Health Center 2 in Kakoge sub-county, which was elevated from Health Center 2 to Health Center 3. The contractor came and started the construction. The bricks he was using, there were those ones of sand mixed with cement, but of course you could kick it one blow and
Honorable Babadili. Then Mwesige, then Mwanda, finally KOMAKECH.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the loan. Madam Speaker, this loan is going to take services closer to the people. The aim of government is to ensure that when you have health centers, at least you should not go beyond 5 kilometers walkable distance. The same with the secondary schools in each sub-county. Madam Speaker, my problem is the large sub-counties. Madam Speaker, a place like Koboko, we have Lodara, which can be divided into 3. And we divided them into 3 sub-counties, and they're very large. A parish is as large as a sub-county. Then Lobule, the same, we divided into 3. But Madam Speaker, we never got these sub-counties. As a result, our health centers are scattered. Unfortunately, we got very few health center tools. When the project of 1 health center 2 per parish happened, when it reached Koboko, we ended up having only 1 per sub-county, and yet they are only very far from one another. Madam Speaker, I'm urging Ministry of Education and Health to let us loosen that aim of saying only per sub-county. Where their sub-counties are very large, we should be given the health center 3, or we upgrade the health center 2 in that area into 3 so that we benefit. Otherwise, we just pass money for other people.
Conclude. Half a minute.
Beg that Lobule at least gets 1 health center at Ombati, which is very far from Lurujo. The same with Ludara, we can upgrade even Bamure into health center 3 so that the services are taken nearer to our people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Babadi. Mosije, then Kamateka Bakabulindi, then I go to Mawanda. Close.
Thank you, Right Speaker. Right Speaker and dear colleagues, I also join my colleagues to support the borrowing of the $240 billion to construct and upgrade the schools and health centers. Right Speaker, any effort to add value to our future, and especially the future of our children, should be supported. Therefore, Right Speaker, it is only through these 2 tools, health and education, that we can ensure eradication of poverty and improvement of human resource, which is very well enshrined in the NRM manifesto. Therefore, I support, and it is only this effort that can ensure that the household incomes are increased, the good future of our children is assured, and I would have loved, Right Speaker, to see the ministers of education and health, because they are the end consumers of this loan, but I don't see them here. They are the ones to ensure utilization of this loan. They are the ones to ensure accountability of this loan. But if it was not done, but I would have loved them to be here so they can confirm to us that they are going to fully utilize and account for this loan. Otherwise, Right Speaker, I support the loan.
Kamateka Bakabulindi, and then Mawanda. What? Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also rise to support the loan, and I thank the chairperson. Right Honorable Speaker, we all support this loan because of the fact that it is improving service delivery in the areas of education and health. It is only an educated, forward-looking population that can achieve, and healthy population that can achieve socio-economic transformation. And so for those reasons and more, we do support the loan. We know that there are some of our kids that still study under trees and in dilapidated structures. So
for government to want to construct schools is very commendable. In the area of health, Right Honorable Speaker, we know that Ministry of Health tried to upgrade some of the health center 2s to health center 3s. And I'm saying some because I hope they do know that not all health center 2s were upgraded to health center 3s. Of course, I know that this is aimed at making sure that every sub-county has a health center 3, but we are concerned about the quality of services within these health centers, 3s and 4s, that the quality is badly lacking. And also the fact that there are some health center 2s, very nice buildings that were constructed, some of them with the assistance from donors, and they are just lying idle and they are now in bush. For me, when I joined Parliament, there was Right Honorable Speaker, because giving these examples is important. Rwamunyori in Kanyabwanga sub-county and others that have really have degenerated. They are just in bush because of the fact that government took on this policy of saying they want to have health center 3s, then they can operate at health center 2 level. Right Honorable Speaker, after all these years, we hope that government will now be in a position to move down to health center 2s, because that's where the population is, and that's where the mothers run to when they fall sick, the children fall sick in the night. So really would want to see government operate at health center 2 level. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable BAKABULINDI. Then Honorable Nawat.
Thanks very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'll be quick, just 3 points. But before I come to the Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the Honorable Minister of Finance for responding to the cries of the areas workers by providing their lunch allowance within the budget. I thank you very much for that. Right Honorable Speaker, coming to the I want to thank the Ministry, the Minister of Finance and the Chairperson for this important loan that provides social services to our people. As my colleague Mr. was talking, Right Honorable Speaker, I've been in this house, and that's something that I've been also complaining at cabinet level. I think in the future we need 2 types of requests of motions. One to come from the parent end user ministry, and another one from the Ministry of Finance. Because that's how we come to know that the borrowing is not initiated by finance, but it's a request by the end user. I have a reason why I'm stating that. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to get some clarification. If this important loan that goes to the sub-county, as I have heard from the minister, has a component of some bit of infrastructure. For instance, Right Honorable Speaker, you have heard that a district like Echotera, there are 2 sub-counties, Chebe sub-county where I come from, there is Nangoma sub-county. They are lacking, of course, health centers of the level 3, and we don't have secondary schools at the sub-county level. This is the opportunity we are going to use, but you cannot reach there. Of course, the floods of the rains cut off the road, and you have to park your vehicle at a distance of about 10 kilometers and use a boat. Now, if this loan has a component, because I've heard that component of not reaching there, is that loan going to cater for it? After all, it's short distance of about 10 kilometers. And I would be happy if such is put there, because if it's not provided for, those sub-counties will never be provided with those social services that we need. My colleague here was asking me why should the user end ministry bring a motion? Yes, I was the minister and you are aware. And I want to know, and that's why my colleague was complaining that where is the user ministries here? Somebody is requesting, finance is doing a good job. It's going to request for the money, but was that money requested by the user ministry? And if it was requested, what did they request? So that we can respond accordingly. I thank you.
Information from the chair of the National Economy.
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker. I would like to inform the colleague that when we are scrutinizing the loan, we met with the following ministries: Finance, Ministry of Education and Sports, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, Ministry of Water Environment, and the Ministry of Local Governments. And all these were represented by ministers in the meetings we held with them. So it was the Ministry of Education is aware and was part of those who initiated the request of this loan.
Honorable Mawanda.
I want to thank the chairperson for that response. You know, I have told you I have an experience in this house. Meeting different ministries or different people, it's a requirement to meet stakeholders. But I'm saying a request by the end consumer. Those are two different issues.
Honorable Mawanda. Mawanda, now what will close with MWIRU?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, allow me to use this opportunity to extend my sincere thanks to you, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, for the support you gave me when I was sending off my father. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I again rise to support the loan. However, I have two issues I'd like the government to pay attention to. One, much as we provide money for the projects and programs, we intend not to cater for those people who are going to supervise the projects that are going to take place. This is why you have had, Madam Speaker, that in some instances you find there is one contractor doing very many projects. And in some instances, he does not do the quality work simply because people to supervise him are not there. Secondly, Madam Speaker, while we are providing these services to our people, I need the government to take into consideration the issue of hard to reach areas. You will say you have provided a secondary school or health center in a sub-county, but you find the health center for that secondary school that has been provided, accessing it becomes a problem. A case in point, Madam Speaker, I have one of my sub-counties called Ruhumuro, which is neighboring Buwej. It is very hilly. You find the school is here, the family is in the Ministry of, the household is in the Ministry of Justice, but reaching here, you must first go to Busega and come back to this place at Parliament. So as they plan for these programs, Madam Speaker, I would like government to consider areas that are hard to reach, such that the services which are extended to people, they are able to enjoy them. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Nabonawat. Then MWIRU.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank government for coming up with this loan. Madam Speaker, it is true local governments are grossly underfunded, as indicated by the committee. And that is why when wind blows off their roofs or when the rains blow off the roofs, they fail to fix those iron sheets. So it is really good that government is now coming up to the rescue of the local governments. Madam Speaker, service delivery in education and health is still a challenge. And so it's good that government has thought about this. Madam Speaker, we still have, just a moment, Lope. We still have some districts with 1 or 2 secondary schools. Madam Speaker, Amudat has 10 sub-counties, but only 2 have secondary schools. And one time we went as a committee to Buvuma. They told us they had only 1 secondary school. I don't know whether they have added them any now. So, Madam Speaker, this denies our children access to education because the schools are far away and many cannot afford boarding fees. And as a result, after PLOE, girls get married. And it is worse with the FGM practicing districts. Because, Madam Speaker, the moment they get discouraged, immediately they think of getting married. It is secondary school education which keeps the girls. And in a way, they escape FGM because in secondary schools, they have reached a certain level, they are now enlightened, and they are exposed through interaction with the students from other communities. Information.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable, for giving way. When she talked about service delivery, we have been discussing a parish model. And you know, this health center tools were in the parishes. But right now, the target is sub-counties and upgrading for sub-counties. If a sub-county has more than two health center tools, and you know, some sub-counties are very big. Service delivery, I want to give information that service delivery is still going to be a challenge with the health. That is the information I wanted to give.
Look for that information. Madam Speaker, health is a challenge in Amudat sub-county. We only have one government health center for. And so people are forced to walk long distances to access facilities when referred to from health center 3. So, Madam Speaker, I thank government for coming up with this loan. Look at those districts lacking secondary schools and health center force. Madam Speaker, I would have also imagined that government should have talked of technical schools in this loan, because every day we are talking about unemployment. The youths are there all the time complaining, and indeed they are right because they don't have jobs. Why don't we have also a loan so that every sub-county without a technical school gets that technical school? Because, Madam Speaker, new programs are coming in like the MWIRU, we have the youth livelihood, but because the youths don't have skills, most of their projects are mismanaged. So, Madam Speaker, I think if those technical schools are provided, then our youths can get the skills and will therefore be able to manage their projects. I thank you.
Honorable MWIRU, finally.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this is an infrastructure development loan which anybody would be obliged to support. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I have a very big concern. And now I've been contracting contractors for these schools. I've had the benefit to interact with some of the people who have been involved in these constructions. And their concern, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, is that there is a cartel in the Ministry of Education, because which has actually taken over awarding contracts in this model. Because before, as a World Bank alone, contracting was at the district, and as a result, the local contractors would participate in the project. Once it was decentralized, that's why you realize one company having over 10 contracts for the same area. And you know what they are doing? They're only saying when they give you 10 schools to construct, 4 are not yours. 4 are for those people who are in the ministry, and the 6 are the one which concerns you. I interacted with some of the directors of the company. Actually, once they received the payment, the first certificate, they did not remit as it had been agreed. They were forced off the site. I had the benefit of interacting with them, and actually, if the Minister of Education was here, I would interact and give details of the same. So what we need to deal with, the loan is okay, but how these loans are being managed actually. That's why once we pass the loan, you see them celebrating, they will have finished. Yet our aim is to ensure that there is service delivery. I've been a beneficiary of such a school. That's why I have no problem with the project and then extending this, but the way the management of this is being done should be checked. And actually there's fear. The way the people are benefit out of, the way they have structured it, they're saying, you know, that is now is for the minister. And now that the minister is everybody fears to question. I wanted one time to work in the Ministry of Education and find out, is this true? That's why if I got a chance to pick the Minister of Education, I would share this. I've even actually gone to court. They had mobilized on the site. The way they were thrown out off the site, they didn't even value works they have done. They haven't refused to pay them anything. Yet these people were on the site because of those disagreement of sharing money out of the contract. They're not even given anything. That's why I challenge the chairperson of the committee to interact with the Minister of Education. They have called, the PS is aware of these complaints of those people. Once they refuse to perform as per those illegal arrangements, they are thrown out of the site. That's why many of them haven't even performed. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. Does the minister wish to? But you have just come. No, Pony. Former Chair of Education. Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to support the loan request, given the fact that it is for health and education, which are very vital in our lives. Right Honorable Speaker, I would also want to note that as the loans come, many times I think there should be a follow-up on how they are being used. Many times we've had schools being built, but they are cracked even before they are occupied. So if we are going to follow up, it will be right, it will be very good. And also, given the fact that every sub-county needs a school, this is also going to support majorly the girl child also, because there are girls who have dropped out of schools because they can't walk long distances to access schools in far places. And therefore, many of them have fallen prey to those either cruel men or those who look like sympathizers to them and have cut their education short. Right Honorable Speaker, I'd also like to bring the attention to the minister. The minister, I know whoever is here will be able to tell the minister that as we are trying to get other schools in other sub-counties, we should also note that the existing old schools, government schools, or the historic schools like Bukedi College, GULU High, Sir Samuel Baker, Masaba, Bubulo Girls, and many others are really in a sorry state. And if nothing is done, we shall have these schools like white elephants because they have lost the students. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
The numbers have gone down, and if urgency is not given to these schools, we might end up losing them. And yet there are schools that have made very many big people in this country. Right, Honorable Speaker, also for health, I want to beseech the minister that there are schools that are already, there are those health center tools that were constructed, but they have been abandoned because they had not been occupied, first of all, in the first place, because there was a ruling that they should not be there. But if they are built and if they are uplifted to maybe Health Center 3, it will also cut down the expense of having new ones being reconstructed. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I would like to respond to a few questions raised, but first I want to thank the members for your contribution and for the support of this important loan that is going to support our social services to the people of Uganda. One is the issue of supervision by committees of parliament in terms of implementation of loans. Madam Speaker, I think it's an important point that when the Committee of National Economy approves these loans, the sessional committees through oversight committee law, should be able to follow up and see how these projects are implemented. So I do agree with that proposition by Honorable Galiwango. The second is equity across the country. As I said, honorable colleagues, we are targeting sub-counties without secondary schools. We are targeting sub-counties without health center trees. Then the honorable leader of opposition said, now that we have debated and passed the Polish model, what will happen to the health center tools? The original proposal, position of government was that let us first develop and streamline the health center trees, equip them with skilled personnel, and then we see how to move down to the health center tools. But also I'm aware that there are some health center tools that have been upgraded to health center trees, especially where the geography and the terrain of the sub-counties are difficult. So I think as we now move into the parish model and offering services to the parish, it's an issue that we're going to discuss and see how best that can be addressed. The issue of traditional schools has already started renovating traditional schools, and there is a plan to renovate all traditional schools in the country to bring them back to their glory. And I'm sure that in the coming months, this house will have the reports. Naming, the Honorable Musasi talked about naming of these projects after the lenders. This money that we are borrowing is our money. The projects are for the projects of Uganda. And I think we should continue to abandon this colonial mentality that makes our people name the projects which are supposed to be our projects after other people. We should just name them. I mean, we should mention them as our partners. Yes, they are lenders, but the projects and the money is for us, because at the end of the day, this money will be paid by the people of Uganda. And finally, Madam Speaker, the issue of contractors has been noted, and I think it's something that we shall follow up during the implementation. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I request that this House considers and approves this important loan. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, now, in view of the proposal by members that there should be evidence of the participation of the sector committee in the loan, maybe we need a statement during the report that confirming from maybe the chair of the committee, sector committee, to say, yes, we were invited, we participated, we agree. I don't know, because now we don't know who met who and so on. Honorable Pendi?
Madam Speaker, I just want to confirm to this House that there were issues before. What Honorable BAKABULINDI was raising was something that was happening before. However, this has since changed, that in cabinet we cannot process a loan unless the relevant sector is actually involved. It was a challenge that sometimes finance would go ahead, negotiate for a loan, and you as the sector minister simply seize the paper in cabinet. But that has changed, and things have since been streamlined. So what Honorable BAKABULINDI is raising is something of the past. That's the confirmation that I wanted to make for this House. Thank you.
Maybe that is cabinet, but what I was talking about was our sector committee here confirming in the report that yes, we were invited, we participated. This is our view. That's what I'm talking about. Yes.
Maybe we can make it as a requirement that in the methodology of meeting stakeholders, the sessional committees should be part and parcel of the stakeholders to involve in processing of these loans. And I think if we do that, we will have solved the problem. But also, most importantly, task the sessional committees to help this House and the country to follow up these projects in the implementation of these projects.
Thank you. Now, OSHABE finally.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. And I want to thank the Minister for Finance for that, and you, Right Honorable Speaker, because it is very critical. Right Honorable Speaker, many times we discuss about issues when the sector committee is not aware. And you know, we've been passing supplementaries here when the sector committee, which is supposed to process the sector budget, has not been involved. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we should adopt that as a mode of operation, that if a loan comes, if a supplementary comes, they should first go to the sector committee. And the second sector committee makes recommendations to the committee, the Committee of National Economy or the Committee of Budget. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. Honourable members, I put the question that the question be put. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it. I put the question that this House will approve the proposal by government to borrow additional financing of special drawing rights 174.5 million from the International Development Association, IDA, of the World Bank Group to support the Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfers UGIFT program for results. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Item number 6, motion for resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow up to $31.64 million from the African Development Fund to finance the revenue shortfalls.
Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this is the very last one from the Committee of National Economy, and we want to thank members and the members of the committee for processing all the work apart from a few in the committee. And I therefore want to move a motion for the resolution of Parliament to authorize us to borrow up to unit of accounts 23 million, equivalent to $31.664 million from the African Development Fund to finance the revenue shortfall. I beg to move, Madam Speaker.
Is it seconded? Seconded motivation?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Madam Speaker, this is in line with what actually we passed yesterday to help government support the current budget of 2020-2021 to finance our budget, because after planning for these revenues, COVID came in, and we anticipate a revenue shortfall of 2.5 trillion by end of June. So we agreed that we mobilize resources from cheaper sources, and that's why we have gone externally to finance the project, finance the budget that we are currently implementing. So when this money is approved, it will be put in the consolidated fund to finance all activities of government. It's not tied to any particular project, but tied to all the activities of government. That's why we call it budget support. Madam Speaker, most of the issues regarding the budget support were discussed, debated, and actually answered to yesterday. We hope that today we'll be able to move on this loan quite quickly. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Can I invite our chair if they have considered this proposal?
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here to present a report of the Committee on National Economy on the proposal by government to borrow up to unit of accounts 23 million, units of accounts 23 million, equivalent to US dollars 31.64 million from African Development Fund to finance the revenue shortfalls. And before I do, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to lay on table the documents the committee considered or used when considering this loan request. One, the report of the Committee on National Economy on the proposal of government to borrow up to unit of accounts 23 million equivalent to US dollar 31.64 million from African Development Fund to finance the revenue shortfalls. The minutes of meetings held to consider the proposal by government to borrow up to unit of accounts 23 million equivalent to US dollar 31.64 million from African Development Fund to finance the revenue shortfalls. A briefed Parliament on the proposal by government to borrow up to unit of accounts 23 million equivalent to US dollar 36.64 million from African Development Fund to finance the revenue shortfalls. Loan agreement between the Republic of Uganda and the African Development Fund COVID-19 Response Support Program dated 17th July 2020, negotiated I repeat, negotiated disbursement letter from the African Development Group to the Permanent Secretary, Secretary Treasury, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, dated 17th July 2020, the appraisal report of the Uganda COVID-19 Crisis Response Support Program, dated 30th July 2020. I beg to lay right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Committee on the National Economy considered the proposal by government to borrow up to units of accounts 23 million, equivalent to US dollar 31.64 million from African Development Fund to finance the revenue shortfalls. The proposal was presented to this House by the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on 3rd of February 2021 and was accordingly referred to the Committee on National Economy for consideration in line with Rule 175(2)(b) of the Parliamentary Rules of Procedure. The committee considered and scrutinized the proposal and now begs to report. Methodology: the committee held meetings with the following: the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Minister of Health, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Uganda Revenue Authority, and Private Sector Foundation, Uganda. The documents reviewed, I've already read them out, Right Honorable Speaker. The current proposal to borrow up to unit of accounts 23 million, equivalent to US dollar 31.64 million from the African Development Fund, was meant to cover revenue shortfalls for particularly to benefit the health sector to implement the COVID-19 emergency response plan. However, the ministry delayed to process the money because the African Development Fund delayed to finalize their internal approval processes for the funds and therefore reduced their funding from US dollar 350 million to 31.64 million, the request we are now making. The money is still required this financial year, 2020-2021, to support the health sector approved development budget and to address the revenue shortfalls. Right Honorable Speaker, the budget for financial year 2020-2021 that was approved, it had within it budget support loans was 2,773.1 billion. The Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development proposed the borrowing of US dollar 650 million. Right Honorable Speaker, that's what was passed on yesterday. 640 million is 2,405 billion. And the difference between 2,773.1, which was approved as budget support for, to be financed by loans, is what what I'm presenting right now. That left a difference of 368.1 billion on the approved budget loan amount of the 2,773.1 billion. The UGX 368.1 billion will be financed as follows: 190 billion equivalent to UGX $49 million is from the original Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfers program resulting from the loan of 200 million that was approved by Parliament in 2018, and UGX 163 billion equivalent to 42.5 million is the first disbursement out of the 240 million as additional financing for the UGIFT loan proposal that is currently before Parliament for approval, just approved this morning. The balance, UGX 15.1 billion, is expected to be financed from the loan request before Parliament of unit of accounts 23 million, equivalent to 31.64 million from the African Development Fund. Government will therefore require additional financing to meet the inevitable extra revenue shortfall. The increased health sector financing requirement is to further manage and control the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as provide support to the ailing private sector, individual households, and the areas affected by COVID-19 in line with the comprehensive COVID-19 preparedness and the response plan. Right Honorable Speaker, let me turn to the proposed program support from African Development Fund specifically. The goal of the proposed program is to support Uganda national COVID-19 preparedness and response plan to strengthen the COVID-19 outbreak response mechanisms and mitigate the social and economic impacts of the pandemic. The program consists of three broad reinforcing components, namely: one, strengthening the COVID-19 outbreak health response mechanisms. Uganda remains at risk of infections from the neighboring countries due to trade, travel, and endogenous transmission from social linkages. The measures supported by the program will help to reduce the importation and risk of community transmission of COVID-19 through: one, achieving COVID-19 testing of at least 2.5% of the population, that's about 1 million people, tests, and at least 50% of health workers, that's 45,000 tests, and increasing the number of designated acute health care facilities with isolation capacity and equipment that meet the Ministry of Health standards with 20 to 100. These are critical for contact tracing, isolation, and eventual saving of lives. Two, strengthening livelihoods and social protection against COVID-19. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development projected low activity in industry and services sectors, leading to loss of jobs, further leading to decline in economic growth and an increase in the level of poverty. The informal sector, which is a key sector of Uganda's economy and employs a critical mass of 4 million people, was the most vulnerable because a lot of their work had been brought to a halt by the lockdown and the various social distancing interventions. The government announced a package of measures to enhance social protection and cushion the poor and the vulnerable groups against the impact of the pandemic. These include supplementary budget for additional social expenditure of UGX 284 billion, equivalent to $76 million, introduction of tax exemptions for items used for medical support to COVID pandemic. Three, coverage expansion of social assistance to new vulnerable populations, such as urban poor and the informal sector workers, including food distribution campaign for maize, flour, beans, and sugar to vulnerable people in Kampala and Wakiso district, increased access to essential hygiene supplies and clean water to vulnerable populations, reduction of fees on mobile money transactions and other electronic payment charges. The proposed programs will support a range of measures geared towards strengthening livelihoods and social protection. These include approval of COVID-19 social protection response plan and targeting guidelines, development response plans for education to ensure continuous learning, approval of an investment plan to increase access to essential hygiene supplies and clean water to vulnerable populations, development of a plan to expand coverage of social assistance to vulnerable populations and informal sector workers, approval of exemptions to items used for medical support, COVID-19 pandemic, and approval of fee reduction on person-to-person mobile phone transactions and other electronic payment charges. The measures supported by the program will help increase the population covered by social protection from 3% to at least 7%. The COVID-19 pandemic has heightened vulnerabilities and significant expansion of social protection has become critical to save lives and livelihoods. 3, protecting economic activities against COVID-19 shocks. The extreme challenge remains on how to manage the impact of COVID-19 to enable local businesses to gradually normalize while bringing fiscal consolidation on track. The long social distancing measures continue. The longer social distancing measures continue, the worse businesses will be affected, requiring liquidity support to avoid bankruptcy. To address these challenges, essential reforms are required to enable activity to gradually normalize and strengthen fiscal consolidation that would contain the fiscal deficit. Furthermore, steps are also needed to improve public finance management and strengthen the anti-corruption framework to increase the efficiency, effectiveness, transparency, and accountability of COVID-19 related expenses. The program measures will help support the private sector, protect economic resilience, and provide some certainty for business. The measures will reduce the high risk of women's economic position by increasing their resilience to cope with the shocks. With women being the backbone of the economy and food security, the social protection schemes targeting women will provide the market stimulating response to meet basic needs and have significant positive impact on communities' adaptation to the effects of COVID-19. The program will also contribute to ensuring that regional member countries persevere with continued implementation of ongoing reforms of the ADF 15 commitment areas that critically impact on the economic resilience. The cost and financing of the financing terms. Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development proposed borrowing of US dollar 31.36 million, approximately 116 billion UGX from the ADF to finance this program. The ADF financing terms are as follows: loan amount, unit of accounts 23 million equivalent to 31.64 million US dollars, maturity period 40 years, grace period 10 years, repayment period 30 years, service charge. The loan has no interest charged, but has a service charge of 0.75 and a commitment % per annum on the withdrawn loan amount and commitment fee of 0.5% per annum on the undisbursed loan amount. The loan terms and conditions. The loan has the following terms and conditions. 1, approval by Parliament. 2, legal opinion of the Attorney General on the loan documentation. Letter to the bank authorizing persons to sign withdrawal applications together with specimen signatures. Uganda economic response strategies to COVID-19. Approved amendment bills on fiscal policy by Parliament and tax procedures and code. Tax procedures code, Bill 2020, allowing deferment of payment of income taxes for companies and other persons involved in the business of manufacturing, tourism, and horticultural sectors whose turnover is less than 500 million shillings. Constitutionality of the loan. Right Honorable Speaker, Table 3 deals with the constitutionality of this loan. And in short, the loan is concessional since its grant element is 59%, or 59% is much higher than the concessional limit of 35% as per the Public Debt Management Framework of 2018. The present discounted value of the loan from the ADF is lower than the nominal value of the loan. This implies that the total future payment of the loan is cheaper than the proposed amount to be borrowed in present terms. The total future payment of the loan will be US $38.17 million after the loan period of 40 years. Right Honorable Speaker, regarding on the impact of this loan on debt sustainability, the figures being reported are factored in this as borrowing already. So when we say the proposed borrowing of US $31.64 million will increase the debt, or the debt will remain sustainable, it is already factored in. Our observations, Right Honorable Speaker, and the rest we may read. The committee observed that the loan was meant to cover revenue shortfalls for financial year 2019-2020, particularly to benefit the health sector to implement the COVID-19 emergency response plan. However, the ministry delayed the process. The money became the African Development Fund delayed to finalize their internal approval process to the funds, and even thereafter reduced the funding from $350 million US to $31.64 million US. The committee also notes that the government has been slow in the fulfillment of loan effectiveness conditions upon signing of loan agreements in order to trigger the disbursement of committed loans funds by the implementation of debt financed projects. The committee recommends that government should ensure the speedy fulfillment of effective conditions of loan financing agreements in order for committed funds to be released by the ADF on time to guarantee the timely implementation of this program. Accountability of COVID-19 budget. The committee noted that Minister of Health received supplementary allocations to the budget of UGX 337.5 billion for financial year 2019-20 and the financial year 2020-2021 for several interventions to address the COVID-19 budget. However, some concerns have been raised on the realization of the intended outputs. A case in point is the issue of procurement of masks at UGX 53.475 billion, where the Minister of Health indicated that some districts did not receive masks. In addition, the Ministry of Health District COVID-19 Task Force, as well as the National COVID-19 Task Force, received several donations from both corporate companies and private individuals to help in the fight against COVID-19. However, many of the task forces have not made public the utilization of the received donations, which could affect further public trust should an emergency need arise. The committee recommends that the public should be made aware of the utilization of the received COVID-19 donations by the various COVID-19 task forces, indicating the utilization of both cash and in-kind donations so as to build public trust. In addition, the Office of the Auditor General should carry out an audit on the COVID-19 budget to obtain reasonable assurance on the accountability and value for money aspects of the COVID-19 budget. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, the proposed loan, the committee recommends that the request by government to borrow additional financing of up to unit of accounts 23 million, equivalent to 31.64 million US dollars from the African Development Fund to finance the revenue shortfalls be approved, subject to the recommendations herein. I beg to report, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and the members of the Committee of National Economy. I just have some few questions. Honorable Chair, on page 5, you are talking about strengthening livelihoods and social protection against COVID-19. And I think I would like to know who are these urban poor and informal sector workers? How are you going to handle them? Because I see the same group of Kampala and Wakiso, which you gave money last year, because we gave you 89 billion. We gave you 89 billion last year to deal with this issue. But the same groups are what I see here. Second, I want to see development of a plan to expand coverage of social assistance to vulnerable populations. Where is this plan? We would like to hear about it. There is also the part 3 on page 6, protecting economic activities against COVID shocks. I don't know which people you are protecting against these shocks, because the nursery schools have closed after being closed 1.5 years. The private schools are completely dead. The gyms are dead. The banks continue to ask for interest. So I don't know. I think I'm seeing explanations. How are you going to apply this? How does the money reach the people? Who are you targeting here? Who are you targeting? This is your report. Promoting economic activities against COVID. People have had their properties sold because of bank loans. Interest is still being charged. So who are you protecting? Honorable, maybe before Honorable Lucy and Saul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, starting from where you stopped, I want to first of all thank the committee for the report.
Please use the microphone. Use the microphone.
I'm saying I want to thank the committee for the report. And I had the member when he was presenting about the COVID funds. Madam Speaker, I think in the last supplementary, as a House, we did well to support the Ministry of Health by ensuring that the monies needed were availed. Madam Speaker, just like you raised some of the concerns about the COVID money, I also have very serious concerns, because much as we made the monies available, most of our regional hospitals that were supposed to be equipped with some of the ICU beds, ventilators. Most of them were not fitted simply because the facilities or the infrastructure was not befitting. So for me, Madam Speaker, my question is, why would we ask for a supplementary knowing that we are not ready? Because there are so many equipment that have been dumped somewhere there. They are not in use. They have not been installed. So just like the committee came up with some sort of audit, I totally agree with this because I believe a lot of money has not been put to good use. And I totally agree with the committee on that we must ensure that audit is done, especially in that line. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the chairman for your report. Madam Speaker, I want to start with the Minister of Finance has been heard several times saying that the economy is whistling it, the public, that the economy is moving very high in a whistle. Now, the economy, when you talk about your economy doing very well, that means your revenue is growing because you cannot run the economy without collecting money to get money to run the country. Now, here we are, the minister is asking for a loan to finance revenue shortfall. Now, between you and the minister, SYDA, who is telling lies? Honorable Speaker, I want to put this on record, and I'm warning the ministry, finance, that the kingdom of Uganda has even sued you, asking them to pay them their 215 billion debt. Now, if you cannot pay, why don't you use the same money you add on that you also pay Uganda their money on this loan? Because it's again out of revenue. However, Honorable Speaker, for me, I want them to be very serious on this matter because still the money they would pay the kingdom comes from revenue. And they are going to have a serious litigation because the Attorney General was also warned long ago. Honorable Speaker, he has talked about COVID money and what was collected. This parliament, you gave us money here. I want to thank you very much. And I had refused to take it back. The intimidation became very tough. I had to get that money and bring it back to the commission, 20 million. But I had already bought a portion of worth 10 million for my constituents, food. And the RDCs have never accounted for it. Other members took the money to the RDCs, but the committee has not captured that. However, for us, we are here under duress about this money. Now, Madam Speaker and honorable members, anything dealing with the hospitals, whether it is a loan, once you don't mention, you don't talk about new districts and the new sub-counties, I can't support you. We were living in Masaka city, which is a city now. Our hospital, Kalungu, was Masaka, regional referral. Now, my district, Kalungu, has only one health center, which is almost a dead volcano. So, as you get all this loan, because of the revenue shortfall, I don't agree with you. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, because of decorum, I'm not going to mention names, but we have information. Some big fish in URA were forced by the president to resign before they would be arrested because they were stealing money as they were collecting revenue. Honorable Bahati, as finance, have you taken keen interest in those people who are stealing money from URA, yet they are working there to cause all losses? Money is collected and is stolen. Then here, we want to get a loan to fill those virtues of our perennial thieves in this country, and we continue suffering. So I want to thank Madam Speaker, but before I want to know from the minister, Buganda Kingdom has asked us, members of parliament, even if they are not asked us, when are we getting the Buganda debt of 215 billion? Put it on this loan so that you stop paying interest in this loan and our Kabaka continues enjoying his life forever and ever. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister? Oh. Honorable Minister?
So, Madam Speaker, this particular loan was submitted and requested for by the World Bank some time back, at the time when we were hit most by COVID. It was requested for at the time when we were hit most by COVID, when the World Bank was supporting countries.
Use the microphone, we can't hear you. Use the microphone, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me, madam? You can hear me? Yeah, Madam Speaker, this particular loan was requested for by the World Bank at a time when we were hit most by COVID. The World Bank had put in place a facility to help all countries to address COVID-related matters through budget support. We have delayed in the internal processes, but this facility is still available. And we are requesting that we go ahead with it to finance shortages in our revenue and also target to areas that are COVID related. And one of the key COVID related effects on the economy is actually a shortage in revenue. So when these resources are applied, approved, some of them will go to finance activities in the health sector. For example, to contribute towards purchase of vaccines, to support materials that are needed in the health services, but also part of it will go to some institution like UDB, support companies that are struggling. So that is what we mean by budget support. But we want focus on areas that actually are hit most by the pandemic of COVID. So some of the literature that we have is outdated because we submitted this loan quite some time back, but we have since moved on, but we still need this money to support areas that have been hit most by COVID and through the budget support, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister, how would a trader in Chidera who had to close his business access this money? That's what I want to know.
So, Madam Speaker, when we put money in the budget support, we are putting money in the consolidated fund. What are those programs that we have to support the traders in areas of KIBAALE, in areas of Kamuli? We have put programs like the Microfinance Support Center. So when we finance a Microfinance Support Center, we are saying if you're a trader in Kamuli or KIBAALE, you can access money through that. Despite the challenges of Emyoga, but was one of the ways that is putting money directly to companies that are in the rural areas. Money in post office. Those are the areas that we think the people in the rural areas can access.
Madam Speaker, I've just asked the minister about the Uganda issue, and he knows it. Can we know when are you paying? Because it's becoming bigger, and it's attracting interest. Since you are going to pay for interest in this loan, why don't you pay Uganda its money, 215 billion, as they demand for other things? We want that money, Honorable Minister, whether it's supplementary or a loan. Pay Uganda their debt, and the Kabaka feels better.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. it is true that we have an obligation with the Kingdom of Uganda, like we have had with the Church of Uganda, like we have had with the Roman Catholic Church, and we are programming to pay the balance in July next year.
Madam, that is a government assurance. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think it's a government assurance now in July. Thank you, Right, Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I have a clarification I need from the minister. It is in regards to this company called Test and Fly. I know they are involved in testing COVID almost in all the border points. My point of concern is how much do they contribute to the consolidated account, because they are using government facilities, and from the information I got, these people are actually not remitting the money. It is a purely private company doing the COVID tests, using government facilities. So I am interested in knowing how much are they plowing back into the account to help us with some of the gaps, especially when it comes to issues of management of COVID-19. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, we agreed that this is treated as non-tax revenue. So the company that is doing testing at the borders, we have a ratio that is submitted to the consolidated fund. But I do not have the figures here now, but I can cross-check with our system and get back to you, Honorable Lusakelo.
Okay, honourable members, I put the question that the question be put. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Let's have it. I now put the question that this House do approve the proposal to borrow unit of accounts equivalent to USD 31.64 million from African Development Fund to finance the revenue shortfalls. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Item number 3, motion for adoption of the report of the Budget Committee on supplementary expenditure number 5 and addendum to schedule number 5 for financial year 2020-2021.
Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion for adoption of the report of the Budget Committee on the supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 and addendum to the schedule number 5 for the financial year 2020-2021.
Is it seconded? Seconded? Justified? Justification?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We did submit a supplementary request to this House and has been considered by the committee. The main objective of this supplementary was to finance the UNOC after signing of the final investment decision by the oil companies to be able to honor our obligations. And we submitted a request of 481 billion to do that. We also had external finances that were not appropriated at the time when we appropriated the budget for this financial year. especially to finance the roads under UNRWA, amounting to almost 101 billion. We have experienced shortages in salaries out of promotion of staff and also transfers of some. And also we have some classified expenditure under the State House. All these required to us come back according to the law and request the House to appropriate these funds. Now that we are remaining with a few days and months in the financial year, and given the difficulties that we will experience, we think that this is the right time to consider this request and therefore support us and be able to implement these activities before the end of the financial year. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
The Chair of the Budget Committee.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to present the report of the Budget Committee on the supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 and the addendum to the same schedule for the financial year 2020-2021. Right Honorable Speaker, on the 11th March 2021, the Honorable Minister of Finance laid before Parliament a supplementary expenditure schedule number 5, amounting to 481 billion shillings. And on the 13th April, the same Honorable Minister again laid before Parliament an addendum to supplementary expenditure schedule number 5, amounting to 214.5 billion shillings. These supplementary requests require prior approval by Parliament as provided for by the Constitution and the Public Finance Management Act. Madam Speaker, Table 1 presents the supplementary expenditure requests that have been presented to this Parliament. We had Schedule 1, we had Schedule 2, we had addendum to Schedule 2, we had Schedule 3, we had the addendum to Schedule 3, and another addendum to Schedule 3, and the Schedule number 4, addendum number 1 to Schedule 4, and addendum number 2 to Schedule 4. And now we have Schedule 5 with the addendum. The supplementary schedule number 5 we are referred by the Speaker to the Budget Committee for scrutiny and reporting, and the committee has considered the request and wishes to report as follows. In Part A, we present the methodology, legal framework, and preliminary observations. And in Part B, we present the proposed supplementary estimates and the corresponding justification, observations, and recommendations. Madam Speaker, I beg to skip Part A and go straight to Part B. In Part B, we have the justification for the proposed supplementary request under Schedule number 5 for the financial year 2020-21. Right Honorable Speaker, Schedule number 5 is over and above the 3% legal limit, and therefore requires prior approval of Parliament before the expenditure can be allowed. And this is in line with Section 25(1) of the Public Finance Management Act as amended. Below is the justification of the supplementary expenditure request under Schedule number 5 and the addendum. Requests under Schedule 5 are number 1, Vote 008, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
they need 481 billion shillings. This request was presented to us by the ministry as a subvention to the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC, for its portion of equity investment into the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, ECOP Limited, for the construction of the crude oil pipeline for transporting Uganda's crude oil from Hoima to the port of Tanga in Tanzania, and to enable access to this oil to international markets. This will leave a balance of United States dollars 163.5 million yet to be paid as Uganda's 15% equity contribution into the pipeline. Construction of this pipeline is slated to begin in June 2021 with other shareholders, including Total East Africa BV owning 62%, Sinuk owning 8%, and Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation owning 15%. The project, estimated at United States dollars 4.291 billion, will be completed in 36 months. The government of Uganda has committed to its shareholding in the pipeline project, and it's important for the government to honor its equity obligation. The committee recommends the approval of 481 billion shillings as part of Uganda's 15% equity contribution in the East Africa Crude Oil Pipeline, ECOP Limited, to facilitate construction of the oil pipeline from Hoima in Uganda to Tanga in Tanzania. The other category of requests comes under the addendum 1 to schedule number 5. And this contains number 1A, State House, requesting for 28.352 billion shillings. State House is requesting for this money to comprise 25 billion as classified expenditure and 3.352 to cater for operational expenses at the Secretariat of the Project on the Presidential Scientific Initiative on Epidemics. The committee recommends the approval of 28.352 billion shillings to State House for the purpose as stated above. B, vote 008, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, a request of 2.7 billion shillings. The Ministry of Finance has requested for additional resources amounting to 2.7 billion shillings to be spent as follows. Number 1, 1.2 billion shillings for transfer to the Tax Appeals Tribunal to enable the agency to dispose of the backlog of tax appeals. Number 2, 1.491 billion shillings for transfer to the privatization unit to facilitate the institution carry out its residual activities, given that the unit is winding up its operations by 30th June 2021. The committee recommends the approval of shillings 2.7 billion to Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for the activities as specified above. C, vote 170 MWIRU Regional Referral Hospital, an amount of 0.73 billion shillings. MWIRU Regional Referral Hospital has requested for an additional 730 million shillings to complete construction of the surgical complex. The committee was informed that the construction had stalled for 2 years because of the failure of government to raise money as per the signed contract. The committee recommends the approval of 730 million shillings to MWIRU Referral Hospital to complete the surgical complex.
D, vote 113, Uganda National Roads Authority. They are requesting for 101 billion shillings, 101 billion 999,242,715 shillings. The amount is required to cater for external financing for 3 projects, namely Hoima Wanseko Road Project, number 2, Kampala Northern Bypass, and number 3, Dembale Buvulo Ruakaka Road Project, given the disbursement of funds by the development partners for each project. The committee was informed that the funding comes from the European Union, African Development Bank, and Exim Bank China, as summarized in table 1 below. From the China Exim Bank, we are funding the critical oil roads, and in this case, Hoima Wanseko, the request is 77.1 billion shillings. Kampala Northern Bypass by European Union, the request is 4 billion shillings. From the African Development Bank, to upgrade Mbale Buguro Rwakaka, the request is 20.8 billion shillings, which makes a total of 101.9 billion shillings. The committee recommends the approval of this amount to cater for external financing of the said 3 projects. E, we present vote 784, Kitgum Municipal Council, an amount of 96.8 million shillings. This municipality requested for an additional 0.097 billion shillings to cater for unreleased education capitation grant in the financial year 2018-19 to the Kitgum Core Primary Teachers College. The committee found no problem with that and has recommended for its approval. F, local government, the Uganda Government Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfer, UGFID, shillings 10.7 billion. The committee was informed that additional co-funding of shillings 10.7 billion is required under the Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfer project for respective local governments to upgrade health center 2s and 3s and the construction of SYDA secondary schools. Number 1, shillings 1.5 billion shillings required for the completion of construction of SYDA secondary schools under UGFID. These are unspent balances in the financial year 2019-2020. And we present these unspent balances and the requests in table 4. We have presented the districts of Jumani district, Busia, Yumbe, and Bugweri district. Roman 2, shillings 4.354 billion shillings for the upgrade of health center 2s to 3s under Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfer. These were also unspent balances from the financial year 2019-2020. And the affected districts are presented in table 5 below. And these districts include Ajumani, Bundibujo, Busia, Kasese, Muwende, Sironko, Oyam district, Buhweju, Queen, Bugweri, and Kazo. And the corresponding requests have been indicated in table 5. Roman 3, 1.256 billion shillings, funding for local revenue collected over and above the approved budget for the financial year 2020-21. Table 6 presents the local revenue collected by different districts. with the corresponding figures. We have Mayuge district, we have Untoroko, we have Mbarara district and Ruwero district, and the corresponding figures are given in table 6. 4 is shillings 3.565 billion, which is counterpart funding for the primary capitation grant to cater for the government of Uganda contribution towards the Uganda intergovernmental fiscal transfer reform in order to meet the disbursement link indicators and to trigger disbursement of funds from the World Bank. These are presented in table 7, the distribution list of the beneficiary districts are all indicated in table 7. It's a long schedule. Moving from page 9, page 10, page 11, and page 12. And that gives you the grand total that I talked about of 3.565 billion shillings. In B, we have requests relating to the various central and local governments in form of wage shortfalls, an amount of 69.993 billion shillings. There's no comma there, it's a full stop. 69.993 billion shillings. The committee observed that the wage shortfall resulted because of additional recruitment and transfers of teachers and health workers across local governments. The committee was concerned, but was informed that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and the Ministry of Public Service are undertaking measures to curtail wage shortfalls as have been indicated above. And the following are some of the measures: developing the human capital management system, which shall seamlessly interface with the program budgeting system, the PBS, and the integrated financial management system, IFMIS, to ensure that recruitment plans are directly linked to the funding available in the budget, and that the wage payments on the IFMIS are based on the payroll captured in the human capital management system. Table 8 presents those central government institutions and the local governments that are sharing this wage allocation, which amounts to 69,992,622,471. That money has been distributed within various central government institutions as indicated in table 8 as part 1, and in part 2 we present the beneficiary local governments. The table stretches from page 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. The committee wishes to recommend approval of funding for the wage shortfalls for various central and local governments as reflected in table 8 above. Conclusion. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I request the House to approve supplementary expenditure under schedule number 5 and the addendum thereto for the financial year 2020-21 as highlighted in table 9 and detailed in Annex 1 and 2. In table 9, we present the summary of supplementary expenditure recommended for approval as contained in schedule number 5 and the addendum. We present the recurrent and development expenditure between central government and local government. The total amount of money that we are presenting for approval is 695,538,257,925. So that's the money we are presenting. For the central government, To break down that figure, we have 627,930,796,809. And for local government, a total of 67,607,461,116. We have in the Annex 1 and Annex 2, where we present the details of the supplementary expenditure estimates, which we recommend for supply under Annex 1. Recurrent for both recurrent in Annex 1 and development in Annex 2. Madam Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the Budget Committee. Is it true there's a minority report?
Personally, I'm not aware of the minority report. If it is there, you haven't given me. I'm a Christian. I cannot lie. You have not given me the minority report.
Okay.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for allowing me to present a minority report. Right Honorable Speaker, we are not very delighted to consistently present a minority report. But in my view, is to give this parliament an opportunity to look holistically on what is presented so that the budget we pass from an informed position. Right Honorable Speaker, the supplementary schedule number 5 was laid on the 11th March 2021 by Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, amounting to Uganda shilling 481 billion. This was followed on the 13th April 2021 by an addendum to supplementary expenditure schedule number 5, amounting to 214 billion 538 million 257,925 million. This supplementary request required prior approval by Parliament as provided for by the Constitution and the Public Finance and Management Act as amended 2015. First one to Rule 202, Right Honorable Speaker, the rules of our rules of procedure. The Parliament of Uganda, we hereby present a dissenting opinion from the opinion of the majority of the Budget Committee. Areas of dissent are as follows. 1, national stake in the oil pipeline project, which is the main in this supplementary. Number 2, no source of funding has been identified as yet. Number 3, an unaudited historical cost. Number 4, wrong computation for historical cost. Number 5, foreseeability of the US dollars 70 billion of the same project. Number 6, transfer of civil servants is supposed to be budget neutral. Areas of dissent in detail, Right Honorable Speaker. We dissented with the majority of the committee regarding sources of funding towards the supplementary and lack of clear and consistent information of Uganda's stake in the crude oil pipeline and refinery, the purpose of which funds are being requested. Dissenting observations are as follows. One, Uganda's national interest in the oil pipeline project at stake. On the 11th of March, 2021, the ministry presented a request for Uganda shilling 481 billion to facilitate the Uganda National Oil Company, sign off investment decision on projects under oil and gas related to the refinery and pipeline. The initial information indicated that Uganda has 15%, while Tanzania had 5%. According to that document, Right Honorable Speaker, Total had 72%, according to that document laid before Parliament, while the rest belonged to SINOC, but later the share allocation changed, where now Tanzania has 15, and Uganda has 15, and Total has 62%. And the rest remaining, as it were, and decisions of the board, as per the agreement which is laid before us, can only be taken by 2 directors who command 75%. This, therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, means the share of Tanzania and the share of Uganda cannot determine any decision in this project. This means that no decision can be taken in this project without Total agreeing to it, and the 10% shares of Tanzania can only be sold to Total according to the agreement laid before Parliament. This could jeopardize the national interest in both the short and long term, Right Honorable Speaker. Recommendations. We reject the supplementary until the national interests are secured in this project. And this will necessitate amendment to the agreement already laid before us. Until that is done, Right Honorable Speaker, will be deciding in error. Number 2, no source of funding. The Ministry of Finance indicated that they intend to finance the supplementary through domestic borrowing and proceeded to do the same through the Committee of National Economy to establish the source of funding. As of now, Right Honorable Speaker, the Committee of National Economy has not approved this borrowing for reasons best known to themselves. Hence, no source of funding so far for this supplementary. It is a basic requirement under the Budget Act and the Public Finance Management Act and the common practice of prudent management of the budget process. Right Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, will recall your own guidelines which you gave Parliament on the 10th of July in the year 2014 concerning the processing of supplementary budget. Recommendation: we reject the supplementary until the Committee of the National Economy gives clarity as to the source of funding and bring to Parliament for approval. Number 3, an audited historical cost. This historical cost, as highlighted in Appendix A attached to the report which is already uploaded, have not been audited, and therefore we cannot act upon the figures presented. Recommendation: delay approval. We recommend delay of approval until historical costs are established. Number 4, wrong computation for historical costs. This is a very interesting section, and I would like people to listen carefully. The total costs are $400 million. A 15% of Uganda's share gives $60 million, as requested in the supplementary. But the funding model for this project is based on the debt equity ratio of 60:40, for which the total project for which the total project cost US dollars 4,291. See letter attached from UNOC to the budget committee marked A. And because of the above total cost, the funding requirement for UNOC under the agreement is US dollars 293.5. Yet it is meant to be US dollars 233.5 billion, because out of the total cost, they should have subtracted that amount from the 400 million and remain with US dollars 3,891,000,000, which meant that the payment will be 1,555 million US dollars, and UNOC share is now 233.5. Given the above analysis, Right Honorable Speaker, honestly, historical costs also should have been computed on a debt equity ratio of 60-40. And that would give Uganda 24 US dollars billion only out of the 400 billion. Therefore, this request of US dollars 60 million is in error. It is inflated. It should have been 24, but it is put as $36 billion. Recommendation: we recommend delay until we establish the correct computation of the share that Uganda should be responsible for. Number 5, Right Honorable Speaker, foreseeability of the US dollar 70 billion. The US dollar 70 billion that is required to meet our obligation for the next financial year was foreseeable at the time of budgeting, the budget of which we have just recently passed, which is just a few days ago, Right Honorable Speaker. I still wonder why it was not included in the budget figures we supplied just 2-3 days ago. In any case, the Ministry of Finance has a virgin window of 3% and consolidated fund for any emergency operation that may emerge. Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend the need for the project, the need for any fund for this particular project can wait for the next financial year because it is a foreseeable expenditure as far as our law is concerned. Right Honorable Speaker, transfer of civil servants is supposed to be budget neutral. A total of 69.993 billion is required to take care of wage shortfalls as a result of additional recruitment and transfer of teachers and health workers across local government that are not backed up by availability of funds in the vote wage ceiling. Transfer of civil servants from one local government in a financial year ideally should be budget neutral because they were previously budgeted for anyway in the wage bill for that financial year. To our dismay, Right Honorable Speaker, the whole of 69.9993 billion is going to be funded through additional revenue and borrowing as if no budget was done for the same personnel. This is done in error. So what happens to the money that was initially budgeted for their wages and salaries, wherever they were before the transfer? Can we get that explanation first? It should have been a simple reallocation, not a request for supplementary budget to fund the entire process, the entire budget, as if those personnel never existed in the service of local government. Our recommendation, Right Honorable Speaker, the government should reallocate the money we provide in the budget for financial year 2020-21 as wage for the same civil servants. I beg to submit on behalf of my colleague, Honorable Mwanga Kivumbi. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Silio Gwal. On behalf of the team of Honorable Gwal and Honorable Mwanga, members, you have heard the main report and the minor report. Can you have your comments? Any comments for the members? Honorable Mukhtari.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the Chairman Budget for moving the majority report and the Honorable Sia Ogwal, my auntie, for moving the minority report. My preliminary concern, Right Honorable Speaker, whereas I would want Parliament to put a lot of concentration in supporting, say, the National Oil Company, Ministry of Energy, Petroleum Authority, to have the first oil yesterday. I am not comfortable in a piecemeal, in a disaggregated way. Parliament has been denied information. In the 9th Parliament here, we worked on the good laws on how we are going to move forward with the oil industries. The laws did give birth to the Petroleum Authority to the National Oil Company. And Right Honorable Speaker, just 3.5 years ago here, we did agree with government on how they are going to have a multi-sectoral integrated approach. And a multi-sectoral matrix was brought here. It's supposed to be costed. Parliament should know how much National Oil Company requires, Petroleum Authority requires, but most importantly, the other government ministries, departments, and agencies who must also participate so that we produce this oil. If the oil companies are going to spend over $15 billion, but government up to now has not brought in a Parliament at a time when we are approving a budget in the year 1 of the development phase, how much counterpart funding we need. Then you're going to continue coming here with supplementaries today, and then the other day you come in an ugly way. And I can tell you, if we don't fix that lacuna, the oil companies are going to charge us for every delay. Because we are saying the National Oil Company state participation 15%. But this should have been foreseeable. We are coming today, okay, now that we have signed, we need a supplementary. That is very ugly, that is very shabby, and I'm telling you, the oil companies have their numbers, they have their timelines. For every delay, Uganda will pay more in recoverable cost. And therefore, we shall not have the profit oil to benefit. I would like to plead that really, as we end this financial year, finance has presented itself in a very ugly way. You are running in the finance committee, you are in the economy for a loan, budget committee as a supplementary, as if we did not know. And why also, at a time when we know the revenue side is not clear, we are asking to come with supplementary when we don't even the source of funding. So I find some very important reasons in the minority report, much as I would want to speak for funding the oil sector if we are going to succeed. Honorable Speaker, just at the time when the minister presented a lot of I had requested that Ministry of Energy working with finance, they should be open to Parliament. We gave a communication strategy. Access to information is constitutional. to come and update Parliament. I am wondering how the next Parliament is going to finance the development phase of oil and gas when actually Parliament is lacking information. The other day we just trust here to tell us what was being signed in an agreement. This information should come first, not rushing here to say we don't want to accuse Parliament of refusing a supplementary when you have not given them information. As Regional Prime Minister comes in, Regional Prime Minister 3.5 years ago, I came to your office when the Minister Lokeris responded to our question with how we are going to finance the oil and gas sector holistically, integrated, multi-sectoral, with a matrix, with processes, with a mandate. But now, when you come only speak for National Oil Company, but I know we don't have money for water obstruction in the Ministry of Water. I know NEMA still needs more money. We still have land issues. I find it very shabby, and I pray that we find. The final point, Honorable Speaker, I think government must be very clear when we sign this PSA that we are, the state participation is only 15%. We should be very sure that that's what we want. Because I can see in an event that the oil company is renegated, we cannot have, this is our fallback position as a state participation. But the way we are proceeding, looking for money by supplementary, 15%, we are basically saying, any lawyer will tell you, a minority 15%, you have no say in that industry. So have we agreed that we are in a deliberately joint venture partner-led industry, international oil company-led industry, and that government, we are going to be spectators following them? I think that is very dangerous. We may also have to review that position. How I wish that now that we are in the budget process, government should bring on Parliament on board with the whole information. What is this deal we are going into? This is ECOP, but there is the other industrial park, which is redundant in Hoima. There is the processing unit, both at Kingfisher and Tilenga. Everything is quiet. When will government get this, Parliament get this information? So that when you're asking them for a supplementary, when you're asking them for budget, they understand. Right now, I can say information is not forthcoming, and you want Parliament to blindly just support. And therefore, it would be important that the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, and they first give us more information so that we move knowing what we require. And we would even support 10% across the board budgeting to make sure first oil is given. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
OSHABE, MWIRU, OSHABE and MWIRU, and then Amede. Kefa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to talk about this supplementary. Right Honorable Speaker, recently I was going through the Public Finance Management Act, and I discovered that Articles 25 was amended, where we examined the supplementaries as far as certain criteria was concerned. But when it was amended, Right Honorable Speaker, it was left with no other safeguards. So the minister can come here, whether the matter would be foreseeable, whether the matter could have been postponed, we no longer have that safeguard. That's why they can reluctantly come here and these days approve anything. And it's my appeal, Right Honorable Speaker, if it was an oversight on this House, Article 25 should be reinstated so that we process there's always a way to subject some of these supplementaries. Having said that, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to associate myself with the minority report. Honorable Speaker, when a minority report comes up and it shows us an anomaly in our Uganda's interest in the oil pipeline project and the stake, Right Honorable Speaker, and they come up to say this is what this is what we must pay, unless it is well explained. This House must listen and we ensure that we do not lose money to people who are always plotting against Ugandans. Right Honorable Speaker, that matter of ECOP, Right Honorable Speaker, we should give either we stand over this until we get a clear explanation. The wrong computation for historical costs, Right Honorable Speaker. These are matters we must listen as this House. Otherwise, if we just sit here and we just pass money like that, Ugandans are watching, they are seeing us. Because when people come up to say there is a mistake here, and this is the only place they can appeal to, we must give them an ear. Matters must be explained, Right Honorable Speaker. I therefore reject this supplementary until these matters are explained better. Thank you very much. I beg to submit.
Honorable MWIRU.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to oppose the supplementary, and my opposition to supplementary, Right Honorable Speaker, is premised on the fact that the government has no known source for funding the said supplementary. Right Honorable Speaker, a week back, the Minister of Finance, Honorable Bati, who was holding fort, informed this House that we ran a cash budget. And that arose as a result when I was opposing to us passing a budget as Parliament, then Finance, sitting Minister of Finance, and determine on what they should spend on even after we have passed the budget. Right Honorable Speaker, all distortions of the national budget have arisen as a result of these supplementaries. Without showing the source to fund the supplementary, it is crystal clear that if the areas passed the supplementary are of interest to the people in the Ministry of Finance, this including Honorable Bahati, they will say they did not get money to finance other items financed in the national budget, but they raise money to finance items identified in the supplementary where they have interest, Honorable Speaker. I've stood on this floor, Honorable Speaker, and I've said that since a national budget is passed by an appropriation of Parliament, an act, which is an appropriation act, the budget as voted is supposed to be implemented. Finance has informed us they cannot implement the budget because they run a cash budget. And more often than not, if you look at the releases to these entities, it's not because they have not collected the money, but because they appropriated the money to areas where either they thought upon passing of the supplementary, they will go and pick the money. It is only fair, Right Honorable Speaker, to Ugandans that a supplementary should only be raised in instances where we know the source of money, and two, on items which were not foreseen. It has become a practice, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Minister of Finance even brings a supplementary, which is almost half the budget. Yet when you talk about supplementary, it can't be a main course. The way the supplementaries have been abused in this House. I want to conclude, Honorable Speaker, by moving this House that in as far as government does not identify the source of money to pass the supplementary, it will only go a long way to distort the national budget, which we have passed. I beg to submit. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Amede. Honorable Kefa. Chiwanuka.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I would like to thank Senior for the minority report. Honorable members, service delivery and development in the developed countries is not by chance. It is by deliberate effort. It is needed in a value system of trust, transparency, and accountability. And indeed, when the opposite side presents its view, it is not only looked at as sabotage to the government side, but rather a way of enriching the government decisions. Taking you back to the memory lane, Honorable Speaker, reading in the public media, there were dissenting views on the extension of the dam in JINJA, but the government side won and eventually lost. There were dissenting views on the cost of the BUYAGA dam. The government side won and eventually lost. The dissenting views were right in the first instance. The minority report has given a lot of detail that calls for interrogation. It is my considered view, Honorable Speaker, that government answers those pertinent questions before we approve this loan. It is good that we build this value of trust, that this parliament is a parliament for the opposition and the government side, and the opposition are only trying to check government to better service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kefa Kiwanuka.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this motion of the supplementary budget.
Hey, you see? Are you a member of the committee?
But
No.
I like to give some information.
No.
Okay, can I give some information, Madam, as chair of the Committee on Natural Resources?
Let me just check the list of members. Okay. Okay, for the
Speaker.
members, I think His ex officio as chair of Natural Resources.
Yeah, but let me clarify this, Madam Speaker, and probably we can resolve it today for the future parliament. The Committee on Budget, and I've raised this to you, Madam Speaker, before, has refused to invite us into these meetings. And I did raise it to you, but there was no follow-up at all on this matter. And now we even didn't know that this is being followed up. So although my name appears as a member on the Budget Committee, I'm not being invited to their meetings. Actually, I'm just there by virtue of being the chair, but I am not attending, I'm not participating in the meeting, and I have not participated in this meeting. And this is my opportunity, therefore, to make comment on this.
Okay, make your
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, first of all, I like to say that this is a big breakthrough for the energy sector, for the oil and gas sector in Uganda, if we can approve this loan. I very much appreciate the issues raised by the opposition. Yes, and I think the government, the ministers should provide responses to them. But one specific point I would like to emphasize is that the largest portion of this request, 481 million, is going to UNOC. And we've been talking about this for a long time. It was not budgeted for, and we've been trying to explore how can this get actually funded. So as Committee on Natural Resources and as chair, I see this as a major breakthrough that's enabling us to actually get our equity paid so that we can move, which has been a problem for some time now. Whereas members of my colleagues from the other side are having objections, there is a problem that the construction of the oil pipeline is starting in June. Now, by that time,
what's the point of order?
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Amede was the other side, and she's a member of the ruling government. She stood there, she said, let us listen, let us do something about these matters. The honorable member, instead of speaking about the minority report, the honorable member for Chiboga, instead of speaking about the minority report and the main report, he's busy insinuating that this matter is between opposition and NRM. Madam Speaker, is in order.
Honourable members, I cannot predict what the member is going to say or how he's going to say it. Please, allow him to speak. Then you take your decision.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for your wise ruling. Now, we have a challenge that the construction is starting in June. And therefore, this money has to be approved as soon as possible. Now, the objection in the main that is being raised is that the government hasn't found the source of funding. I'm not aware, and I challenge honorable members to point out the specific law that they are referring to, which requires that alternative funding should have been found before this is presented. In my view, what is important is getting the approval, and then the government can work out how it's going to finance it. But the information also I can give is that in terms of the loan, we've had a meeting before, which was with between Minister of Finance, UNOC, National Economy, and other members who are interested in this. And we had a lengthy discussion. All clarifications were made. And I think what is left now is just getting the approval that may be required on this. But I'm not aware of any law that stops Parliament from approval of the expenditure on the basis that the source of funding has not been found. But Madam Speaker, this is a major breakthrough if we can approve it. The work has to start, and it's starting in June. It will be a shame if by June we don't have, the Uganda government has not paid its equity on this project. I therefore request that this is approved. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Honorable Chwanuka, on your first complaint concerning consultation, when we were discussing one of the loans earlier, we took a decision that now the committee chairpersons of the committee must be stakeholders. You know, when there is the stakeholders who have been consulted, they will now have to include the sessional committees or the standing committees who are relevant to a loan or an issue. So we are going to solve the problem of lack of consultation. But on the other hand, I cannot really manage your committees and tell the budget man, you call everybody. I can't do that because the rules are clear. The membership of the committees are known. Anyway. So and then the Minister of Finance. No.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Kefa. You know, when you are in this house, you enjoy a lot of things. He's complaining about not inviting him, but supporting. That's a very good footstep towards becoming a cabinet minister for the supplementary. However, right now, Speaker, I got the minority report, and I'm insisting on wrong computation for historical costs. Maybe some of us might not be aware of what we are calling historical costs. This is money for Total as a company and government. Now, how do you pay for historical costs, Madam Speaker, before the Director General's input is shown? Let the committee members, including Honorable Amos Lugorobi, can you table to this Parliament the Director General's audited reports of Sinoco or of Total for the monies you're going to pay as historical costs? Give us that report and look at it. If it's not given to the committee, then this one cannot come out because you cannot determine this fee without the Director General's input, Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, I don't agree. I'm agreeing with the minority report. And Honorable Amos, kindly, as you continue the supplementaries, I've just said it this afternoon, and the minister has assured us that Uganda Kingdom is going to get its money, 15 billion. When you are sitting there, lobby for the same, whenever you bring supplementaries, other than waiting for our king to continue kneeling. The king is not kneeling before people of our caliber. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Minister of Finance, does Mr. Robert want to say something? Okay, Chair, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, today really is a moment of leadership. Leadership because we have been looking for this country to start getting oil from the ground. And one of the things that we must do, as the chair of national or natural resources has said, for us to be able to start the project of the pipeline in June, we must pay our 15% equity to the companies. A few weeks ago, we called everybody, including Madam Speaker, the President of the Republic of Tanzania, to sign the final financing agreement. And we signed it. What now is required of us is to pay 15% of our equity to start the project in June. We must finish the pipeline. We must do the refinery. We must get our oil in 3 years from now, which will bring us 2.5 billion every year that will help finance the infrastructure and other activities that were approved in the law. Now, Madam Speaker, government has done its part, the executive has done its part. We came to this house to request for a supplementary of 481 billion Uganda shillings. We came to this house and told this house, because the Honorable Mama Cecilia has not told the whole truth, we came and said we are going to borrow 481. We actually brought a request and we forwarded it to the Committee of National Economy. Today might be the last day for this Parliament. We yet have got to start the construction in June. Both requests are with the House. The request to borrow, the request to approve the supplementary, and the importance of this project. So we are all here, and we can approve. The final approval is with this House. The source of funding is for borrowing. So for us on part of executive, you have approved resources for budget support. We think, and it's a strong position, that if we approve this request of 481, we shall go back and use the resources that we have approved for budget support, borrowing from the areas that we have indicated. So, Madam Speaker, while I support the views of the opposition, but I think they should be looked at in the context of the importance of this project. This is one of the decisions I think we can take at the 10th Parliament and go back and say, yes, we contributed substantially to the production of oil, which is a key resource for our country. The second point was on the...
Honourable members, I think we gave you time to speak. Let the minister speak first.
Yes. The second point we wanted to touch on was the issue of salaries. Honorable Mwira, I can do some state after.
It's a point of order.
What is the point of order?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I've addressed my mind to Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act and Section 26, which are to the effect that where government is raising a supplementary, it must raise supplementary from the contingency fund. And in case that is not the source of the fund, they must clearly indicate where the money is coming from. We are seated in this house, and the minority report clearly pointed out that if we are going to borrow from the domestically with the public, it is going to affect our traders. Is it in order? Is the Honourable Minister in order to paint a picture that we are seated in this house? We just oppose the supplementary. We don't have good reasons for our opposition. Is it in order?
Yes.
Yeah, but Madam Speaker, what I've told this house is the truth. That we came to this house, put a request of supplementary, which the budget committee has processed. We came to this house and said that this supplementary is going to be financed through borrowing, and we brought a request to the house. It is with us here. We can make a request to approve it. If we don't, then we are saying, let's use the resources that you have already approved, and then we finance this. So, Madam Speaker, the second point was on the issue of salaries. We agree with some aspects of the report, of the minority report. Some of the things that is happening during the implementation, we are getting recruitment in the middle of the financial year. That's one of the reasons why we have got to get resources to finance the supplementaries of salaries. We are also receiving promotions during the implementation of this year, which were not anticipated in the financial year. And as you know, colleagues, once somebody has been promoted, cannot wait for earlier next financial year. If recruitment of some strategic institutions is done, they will not wait for salaries the following financial year. So that's the situation we are in. We are addressing these issues, but one thing I can confirm, we have been trying our level best to clean up as we speak. I don't remember any ghosts on the payroll. We are doing our level best to make sure that there are no ghosts on the payroll. So, Madam Speaker, with those few clarifications, I think and I recommend to this House that the issue of pipeline, our equity, is an important issue. It's a foundational and economic issue that this House, the 10th Parliament, should support and pass so that our economy can move forward. I thank you.
Gorobi, you wanted to say something?
Madam Speaker, Honorable Bahati, I think, has explained very well the issue of source of funding and the issue of shareholding in the oil company. Madam Speaker, we spent a lot of time on these issues, including the historical costs. In fact, we went to the level of suspending our sitting to allow for UNOP to bring more information about the agreement and other documents. They did supply those documents. Madam Speaker, this request is quite unique and is very significant to our economy. We have spent so many years trying to discover and to explore these oils. We have found them. we have got a company that's going to build the pipeline, partnering with the government of Uganda and the government of Tanzania and SUNU. And the agreement has been reached and signed. And here we are required to make our portion available into the company. And the thing is, our shareholding, the shareholding that we are talking about now, has very little to do with historical costs. The historical cost issue is an audit issue, and these costs can be audited at a later date, other than when the directors of the company agree. But for now, we are talking about shareholding that Uganda government has 15%. And 15%, this 15% is out of the total cost of this project, $4.2 billion. Now, you are required to contribute your 15% out of the equity within the $4.2 billion. And everybody, every shareholder is required to do that. And we don't have to look at the historical cost. The historical cost issue is a different matter that can be handled through auditing because it affects all the shareholders. It's not about the Uganda government alone. So we have to really separate these two issues. We are now talking about the shareholding of Uganda government into this company, which is 15%. And you know, the 4.2 has a debt component in it. So when you compute the amount available as share capital, as equity, and you take 15% of this, that's what we are required to pay now. It's not about historical costs. We had a long debate about that, and we agreed that let's separate these two issues. The audit will determine whether Total really spent that amount of money being talked about, the 400 billion.
Clarification. Thank you very much, Chair
No,
Budget. From your submission, you say that this is money we are going to buy with shares, the 15%, this 481 billion. Is it the money we are going to buy with the 15% shares?
Unfortunately, I cannot hear you. Please use the microphone.
Well, you submitted, in your submission, you said that the historical cost is another matter. And the 481 billion that we are processing now is meant to buy the shares, the 15% shares. I just wanted you to clarify for us, our record, that actually our total share value is 481 billion.
As you could see in the report, the amount of share capital Uganda is required to pay is actually beyond the 481 billion shillings. I wish I could get, can I get my report? As indicated in the report, the 481 billion is equivalent to $130 million. But we still have a balance to pay for our 15%, and the balance amounts to $163.5 million. After we have paid the 130 million United States dollars, an equivalent of 481 billion shillings. So our total equity is 130 plus $163.5 million. That determines our equity. And the total project cost, which is again somewhere in this report, is about $4.2 billion, $4.291 billion. So that's the money. But this is total project cost, the $4.291 billion, because we have a debt component of about 60% and the equity of about 40%. But the 400 billion shillings incurred in historical costs is actually all part of equity. So the calculation details are there if you need to have a look at them, how we arrive at these figures. But basically, my argument, Madam Speaker, was that we need to separate the historical costs from the shareholding. I think the minister has ably explained the transfer of funds. We all know that when a teacher moves from one district to another, he does not go with that money because the appointing authority is the district. So we need to appropriate the money in the vote where that person has gone. That has been a normal practice here. I don't know why Mama has a problem with that, because that's what we have been doing all along. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, with the question that the Parliament resolved itself to Committee of Supply for the consolidation and approval of the supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 and addendum to the schedule number 5.
Speaker,
Financial
clarification.
2021. Those in favor say aye. The contrary, no. Ayes have it.
No.
Ayes have it.
Committee of Supply. Supplementary Schedule 5 and addendum to Supplementary Schedule 5 for the financial year 2020-2021, recurrent expenditure, central government.
Members, I propose the question total sum of Uganda shillings 44,201,554,094 under various votes for central government, provided for as supplementary expenditure for financial 2020-2021. And now put the question total sum of Uganda shillings 44,201,554,094 under votes for central government provided for as supplementary recurrent expenditure financial 2020-2021. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Recurrent expenditure, local government.
I now propose the question that total sum of Uganda shillings 61,211,663,471 under various votes for local government be provided for supplementary recurrent expenditure financial to 2020-2021. I now put the question total sum of Uganda shillings 61,211,663,471 under various votes for local government provided for supplementary recurrent expenditure financial 2020-2021. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Development expenditure, central government.
And the members, I now propose the question total sum of Uganda shillings 583,729,242,715 under various votes for central government be provided for supplementary development expenditure financial 2020-2021. I now put the question total sum of Uganda shillings 583,729,242,715 under various votes for central government be provided for
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The figures under development also includes other votes. And when we listen to the House, it appears that the House would want to take votes individually because there are some figures that would not agree with in supply. I now beg your indulgence that our rules provide that these votes be called by vote and the figures applied so that we can take a vote on each item. Thank you.
Can you indicate the votes where you have an issue? Indicate the votes where you have an issue.
No, Madam Speaker, and the rules, I'm just bringing the idea because the rule says that the votes are called each vote and the figures under it. And then the question is put so that when we reach the particular one, which is the questionable payments in historical cost, 481, we can take a vote on it.
So you cannot identify the votes in which you have an interest, let us proceed. I put the question that is total sum of Uganda shillings 583,729,242,715 under various votes for central government provided for a supplementary expenditure, development of financial 2021. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Development expenditure, local government.
Now propose the question total sum of Uganda shillings 6,395,797,645. No, 6,395,797,645 under various votes for local government. We provided supplementary expenditure for development, financial 2020-2021. Now put the question total sum of Uganda shillings 6,395,797,645. Various votes for local government provided for supplementary expenditure, financial 2020-2021. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Madam Chair and honorable colleagues, I beg to move a motion that the House do resume and the Committee of Supply reports thereto.
Members, the question that the House will resume and the Committee of Supply reports thereto. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Ayes have it.
Report from the Committee of Supply.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of Supply has considered the supplemental expenditure schedule number 5 and the addendum to schedule number 5 for the financial year 2020-2021 and passed it without amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of Supply.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of Supply be adopted.
Members, I put the question, the report of the Committee of the whole House be adopted. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. Now, honour members, would like to take a break for an hour to allow our teams of the Hansard to take a bit of a rest. So we'll convene exactly at 5 p.m. House suspended until 5.
Item number 13, motion for adoption of the reports of the ad hoc committee on complaints regarding compensation for land under supplementary schedule 4 for financial year 2020-2021.
Honorable Brenda Kabichetero.
Right Honorable Speaker, this is a report of the ad hoc committee on land compensation in the supplementary expenditure schedule 4 for this financial year 2020-2021. Madam Speaker, allow me lay on table a couple of documents that relate to this report. Madam Speaker, I will start with the submission from the Uganda Land Commission. They have a full report. I have the Auditor General's report for the year ending June 2019. I have the claim, one of the claimants under the supplementary, namely Natalia. We have another claimant, Twahal Wakana. We have another claimant, Busulwa Julius. Another claimant, Benon Benon Rwabukuru Asimwe. Penina Kensheka, Catherine Kajwasha, and others. That's the other 5. And we have Mugisa Godfrey. And we have another claimant, Stephen Peter Nagenda. We have a file on Ndevaland. That is the Church of Uganda, St. Peter's Church of Uganda. We have a file on Lusanja land, which is Mr. Kichoncho. Then we have a couple of documents which we put in one file as submission to the ad hoc committee by various witnesses. Madam Speaker, lastly, I like to lay on table minutes of the ad hoc committee on the land compensation. Madam Speaker, I'm going to try and save time. We have the introduction. Basically, we are saying, although we got a clear terms of reference, but we had to beef these terms of reference by wandering around on matters that pertain the same. And then we were strengthened by Rule 153 and Rule 188 of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of Uganda that set up this committee. Madam Speaker, the background is a sequence of a number of things. On the 9th of February, a motion for adoption of the report of the committee on budget on the supplementary expenditure schedule number 4 and addendum 1 and 2 to schedule number 4 for financial year was moved by the Vice Chairperson, Budget Committee. During the debate, a member laid on table a letter dated 9th February 2021 from the chairperson of the Uganda Land Commission. In the said letter, the chairperson, Uganda Land Commission, denied knowledge and originality of the part of the schedule relating to vote 156, which is Uganda Land Commission. In her letter, the chairperson wrote to you, Right Honorable Speaker, saying she was, I quote, dismayed and displeased that whilst watching Parliament on UBC that afternoon, I had a list of people to be paid out as submitted by the Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. The Commission is not privy to this list and wants the Minister to be brought to order for having usurped its powers knowingly. The copy of that letter, Madam Speaker, is attached to our report. The matter was thus referred back to the Committee for Harmonization. Then relatedly, Madam Speaker, on the 2nd March, the Speaker of Parliament relayed to the House for the attention of members another complaint by Michael Obongomin, dated 17th, alleging that the land for Mugisha he called him, but the true name is Mugisa, was inflated by 254 hectares, and that the value of the land belonging to Mr. Dodo, trading as Messrs. Ephraim Enterprises, in respect of St. Peter's Neva Church of Uganda, had been inflated by Uganda shillings 2 billion. The House was informed that compensation for lands under supplementary expenditure, Schedule 4 for financial year 2020-2021, contained irregularities specifically relating to 1, size of land in question, whose values were allegedly inflated, 2, inflated quantum, and 3, concerns that some of the beneficiaries had not received payments as alleged. During the plenary sitting on the 2nd March 2021, the Minister of State for Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Gabriel Ajedra, on the advice of the Speaker, tabled a motion seeking to withdraw specific items contained in the resolution of Parliament on the supplementary expenditure, Schedule number 4, to wit, 1, a payment of Uganda shillings 3,803,500,000 of Messrs. Ephraim Enterprises for the compulsory acquisition of land for St. Peter's Neva Church of Uganda, under vote 012, Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. The valuation was allegedly inflated by Uganda shillings 2 billion. Also presented was a payment of Uganda shillings 1,494,000,000 for the acquisition of land belonging to Mr. Mugisa Godfrey, which was allegedly inflated by 254 hectares under vote 156, the Uganda Land Commission. The minister recognized the need for Parliament to examine the allegations to avoid any probable loss of public funds. The motion was debated and adopted. Accordingly, during the plenary sitting on 14th April 2021, the Speaker communicated the establishment of an ad hoc committee comprising of myself, Veronica Isale Ragu Bichetero, Kabiramaido County, the Honorable Silas Aogon, Kumi Municipality, Honorable Patrick Osabe NSAMBA, KASSANDA North County. Madam Speaker, the terms of reference are clear. I think members can read for themselves. There are 5 terms of reference. The methodology, we Again, members can read for themselves, but we consulted the legal framework, we interviewed witnesses, and we visited all the locals in Kwo where these claimants came from. Madam Speaker, I want to go to terms of reference 1, that is page 5. Our findings, observations, and recommendations on terms of reference 1, which is irregularities in respect of the size of land for compensation and quantum. I'll start with the first claim, Stephen Peter Nagenda, block 303, plot 1, Namachumu, Bugangaizi. The committee noted that the above property, which measures 500 acres, was valued at Uganda shillings 600 million in 2014. Vide valuation report, Val 187-274-1, dated 23rd October 2014. Accordingly, the commission accepted the offer and the landlord handed over the original title. 2 copies of the duly signed transfer forms, 4 passport size photographs, and his bank account his bank account details in October 2014. Uganda Land Commission made a down payment of Uganda shillings 140 million on 6 August 2015, leaving an outstanding amount of Uganda shillings 460 million. In October 2020, the claimant filed a suit number 487 of 2018, seeking to recover the outstanding amount, and court found in his favor. The claimant then, he wasn't paid. The claimant then applied to the High Court for an order of mandamus against the Secretary of Uganda Land Commission, and the Uganda Land Commission as first and second respondents. Judgment was delivered, and it is in applicant's favor on the 2nd October 2020, compelling the first respondent to pay 460 million and at interest of 20% per annum from 29th October 2014, when the value was confirmed, till payment in full. The number damages and costs of the suit taxed also at 19,787,000, all totaling to 1,062,778,000 as at 8th October 2020. The committee observed that the said court order was validly issued and was not challenged by the Uganda Land Commission. The committee also noted that the Land Commission was not represented during the hearing. The suit was thus not defended as expected. In addition, the court order was not challenged, attracting interest of 20% per annum until final settlement. The accounting office attributed the non-representation to the lack of requisite staff in the commission. The committee was informed by the accounting officer that they use officers from the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs in matters of litigation who are picked on an ad hoc basis. The committee observes that the size of the land is commensurate with the proposed quantum, and recommends that since the claim has been existing in the commission record since 2014, and in compliance with an order of court of mandamus issued against the secretary to the commission, the claim of Uganda shillings 1,062,778,000 by Mr. Stephen Peter Nagenda should be approved and cleared to avoid accumulation of interest thereon, taking into account Uganda shillings 200, taking into account that Uganda shillings 200 million was paid after the court order. The second claim was that of Twaha Lwakana, which is at block 213, plot 13, and block 14 Katete Kochi Rakai. The above land measuring 229.788 hectares, that is about 567 acres, is located in block 213, plot 13 at 14 Katete Kochi. It was registered in the names of Yisaka Lwakana on the 5th of August 2005 at 12:30 p.m. under instrument Masaka 90247. The registered proprietor granted powers of attorney to his son Twaha Lwakana to follow up the claim. The land is occupied by Muhammad Bibanja holders. The land was valued at 1,175,346,000. Vide the Chief Government Valuers Report, value 187/274/1, dated 7th November 2016. A review of the EFT by the committee showed that the claimant had been paid 1,200,000,000 as at 24th September. It should be noted that the valuation report records put the value of the claimant's land to 1,175,346,000, and by 24th September 2019, he had been paid a sum of 1,200,000,000. There is therefore nothing outstanding to pay Mr. Isaka Lwakana's claim. The claimant wrote to the Ministry of Lands and Housing and Urban Development claiming 125 million, when in the actual fact, he had been paid over and above by 24,654,000. Our recommendation: the committee recommends that the claim by Mr. Isaka Lwakana be rejected, and instead the Uganda Land Commission recovers a sum of Uganda shillings 24,654,000 that was overpaid to them. The claimant number 3, the claim of the family of the late Kosia Rwabukurukuru. This claim was presented by the children of the late Rwabukurukuru, Kajwasha Catherine, A. Kasimbazi, Rwabukuru, Benon, and others. The land is composed of 3 plots. Plot 243, block 19, measuring 200 hectares, valued at Uganda shillings 1,975,000,000. The valuation is 187/274/1, dated 6 May 2019. Number 2, block 244, plot 244, block 19, measuring 309.870 hectares, valued at 3 billion 60 million, valued on 6 May 2019, valuation stroke 187 stroke 274 stroke 01. Number 3, plot 49, block 20, measuring 355.74 hectares, valued at 4 billion 395 million. The total claim for the 3 plots is Uganda shillings 9 billion 430 million. Then records at Uganda Lands Commission indicate that the total amount paid as at 23rd November 2020 is 3 billion 216 million 800,000, and the amount outstanding is 6 billion 213 million 200,000. The Bibanja holders assert that they have lived on the said land for time immemorial, and that in 2016, they were promised by His Excellency the President that government would acquire the said land from the Wabukurukuru's family and give titles to the Bibanja holders. The committee visited the locus and established that the land indeed exists and it is occupied by Bibanja holders with some developed social amenities, including schools, churches, and mosques on it. The recommendation, the committee recommends that since the claim has been existing in the Land Commission record since 2014, the claim of Uganda shillings 6 billion 213 million 200,000 be paid by the family of the late Wabukurukuru should be approved and cleared in accordance with the presidential pledge made to the claimants and the Bibanja holders in 2016. The 4th file is Mugisa Godfrey, plot 8, block 3, land at Wabinyama, Mpefu, Buyaga East, KIBAALE. The above mentioned land was registered on 22nd August 2011 under instrument number 453970. The said land measures 208.3090 hectares. The registered proprietor is Mugisa Jeffrey. The survey report indicated that the land boundaries were opened by the staff surveyor in KIBAALE. The committee visited the locus and interacted with the several Bibanja holders. Information obtained from the residents of the area indicated that most of the Bibanja holders settled on the land, believing that it was part of a resettlement camp, as it is close to the KIBAALE resettlement camp. The land was valued at Uganda shillings 1,444 million. The proprietor was advanced 50 million on the 8th of August 2016. The outstanding amount payable is Uganda shillings 1,494 million. It is important to note that the said claim property is the subject matter of the petition by Mr. Michael Obongomin, dated 17th February 2021, alleging that the land was inflated by 254 hectares. the committee came across a letter dated 13th November 2018 from the Secretary of the Commission of Inquiry into the Land Matters, observing the erroneous indication as to the area of land for Mugisa Godfrey in the payment records as 475.1 hectares instead of 208.309 hectares. He noted, however, that the said error did not affect the value. He noted as well that the claimant's name was erroneously captured as Mugisha Jeffrey instead of Mugisa Jeffrey, and advised the Land Commission to correct the two errors before further payment were made. The committee discredited the petition, alleging that the said land acreage was inflated by 254 hectares, given that the actual established land measures 208.3090 hectares. Recommendation. Since the claim on this land has been part of the stock at the Uganda Land Commission for long, the Commission has already transferred the proprietorship to itself. The claimant should be paid the balance of Uganda shillings 1,494,000,000, which has been outstanding since 2016. The fifth claim is that of Namuli Natalia, Block 147, Plot 2, Buyaga, KIBAALE. The above land is located in Chamukama, Buyaga County, KIBAALE District, measuring 516.2000 hectares. The land was first registered in 1932 in the names of Atwine Kalete, the biological father to the claimant. It was transferred in the names of the claimant as an administrator of the estate of the late Atwane Kalete on 22nd July 2020. The said land was valued at Uganda shillings 2,039,000,000 Uganda shillings. The valuation was value 187/274/01 dated 17th July 2020. It should be noted that in the presentation of the appropriation schedule number 4, Namuli's claim was reported to be Uganda shillings 1,600,000,000, and that she had never received any installment payment. During the committee visit to the locus, Ms. Natalia Namuli, the claimant, told members that she had so far received a down payment through her lawyers in Kampala, Messrs. Lubega and Buzibira and Company Advocates. Records indicated that she had given her lawyers irrevocable powers of attorney on 22nd July 2020. 2020, and checking with the records available at the Uganda Lands Commission, it was found out that the claimant was paid Uganda shillings 450 million through her lawyer on 23rd November 2020, and the outstanding amount is Uganda shillings 1,589,000,000 as at that date. Recommendation. The claimant is of an advanced age and is living with her sick and bedridden mother. The committee recommends that the outstanding balance of 1,589,000,000 be paid. And the sixth claim is that of Busulwa Julius, Block 281, Plot 2, Chankuba Village, Matale, KIBAALE. The above land measures 560.9 hectares. It was first registered in the names of Uganda Thrift Company Limited on the 13th July 1972. Vide PP number 4380. On the 6th of July 2020, at 1:59 a.m., the said land was transferred to the names of Busulwa Julius under instrument number KIB 0004080. The land was valued at 2,212,000,000. He was paid 812 million, and the outstanding amount is Uganda shillings 1,400,000,000. The committee noted with concern that the signature of the registrar at the time of the first registration in 1972 is the same signature at the time of transfer to Busulwa, 48 years later, in 2020. We've attached the copy and it's marked Annex 2. The committee observed that the authenticity of this title is suspect. The committee interacted with Mr. Busulwa and the bona fide occupants during the meeting held at the locus on Wednesday, 28th April 2020. In the said meeting, it was revealed that Busulwa's family is a Kibanja holder and still living on the same plot of 120 acres. Mr. Busulwa himself did not dispute this assertion. On further interrogation, Mr. Busulwa informed the committee that he identified this land and had obtained letters of administration to the estate of one of the shareholders before offering to buy the land. He stated that he purchased the said land from Uganda Thrift Company at Uganda shillings 120 million in 2017. However, the committee received the purchase agreement dated 4th January 2013, indicating that a sum of Uganda shillings 70,821,000 was paid by Mr. Busulwa Julius to the three shareholders of Uganda Thrift Company Limited as total consideration for the purchase of 560.9 hectares of land, which is a subject of this claim for compensation. The claim by Busulwa that he obtained letters of administration over the estate of one of the shareholders of Uganda Thrift Company was therefore falsehood, as the agreement bears three signatures of the said shareholders. It should be noted that Mr. Busulwa had previously in 2018 transacted and was paid for land in the same area cited as Block 282, Plot 4, formerly Plot 2. The title was co-owned by Julius Busulwa and Colonel Fenekansi Mujenyi as administrators of the estate of the late Magdalena Nanju. The committee inquired into the details of the Uganda Thrift Company to determine whether Mr. Busulwa was one of its shareholders. The response received from Uganda Registration Service Bureau noted that Uganda Thrift Company Limited, the original owners of plot 2, block 281, had no file at the Uganda Registration Service Bureau. The committee also note with concern the unusual urgency in settlement of Busulwa's claims. We noted that his claim with the Kano Fenekansi Mujenyi for block 282, plot 4, formerly plot 2, was fully settled. In addition, he was paid Uganda shillings 265 million on 12th of October 2020, and the Uganda shillings 400 million on 23rd November 2020, being part payment for plot 2, block 281. Note that the same commission had not settled other claimants' claim, some dated way back as in 2003. It should also be noted that information received from the file of Mr. Busulwa Julius at the Uganda Land Commission indicates that he, Busula, forged a land title for block 270, plot 1, land at Kigobegobe. The letter dated 12 February 2021 from Ngobi Ndoko Advocates, addressed to the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, and copied to the Honorable Chairperson of the Budget Committee, is attached here as Annex 3, A and B. The above narration about Mr. Julius Busulwa points to a high possibility of fraud, which the committee was unable to establish and conclude on the way forward due to the time constraints. The committee, having observed that the claim by Julius Busulwa raises suspicion given the records obtained from Uganda Registration Service Bureau and the Land Registry, recommends that the claim of Uganda shillings 1 billion as claimed by Mr. Busulwa and presented by the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development should not be approved. The claim should be referred to CIID for further investigations to establish the manner in which the land was obtained, as well as the authenticity of the title thereof. Madam Speaker, our terms of reference number 2 talks about the basis for the determination of the selection of beneficiaries and the amounts of compensation. Due to the short time I have, I would invite members to read on. We have the list of the procedure, the proper procedure that should be followed. That is the third paragraph of page 12. Then we go on to page 13, and the items that are needed, one has to make an expression of interest if you are the applicant asking, and we are strengthened by case law. I mean, there is annex of a claimant who, even having expressed interest, his land was not looked at and his claim has not been attended, gearing to the fact that it's not first in, first out, it's something else. So we can read page 13, and we'll give our recommendation on page 14. The Uganda Land Commission from inception has abdicated from the fundamental duty of making its mandate and itself known to the members of the public. The Commission should prioritize sensitization of the public about the procedures for offering land to government and how the public can move from Bibanja holders to the landowners. That is our recommendation. Then we go to boundary openings and surveys. Again, I invite members to read the procedures, and our recommendation is on page 15. The Commission should recruit its own technical staff in accordance with Section 41(8) of the Land Act, which requires that the staff of the Commission responsible for the management of the land fund be identified. Then 3223, land fund and as a committee. Again, I invite members to read on, and we'll read the recommendation. We said the committee recommends that the Commission should establish the Land Fund Committee as a subcommittee of the Commission, constituting members of the Commission and or any other qualifying member co-opted by the Commission in accordance with the law. Then on payment and transfer of land titles, Madam Speaker, this is very important. We noted that almost all this land in question are already transferred into the Uganda Land Commission without any adherence to Article 26 of the Constitution, which spells out the steps to be taken, and that the landowner should be paid prior to the acquisition. So our recommendation is on page 17. The Commission should take note of Article 26(2) and the Supreme Court decision in the case of Uganda National Roads Authority versus Irumba Asumani and Peter Majela, Supreme Court Constitutional Appeal number 2 of 2014. In the said case, it was held that government should ensure prompt payment of fair and adequate compensation prior to the taking of possession or acquisition of the property. The Commission should consider the recommendation number 2. The Commission should consider halting receiving new applications and arrange to clear the backlog of the outstanding claims before taking on new claims as per the moratorium issued by the Permanent Secretary to Treasury, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. This letter is dated 13th January 2017, and it is annexed as number 6. Recommendation number 3, the government should consider obtaining money specifically for the purposes of clearing the backlog of claims for the land fund. Recommendation number 4, the Commission should establish and maintain a proper and accurate record of all its transactions. Madam Speaker, we found that they really didn't have records, and when we asked, we were even told records of claimants. We were told that even if we gave them 2 months, they would still not give us the accurate records of claimants at the Land Commission. Through the Agency of Compensation under Supplementary Expenditure, The committee noted that the reasons advanced for the generation of a supplementary expenditure request were insufficient. Reasons such as presidential directives, lost counties, urgent medical attention, purchase of land elsewhere do not show any urgency to warrant a supplementary expenditure. Members were dismayed to find that provisions in the Public Finance Management Act 2015 on supplementary budgets that give criteria to what qualifies to be a supplementary budget was conspicuously amended in the latest amendment to the Public Finance Management Amendment Act 2015, rendering supplementary expenditure requests an easy walk. Indeed, Section 25 of the parent act is now virtually a skeletal provision. Recommendation: Parliament should reinstate the repealed subsection of the original Public Finance Management Act, providing for the criteria for considering a supplementary appropriation. Parliament should amend its rules of procedure to assign the sectoral committee to look into supplementary appropriations for their sectors in detail before reporting to the Budget Committee. Madam Speaker, 3.326, initiations of supplementary expenditure. Again, there is a procedure and it is detailed, and I just want to read the recommendation. The recommendation 1, the Uganda Land Commission should be left to carry out its mandate. Now, I think, Madam Speaker, this is the genesis of the letter of complaint by the chair of the Uganda Land Commission. Allow me read it. Arising from the constitutional provision on accountability in Article 164, which requires that the permanent secretary or the accounting officer in charge of a ministry or department shall be accountable to Parliament for the funds in that ministry or department. The accounting officer under the Public Finance Management Act is responsible for the initiation of the supplementary expenditure. And accordingly, the minister may, upon request by an accounting officer, approve a supplementary budget up to 3% of the contingency fund. The committee noted with concern that the supplementary expenditure schedule under review was initiated by the Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, with no input whatsoever of the spending entity. This prompted the action of the chairperson, which I already said earlier. Besides, it is the accounting officer of an entity supposed to originate a supplementary expenditure schedule as opposed to the political head. This explains why the supplementary expenditure request by the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Vote 012, was initiated by the permanent secretary. On the contrary, this supplementary expenditure request for Uganda Land Commission, Vote 156, was initiated by the Honorable Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. This was very irregular and an illegal act, as it amounted to the usurpation of the powers of the accounting officer of the Uganda Land Commission. And it disenfranchises the managers of the Uganda Land Commission, an independent entity with an independent vote. The two supplementary expenditure initiation requests under the same Schedule 4 are attached as Annex 6 I'm sorry, Annex 7A and B respectively. Recommendation. The Uganda Land Commission should be left to carry out its mandate as established by law. The Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development should adopt a well-coordinated approach of initiating supplementary budgets, and in all cases, the accounting officer should be involved. 3, the minister should take note of the requirement of the law and desist from usurping the powers of the accounting officer by initiating a supplementary expenditure without the officer's input. Madam Speaker, we have the 7th claim of under the supplementary of Messrs. Ephraim Enterprises Limited, St. Peter's Church Land, Ndeva, land at Kibuga, Block 7, Plot 39. This land measures 2.0661 acres. The evaluation report indicates that it has been encroached on by both Weraga, Kalinda Road, and Lubiri Ring Roads. The residual and usable land size measures approximately 1.95 acres. The land was first registered in the names of Everini Nachwa on the 7th June 1941. 7th June 1941 in an instrument 51352. It was then transferred in the names of Bishop D. Nsubuga and Reverend Y.S. Kitaka and E.K. Kizito. The instrument there is Kampala 97611 on 3rd March 1981 at 3:15 p.m. In 1987, the above registered proprietors applied for a special title, alleging that the duplicate certificate title had got lost. The plot was later divided into 2 plots, 749 and 750. In 2008, the administrators of the late Evarista Nachwa sued the administrators of the estates of the late registered proprietors jointly with the registrar of titles, alleging that the transfer of the title to the names of Bishop Nsubuga, Reverend Kitaka, and E.K. Kizito was secured fraudulently, and thus they were seeking for cancellation of the said title. Madam Speaker, the members can read, but it was a protracted case until I think I better read it. It's quite important.
Just read the recommendation.
I read the recommendation. Okay, thank you. Madam Speaker, before I read the recommendation, there is a very special item on page 22. Suffice also to say that the President wrote on this particular incident when the church was demolished, and he actually intervened. But I want to read a request on 23rd December 19. No, the said land was evaluated by the chief government valuer at 2,925,000,000 plus Uganda shillings 877,500,000, being disturbance allowance at 30% of the value. The committee received a request. This is the one I wanted to read. The committee received a request from the Buganda Kingdom, signed by the Attorney General of the Kingdom, stating that the Kingdom has an easement in the nature of a cultural heritage site known as Oluzi Kalinda, which is of great cultural importance. It sits on the same land. The size of this great importance to the kingdom is that in that it is from where water is drawn for the coronation ceremonies of the Buganda kings, King Kabaka. The kingdom is now seeking to obtain an independent title for that part of the cultural heritage as indicated in their letter annexed 8. The committee noted that government is already in the process of compulsory acquiring the land from the registered proprietor, Messrs. Ephraim Enterprises, on the basis of public morality. It is meant for the reconstruction of the church, which was demolished, and that commitment has been positively made to the Christian community affected by the demolition of the church. Recommendation, Madam Speaker. The committee recommends that the payment of Uganda shillings 3,802,500,000 be approved to compensate Messrs. Ephraim Enterprises Limited, the registered proprietor. The last claim, Kichoncho Medat, plot 671, block 201, land at Chadondo, Mengo. The above land measures 3.89 hectares and valued at Uganda shillings 3,844,000,000. The land is registered in the names of Kichoncho, and it has been, having been transferred from Paul Katabazi Pitarabeho. This is the infamous Lusanja land, which has been a subject of conflict for some time, which conflict culminated into the eviction of over 338 families, when up to 162 houses were broken down on the 12th of October 2018. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister of Uganda on the 26th February 2020 formed an interministerial committee to handle the land dispute, which on the 27th February visited the said land and addressed and evicted Bibanja holders. The team reassured the tenants that their occupation on the land would be maintained by government. This position was reaffirmed when the High Court Execution Division issued a stay of execution order in favor of the Bibanja holders on March 2025. Government then resolved that the plight of the tenants who were settled on plot 671 of block 206 at Chadondo be handled by government, given their huge numbers and the need to support development. This effort on the part of the government was immediately manifested when the Office of the Prime Minister extended some support by way of temporary shelter to the affected persons. The Attorney General had earlier, in a statement presented to the House over the status of Lusanja land, informed the House that the judicial officers, the Chief Magistrate who presided over the case, and the Assistant Registrar who authorized the execution process had been charged by Judicial Service Commission for cases related to conduct prejudicial to the good image of service and other related charges. The committee visited the locus and observed that the occupants were desperate and highly expectant of government intervention in their situation and hoped to be reinstated in their previous state of the same land. The occupants had already started resettling on the land, and some of the demolished houses have been reconstructed. Number 3, the said land is situated in a reclaimed wetland. Our recommendation, the government should, on a humanitarian basis, acquire this land and resettle the affected people on it. 2, Parliament should approve the sum of Uganda shillings 3,844,000,000 for payment to the registered proprietor of the land. Madam Speaker, terms of reference 3, proper and legal procedures for land acquisition under the laws. Members will read for themselves, but we've listed a number of legal requirements, and as we earlier stated, the legal frameworks that are available, and our recommendations are as under. Number 1, government should continue to implement the decision of the Supreme Court Authority or Supreme Court of Uganda in the case of Uganda National Roads Authority versus Irumba Sumani, which I had said earlier, also indicating that Article 26 of the Constitution must be followed. Recommendation 2, the Uganda Land Commission should always be involved in the acquisition of all land by government, since it is the custodian of all government land. 3, the Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development should develop and foster a harmonious working relationship with the Uganda Land Commission and operate in a coordinated manner in all the operations of the Commission. Madam Speaker, terms of reference 4, other matters indicated to the terms of reference. Under other matters, we found the land fund, the operation of the land fund. We found that monies belonging to the land fund are being operated together with the Uganda Land Commission account. Our recommendations, the Uganda Land Commission should strictly adhere to requirements of the Establishing Act, the Land Act, in the management of the land fund. A, the minister should ensure that monies are provided to the land fund and ensure that the fund is duly established, since it was required to be established within 1 year after the coming into force of the Land Act. B, the Commission should open and maintain a separate account for the land fund from its other accounts. C, the Commission should submit to the Minister once in every 6 months a report on its operations in the management of the land fund, giving such information on the affairs of the fund as the Minister may specify in writing. D, the Minister should submit progress reports to Parliament annually on the performance of the land fund. On the certificates of title, I mentioned titles have been transferred
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and the two-member committee. Ad hoc committee, we thank you very, very much for this great work. And members, we don't really have too much time. Can we just have 2 minutes? 2 minutes, MWIRU, Sewungu. Hey, now you're many. Okay, 2 minutes. Senyonga, Jova, Kefa, Wakabi, and Wanzala. Okay. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the subcommittee for the report. Honorable Speaker, the report clearly brings out an aspect of deprivation of property. And I'm happy that my good friend, National Prime Minister, is in this house. Under Article 26, these people, once you take someone's property, you must pay. I'm fortified by that court case which has been read. My humble appeal to the Prime Minister is that in light of solving these problems, even you are seeing honorable ministers moving around shopping for people to be paid, fighting with the commission. I think the issue is sufficient appropriation. I want to implore our government that these poor people whose property has been taken over by government should be promptly be paid. I don't need to come and to know the Prime Minister. So I have a recommendation that pay Honorable Paul MWIRU because he's going for medical attention. I think it is embarrassing. Once someone has been deprived of property, he should be given his or her money. Then the other aspect is the fund in the interim. Honorable Speaker, I don't agree with the recommendation of the committee that we pay these 12 people who are handpicked because they have claimed. Even other people who don't know the minister or who doesn't know the president, they have claims with Uganda Land Commission. I think this money should be untagged and a clear process of first in, first out to be followed, with the exception of those who would have been identified who are going for medical attention. But in my view, if we allow the 12 today to pass and say, let's pay the 12 who have been.
Now, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, because of time, I want to thank the committee and I met the committee. My satisfaction is on the land of Ondeba. The report does not show us that you met the owner of that land who demolished the church. And I gave you very good information concerning that. Honorable Speaker, the Attorney General is in the possession of a letter. I got this file, this full file in my pigeonhole from these people of Ondeba. And there's a letter of Mr. Prime Minister where this person wants to meet the Attorney General to iron out problems of this land, and they never responded. When the minister invited them for a meeting, the meeting never took place. Now, this one alone, even the ministers are not here, both of them. At least we have only Chris Bariumos.
I think the Minister for Housing is here.
For lands, because the problem emanated from lands. Right now, Speaker, my prayer is, before we pay any money to Ndeva for compensation, we might be dragged as Parliament into this problem of this church. Because what is on record is that the owner of land is not willing to take his land. And he wants to meet and mitigate between you. On which account are you going to put the money? If you have not met, did you get his position? They will say that the Parliament proceeded without a fair hearing. And when you go to the Land Acquisition Act, Section 2 up to 7, you must carry due diligence before you take land. That's clear. So let us not drag ourselves into these problems. Let us keep our money until ministry gives us a clear direction on this money. This supplementary will disappear the way some supplementaries have disappeared. Because if someone is not willing to take money, where are you going to take the money? And he has written to you. But the ministers continue to go ahead without causing a meeting. So my prayer is, let us not pay money for Endeavor Church until we look at the valuation, the contractors of this church, and everything, so that we don't make a mistake as Parliament. And in that spirit, Mr. Speaker, I am going to lay some 3 letters I read from this whole of this file on the table. The letter written to the Attorney General, then the letter written by the Minister, and the note for the committee. It is useful for you, but I think now the document is not yours. That document that was written by the Minister for comparison acquisition that was put into the Gazette. All this we have to give time. Otherwise, I am fearing Parliament being dragged into giving a supplementary where there has not been due diligence between the two parties. Article 26, Section 2 up to 7 of the compulsory land acquisition. You a lawyer?
Okay. Okay. Honorable Wakabi, honorable members, I think I want to understand the circumstances under which the Public Finance Management Act was amended to remove the conditions we had so carefully set for qualifications for supplementary expenditure. Okay.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Let him lay the.
I'm laying just one letter I picked from this big book, written by to the Attorney General, Minister of Justice, Constitutional Affairs, by a law firm known as the Nangwala SYDA and the company advocates. It has the contents, it's on the contents. Then that Miss Nangwala SYDA and the company advocates, a letter that was written by Office of the Minister of Lands, inviting these people for a meeting. I beg to let Madam speak.
Thank you, Honorable Wakabi. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, land is a major factor of production. And to acquire a land title here in Uganda for an average Ugandan, for a poor Ugandan, it is very, very hard. It is hard for a poor Ugandan to get a land title. So my proposal is, whenever these people who are owning land titles are compassionated, the Vivanja holders should be assisted, should be given these free land titles to settle on this land. So it is very hard, so that is my proposal. Another thing, the poor people need affirmative action, especially my people from Bunyoro, the people who are living around the oil wells. The rich people from, I don't know from where, they have come in our places, they have acquired land titles, and these people have nowhere now to really to settle. So we need affirmative action in Bunyoro, so that my people are given, at least they are assisted to get land titles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wanzala. Senyonga, okay, Senyonga, Senyonga, Wanzala, Jova, Kefa. Oh, but honorable members, Tony.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Public, we need, you know.
I want to thank the committee, the selective committee, for the work well done. Honorable Speaker, it is good the Prime Minister is here. This selective compensation, we have been having a language in Mukono for over 15 years in the Buziranjovu. And this involved the Prime Minister even before when I was a member of Parliament, even up to today. But you can hear a few people being selected. I don't know what is the cause. Whereas the other land was really to help this country with a very big investor, but people are being even blocked to enter their gardens, and nothing has been done. Right Honorable Speaker, another point is concerning about the price for compensation. We have been hearing here, Right Honorable Speaker, any compensation is in billions, 6 billions, 10 billion, when really in real sense, an acre in some areas is costing less than even 10 million. But why billions? Who are the beneficiaries? Who are those that combine and connive with the so-called landlords to double the price so that the country can lose? that should be taken seriously. Valuation should be done in time, Right Honorable Speaker, to avoid some people to misuse that fund. Right Honorable Speaker, as this might be our last day for some of us in this 10th Parliament, allow me also to say this. The problem of land will continue more so in these central areas because now the sub-county land committees, I want to say this in the presence of the Prime Minister, are now becoming the land brokers. They connive with the landlords and they tell them that these are Bibanja Hall, Right Honorable Speaker, so that they can connive, chase them away in a disguise of sharing. They say, we have 10 acres, we are giving you 1 acre, and they chase them away, which is painting a very bad picture to this government. Those land committees of sub-counties should be taken serious note and the matter be taken serious by the Minister of Lands. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Wanzala. Wanzala, then Jova, then Kefa, Ayo, Onzima.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to hear that the committee has recommended that the commission should clear the backlog. I want to give an example or to give information to this parliament that what is happening in NAKASONGOLA, their landlords who submitted their land titles to the Uganda Land Commission in 2014 before I even became a member of parliament. But up to today, those people have never been paid. The landlords, I want to mention one called the Jemba Nicholas, who submitted his title to the Uganda Land Commission. He was paid some partial installment of 200 millions. He also went ahead to get some money from the Bibanja holders. So he's getting money from government and he's getting some money from the landlords. So in such a view, why don't government compensate the landlord once and for all, and he happened to go away? Madam Speaker, there are also some other villages. Government has promised to compensate the landlord of Mairik Town Council. Mairik Town Council, the landlord was paid also some money, but up from 2015 to date, they have not paid again. So the landlord is putting our people on tension. Every time they are there, they think they are going to be evicted. So, Madam Speaker, my humble prayer is that let the backlog be the issue of finishing the backlog will be taken as a serious point in this report, and also the commission should also think of a compensation plan for landlords so that our people can settle peacefully. I thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Jova, then Kefa, then Ayo, Onzima, and the Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the Honorable Veronica Isara Eragu-Bichetero and the 3-man committee for wonderful work done. It is amazing the ground they covered within such a short time and came up with this wonderful report. Right Honorable Speaker, my attention has been drawn to 325 on page 18. This is the reasons for the supplementary, and saying that presidential directive and urgent medical attention are not enough. Really, I don't think we can ignore presidential directives, except that we will demand that whoever communicates the presidential directive communicates also the reasoning behind the directive so that it is justified. But we cannot ignore a presidential directive. Secondly, if urgent medical attention cannot deserve urgent payment in terms of a supplementary, I don't know what else does. Otherwise, I support all the recommendations, especially the summary in the last 2 recommendations, that all public land, that the commission should title all public land. Let them go back and ensure that they get even that one which has been taken up by these thugs who are trying to sell it to government, and then to keep a clear record. Because we find people, you find a piece of land that has been given to 3, 4 owners, and there is a lot of confusion. So All land should be titled, especially public land. Right Honorable Speaker, it being also my last chance here, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the Lord God who appoints 1 minute, Right Honorable Speaker, and gives the ability to perform. To thank the NRM government that has been, NRM party that has been sponsoring me and the people of Mitoma, and also to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the Deputy Speaker for exemplary dedication, exemplary service to the Parliament of Uganda, to the Republic of Uganda. You hold the torch and for leadership, and we all stand to benefit a lot from you. And we wish you the best in all your endeavors. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honor Jova. Honor Bukefa, quickly. Then I honor Bayo, Onzima, Bariomonsi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I also like to thank the chair and her team for the wonderful job done within the very short spell of time that they had. It's a pity that they didn't have much time because this is a very serious matter for Ugandans. And it's also a pity that we're having a limited time to discuss it. Now, I'm concerned and very much disturbed that while we've been trying to see that money is put in the land fund, that there is a minister who was trying to stop money from being put there. I think that minister needs to explain why I was trying to do that. Then I'm also concerned that the Land Commission was unable to give information on the money that they have paid out from the land fund over the last 3 years. I don't think it was because of staff as put by the committee in their report. I think there are fundamental issues here. And as you know, quite a lot was unearthed by the Catherine Bamugemereire's investigation. Compensation for titles in wetlands forest that actually were not owned by individuals. Problems of double land titles in some areas, very curious payment that were being made. So it's quite a lot. And I think it's very important that we demand that the executive presents the report to Parliament from that investigation, together with the action that has been taken on what was actually recommended. And finally, Madam Speaker, I think it's very important that Parliament sets up something much broader on this issue.
Please conclude.
There's a lot of public outcry emanating from what's going on with the operations of the Land Commission. So I think it's very important that Parliament at a certain point in time actually takes this up and investigates to get to the root, to the lock bottom of what is it exactly that is happening that our colleague didn't have. Otherwise, I very much once again thank the chair for a job well done, and I strongly support their recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Bayo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the committee for a job well done. Right Honorable Speaker, normally leaders in this country take the oath and swore to protect and uphold the Constitution. And Right Honorable Speaker, I want to raise our attention here that from the land claimants whose cases has been for years and years, Article 26 of the Constitution provides that when government is taking land from the citizens, one has to be compensated adequately and prior to taking possession of his or her property. But here we're having a situation where it has to reach a point when the claimant is old, is very sick, and has to look for somebody who can connect him or her to the president or to the prime minister
or to somebody in the Ministry of Land, Right Honorable Speaker. I think here we are not doing very well, and would want to call upon government that with the land funds put in place, the management should be very clear, and more funds should be put, an appropriation done to put in more money in land funds, so that these issues do not depend on who knows who and who is more connected to get compensated for his or our land. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee was sent by this parliament after government had made a request for supplementary appropriation to compensate the land claimants. And I think we have been able to find out the real issue, because Uganda Land Commission was denying responsibility.
Please conclude.
Uganda Land Commission was not agreeing with the Minister of Land as to who has raised this claim. So I think the committee has helped Parliament to dig out issues that are there, but this is just a small tip that more investigations would need to be done. But for Parliament now, I think for those ones who are claiming, we should go ahead and support this supplementary so that they are given money and people are compensated, while those other ones, government must take responsibility. But also the report of NAMIREMBE's commission, Catherine, should be brought to Parliament and to public to sort out issues on land in the country, because without that, this is just a small section, and we can't say we are saying don't give this money, but government must take this and bring that report of the commission to Parliament for us to move forward. Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Onsima.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to make comment on 3 issues. One is, according to the committee, there is no clear record of claimants in the Land Commission. Madam Speaker, if there are no clear records, I don't know how the Uganda Land Commission has been operating, because this one gives room for a number of problems. One can be that you may not have proper planning in terms of how much money you will need to pay for people who have problems and who are supposed to be compensated. 2, it also gives room for payment of people who might not be the rightful people, who could be claiming money. And then the third one is also, this one can also lead to ghosts. You can easily pay ghosts. So I think the issue of record keeping should be taken into consideration by Uganda Land Commission as a serious matter. 2, titling of land for people. Madam Speaker, my colleague from Bunyoro raised an issue here. One time we went to the oil region. You find that people are being compensated, settled. People who have been displaced by these projects of oil are being settled. But a family is settled in like 2 or 3 roomed house for a land that he or she has lost, which land should have benefited his generation. Say, for example, I'm settled as an individual, and yet the land I have lost might have not only benefited me alone, it would have benefited me and other generations to come. So this lack of titling of people's land is a problem. I would think that some of those areas must be given priority by government. People who cannot process their title, governments will come in and help them. Just the last point, Madam Speaker. We were debating an issue here where there is a lot of domestic arrears accruing from court awards. And one of the reasons as to why these domestic arrears were not cleared was because government said it was still, she was still verifying these court awards, whether they are genuine. But we have just heard from the committee that some of the court awards which were given were never defended in court, and they were not contested. So I don't know what was the reason, because if there was any court issue involved, I expected government to have been vividly involved in defending them and also contesting these court awards. But if they were not contested, I don't know what the reason was. Madam Speaker, that's where I will expect clarification from government. Why did they just allow it to go like that? Thank you very much.
Honorable Yomusi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and the honorable members. Let me also add my voice to thank the chairperson and members of the ad hoc committee for a job well done, because within a short period, they've been able to give us a report which is very informative. Let me just make a few comments in response to some of the issues which have been raised in the interest of time. One, I am happy with the report of the committee, and we do receive the recommendations, which we take seriously, and we shall study them with a view of implementing them. But I am also happy that in the report, they indicate that these requests were actually grounded in the records which we have in the ministry, because an impression had been created that the minister submitted these requests, maybe with corruption in the background. But I think the committee has clearly shown that there are many claims within the ministry. These few which were picked were part of the claims which are in our records. Save for one Busugwa Julius, where there seems to be some fraudulent activities, and I want to assure Parliament that we shall comply with the recommendation and instruct police to do a thorough investigation, and whoever is found to be on the wrong side of the law, whether in the ministry or Busugwa Julius himself and his other actors, should be brought to book, because we do not condone any corrupt tendencies as government and also as a ministry. Number two, the relationship between the Ministry of Lands and Uganda Land Commission has no problem. We regret the skirmishes and the exchanges between our leaders in the recent past, but maybe I can say it is because of personalities, but not an institutional problem. The Ministry of Lands, where I serve, and Uganda Land Commission as an agency which is under our ministry, we work very well, but we regret whatever mishaps could have come into the open, and the law clearly defines a functional relationship between the ministry and the ULC. ULC is independent in as far as taking its decisions is concerned, but definitely the ministry through the minister communicates, and the law through the Uganda Land Act Section 50 clearly stipulates that the minister responsible for lands is empowered to provide policy directives to Uganda Land Commission. For instance, if cabinet makes a decision on matters of land, those decisions are communicated by the minister to Uganda Land Commission. Or if Parliament makes a decision, because ULC doesn't attend Parliament, it is the minister to communicate what has come from Parliament to ULC. So the law provides how the ministry communicates with ULC, and at no point, at no time has the ministry usurped the powers of ULC. What the minister explained was that these requests were raised during the times of campaigns, and I think there was a lack of coordination between our ministry and the ULC, but there was no bad intention, and there were no intentions of usurping the powers of ULC. But also to say, to comment on the reasons for supplementary requests, like Honorable Jova Kamateka has said, if the president gives the directive to the minister transmits that directive to ULC for ULC to process. Doesn't mean the minister will be the one now to take the action. Sometimes you get confronted with somebody who is terminally ill and has a claim with the government. Somebody is sick, wants to go to India or to Morocco for operation. So are you saying it is wrong for you to raise this as a supplementary to fund that person whom government owes money. So some of these, we also have to look at compassionate considerations because they are real and we face these. Madam Speaker, Uganda Land Commission was created by the Constitution and it has been doing its work, but we've been drafting a law, a comprehensive law, so that we can provide for its independence and its work. The law has been completed. It's now between the ministry and the cabinet. Unfortunately, we have not been able to process it, come to Parliament, but it will be one of the first legislations which will be tabled as soon as the 11th Parliament starts its work. The land fund, technically speaking, it has not been created. So what the Ministry of Finance does, it provides money for operations of Uganda Land Commission. So money which pays salaries and other operations, but under the new law, we have now put sufficient provisions to create that fund and also properly see how it can be utilized. The challenge we have, Right Honorable Speaker, is that because of our colonial history, the land tenure system changed, and we have, especially in central Uganda and parts of western Uganda, this mile land tenure system, where you have dual ownership of land with the landlord and tenants. We have estimated as a ministry that we need about 1.7 trillion Uganda shillings to resolve this matter so that you buy off the interests of one of the parties, particularly the landlords, so that the tenants can then acquire perpetual registrable interest on the land. But averagely, we get about 20 billion per year for the operations of Uganda Land Commission. So you can compare 20 billion and 1.7 trillion, which we have estimated. And the claims are very many. So that's why you get this pressure of many people having claims, but we don't have sufficient resources to meet all these claims. Madam Speaker, comparison acquisition of land. Not all land which is acquired by government is acquired through comparison acquisition. Sometimes government acquires through willing buyer, willing seller arrangements. Like a landlord in KIBAALE, who has a big chunk of land, has the banja holders on the land, may come to government and say, I want to dispose of my interest on this land. That's not comparison acquisition. There the method is different. Comparison acquisition, mainly we use it, and it is provided for in Article 26, that when government wants to acquire land for projects, public projects, or public health concerns, or public morality, and then the government comes in to compulsorily acquire this private property. And correct, the article talks of fair and adequate compensation, which should be paid prior to acquisition, and it must be paid promptly, and also the owner has the right to go to court if he is not satisfied with the value which has been assessed. We have also concluded a law on land acquisition because the current law is a little bit old. The Land Acquisition Act is of 1965. You will recall, Madam Speaker, at the beginning of this parliament, we had brought a constitutional amendment to Article 26, but it was misunderstood by members of this House, a section of them, and the public. We have since taken a decision as a government to instead repeal the Land Acquisition Act of 1965, and we have completed the drafting of the new law, which also will be tabled at the beginning of the 11th Parliament to further provide for comparison acquisition, because the major challenge which we've been having is that when the chief government valuer makes an assessment, sometimes the owner of the property of the land contests this assessment, and then it can cause dragging for 5, 10 years, or even 15 years. So we have now provided sufficient provisions on how that kind of impasse can be addressed within the shortest possible time so that the owner of the land is paid and is happy, but also government work is not unnecessarily delayed. So in the 11th Parliament, we shall be able to table that bill and to assure the members that the evaluation which is done by government actually gives you a higher value than if you sold your land on the open market. If we had time, Madam Speaker, I will tell you that valuation is a technical service. And what valuers do is that they use the market price of the land wherever it is situated. And also they value the property like houses or any other constructions separately. If there is a business, they factor in profits for 5 years and put it in the value. If there are crops, the district land boards usually give annual values of crops. They are factored in. And depending on how long government wants to take to acquire the land, if it is going to acquire it in 6 months, you put in a 30% disturbance allowance. If you want it after 6 months, you put in 15% disturbance allowance. And all of these are provided in the Land Act. And therefore, the value which government comes up with is much higher than if you sold your land to an ordinary buyer. So government does not cheat the owners of private property when it has been valued. Okay.
Thank you for giving way. I just want you to clarify this issue of land acquisition. You said you are the cabinet is considering bringing the law for amendment so that you can now begin the acquisition of land compulsorily. But right, Honorable Speaker, what I recall is that compulsory acquisition of land is clearly catered for in the Constitution. There's no way you can come up with a law without amending the Constitution. The Constitution has given very stringent conditions for compulsory acquisition of land. So I would not know how you can bring a law and circumvent the, that constitutional amendment. So I would like you to clarify on that.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We don't have time to go into those arguments, but like I said, we are repealing the Land Acquisition Act of 1965. I hope that satisfies you. And there is nothing which stops government and parliament from enacting such a law. And if you allow me, the challenge with Article 26 that we've been trying to address through this law is that the article says land belongs to the people. Citizens are allowed to own private property, including land. But government is authorized to compulsorily acquire your property if it is going to do projects of public interest. Now, the Constitution says the compensation should be fair and adequate, and prior and prompt and so forth. And the question has been adequate to who, fair to who? So what has been happening, Madam Speaker, is that sometimes there is a contestation of these values. So the new law is going to put an elaborate system and procedure that if Honorable Cecilia Ogwar's land has been valued at, just hold on.
Procedure. By the time the Constitution of 1995 was promulgated and enacted, that law you are talking about was already in our statutes books. So you cannot come here and say, by the time we were putting that condition in the 1995 Constitution, we were not mindful of the act you are now quoting. So I want you to know that we were very alert in the Constituent Assembly. We were aware of that act, but we still made sure that whoever will attempt, as you are now trying to attempt, to acquire land compulsorily, you must go through those stringent conditions. And that's why I'm just trying to warn you that it is a constitutional matter and you are not going to play with it. By the time we passed that constitution, we were mindful of that law which you are now quoting to us.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's not only those who wrote the constitution who know it. Even us who have come after it being written, we also know the constitution. But I think we can leave this debate that time.
Yes.
When the government brings the bill, then we shall be here.
Yeah.
Luckily, you and I shall be members of the House.
No, please.
Madam Speaker,
Please conclude. Please
as I conclude, Madam Speaker, I just want to assure the members that we have digitalized the land registry, and therefore issues of double titling or multiple titling, issues of giving titles for swamps, forests, and protected areas cannot happen now, because we've worked with the Ministry of Water and Environment, which has produced an atlas of wetlands, forests, swamps, protected areas, which are superimposed on the computer system. So if you come and you want to do a title of a swamp, the system will alert you that this is a lake, this is a swamp, this is a protected area. Or if you want to do a title of a piece of land which is already titled, it will not happen in our system. So those were happening when our records were manual, but we have since moved to a digitalized system of land management. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, the M.NAMIREMBE report, the Commission of Inquiry completed its work, and the report was submitted to the President who had appointed that Commission of Inquiry. He has since communicated to us. Cabinet has considered this issue and appointed a committee which is drafting the white paper, and it will be presented to Cabinet. And once Cabinet has considered it, we shall definitely be here in Parliament. So the process is on, and we shall have that discussion to see how we can reform the land sector. And also, we shall be bringing amendments to the Land Act at the beginning of the next Parliament. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the committee for a good report. We take the recommendations seriously. We shall study them, and where we need to improve in the way of managing land affairs, we shall definitely do the needful. But in the coming Parliament, we shall be bringing a number of legislations related to the land sector, and we shall have robust debates, including with Honorable Cecilia Ogwa. I thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, honourable members.
Speaker,
I put the question that the question be put.
Right,
Those
Honourable
in favour
Speaker.
say aye, the contrary, no.
Aye.
And I put the question that this House adopt the report of the ADOME Committee on Land Compensation, Supplementary Expenditure, Schedule number 4, Financial 2021. Those in favour say aye, the contrary, no. I have it. Honourable members, I want to invite the first reading of a bill which was brought yesterday night after we had already completed the order paper. So I want crave your indulgence to give a first reading to the National Legal Aid Bill so that it can become part of our honor. Please read the bill, Honorable Clerk.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Please.
Right, Honorable Speaker. There is something very urgent and very important which I thought.
Why don't you allow me to finish my program first? Then you can bring your issues.
Bills first reading.
Honorable KOMAKECH.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the National Legal Aid Bill 2020 be read for the first time.
Now, members, as I indicated earlier, it will be sent to the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, but the committee will expire tonight. But nevertheless, it's part of our record. I don't know whether AG has something to say about that. Seconded. The first reading seconded, interestingly, yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members of parliament, Honorable Leandro KOMAKECH, the MP, GULU Municipality, sought leave of parliament to introduce a private member's bill entitled the National Legal Aid Bill 2020. The bill was published in the Gazette on the 28th of September 2020, number 27 of 2020. Madam Speaker, allow me to go through some very brief notes for the benefit of Parliament.
No, just
Beg your
position.
pardon?
Just take your position on it because it's going to the committee.
Madam Speaker, my position or the position of government is that one, the bill has financial implications. We are not comfortable with the bill proceeding to the committee stage, because it seeks to establish a kind of process that requires financing by government. Right now, we are undertaking rationalization of a number of government agencies, and yet this bill seeks to establish one such agency. Currently, we have other organs that are handling legal aid, like the Legal Aid Clinic of LDC, the Justice Centers Uganda, and they are all being funded by JELOS and other NGOs. Right Honorable Speaker, establishing a body for legal aid that requires financing by government at a time when we are rationalizing government agencies is not a good thing for us to do. We would pray that we be given time as a government to look at it, to consider the pros and cons of it, and see how best we can do something better that works for us all. I beg to submit.
Yeah, I've sent it to the committee. Anyone who wants to deal with it will find it in the committee. Let's go to the next
The
item.
National Legal Aid Bill 2020.
Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs.
Item number 15. Motion for adoption of the report of the fact-finding on the condition and status of Uganda's properties in Kisumu, Nairobi, and Mombasa, Kenya by the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
Can I ask the chair not to go to evaluating the visits and who you met and who you did not meet? Set the subject and your findings, recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and members. Allow me to present this report under sub-rule 1 of Rule 33 of our Rules of Procedure, and thereafter lay the attachments. Those are the titles of certificates on the floor of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, this is indeed a report on fact-finding mission on the condition and the status of Uganda's properties in Kisumu, Nairobi, and Mombasa, Kenya, by the Committee of Foreign Affairs. Right Honorable Speaker, on the 27th of November 2019, the Minister of State for Finance and Economic Development, Honorable Bati, presented a statement in regard to the status of the properties owned by the government of Uganda in Kenya. The purpose of the statement was to give members information regarding ownership and the status of the properties in Kenya, and shed more light on the effect of the Kenya Land Amendment Act on the properties owned by the government of Uganda in Kenya. However, the House was not satisfied with the report, especially in regard to the effect of the amended Kenya law on the properties owned by the government of Uganda, the condition and the state of these properties, and what accrues from the same. The Right Honorable Speaker directed the Committee on Foreign Affairs to carry out a fact-finding mission to find out the facts on the matter and report to the House. The committee undertook the visit to Kenya on fact-finding on the status of the properties as indicated above. And like indeed to save time, I will not go far to read the composition of the team, but the terms were, the committee was guided by the following terms: to establish the conditions and the status of Uganda properties in Nairobi, Mombasa, and Kisumu. 2 was to assess the management of Uganda's properties in Kenya. And 3 was to assess and establish the likely impact of the Kenya Land Amendment Law 2016 on the ownership of Uganda's properties in Kenya, and then to examine any other matters incidental thereto. Of course, the methodology, we had meetings. I wouldn't go to the details indeed whom we met, but we had the meetings, we had physical visits to the properties, especially in Mombasa, Kenya, Nairobi, and Kisumu. The findings, observations, and recommendations. The committee was informed that Uganda's properties in Kenya were managed under Uganda Properties Holdings Limited, and then Uganda Railways Corporation and Uganda High Commission in Nairobi. Properties managed under Uganda Properties Holdings Limited. I just want to give a small background about Uganda Properties Limited, that during the course of the privatization process, the fate of the properties formerly belonging to the Coffee Marketing Board, Transocean Uganda Limited, Produce Marketing Board, and Lint Marketing Board was debated, and government of Uganda resolved that properties which were of strategic importance to Uganda should not be divested. Arising from the above, the cabinet in 1998 resolved that a new company be established to take over ownership of all real estate properties locally and abroad belonging to the government of Uganda. This decision was premised on the fact that the properties in reference had significant commercial value and therefore had to be managed under the commercial principles for purposes of sustainability. In light of the above, on the 3rd November 1998, Uganda Property Holdings Limited was incorporated under the Companies Act Cap 110, wholly owned by Government of Uganda under the oversight of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and Ministry of Finance for Investment and Privatization, with each having 50% shares. The objectives of Uganda Properties Limited, I will not read there. Members can be able to read and abreast yourselves about what Uganda Properties Holdings Limited does. Current status of the properties under the management of Uganda Properties Limited Holdings. The committee visited all the properties under the management of Uganda Properties Limited in Mombasa, Nairobi, and Kisumu. The committee established that Uganda Property Holdings Limited is in charge of managing 23 properties in Kenya, mainly in Mombasa. The committee established that the properties are owned on leasehold terms and that currently all the properties have running leases and are also being rented out on a competitive rates. The property rates relating to the said properties are paid on schedule. The committee was informed that in the financial year 2019-2020, the properties in Mombasa fetched to the tune of 10 billion, of which 300 million was submitted to the consolidated fund as dividend, and the recurrent expenditure of the same was 6.6 billion, and capital expenditure went for 4.3 billion. Of the above mentioned 23 properties, the details are they have 11 warehouses, 1 is a carport, 2 office blocks, 3 commercial blocks, 4 residential houses, and 2 yards. Observation: the committee was informed that all the properties developed and have leasehold titles, and Uganda Property Holdings is in custody of the certificates of titles. And Right Honorable Speaker, I have the copies of those certificates of titles. I will lay them on table. The committee observed that most of the properties were well maintained and under attainable condition. And like I said, the certificates are here. The committee inspected the properties under the custody and management of Uganda Properties Limited and established that indeed all properties are being rented out and are well maintained. And when you go to page page 20 and 21 of this report, the annex, you will find the list of the 23 properties there. Of course, Uganda Properties Limited operates on the commercial principles and funds all its activities from internally generated resources. The committee observed that the Uganda Properties Holding Limited makes its budget and work plans, which is approved by the board, that is its board, and spends the money on what they have planned to undertake. This makes them swift in budget implementation, and since they do not go through the tedious bureaucracies and processes of approvals. A recommendation. Although Uganda Properties Holding Limited seems to have achieved much from such a practice, it is our considered view that the dividend sent to the consolidated fund is little compared to what they generate as seen from the above figures. I would want to refer to them again. One of the purposes as to why Uganda Properties Holding Limited was created was to ensure that properties are well maintained and sustained. This would yield more revenue for government. But I think it is not the case. If we are getting 10 billion, then only 300 million is sent to as dividend to the consolidated fund. We thought it was not commensurate to what the properties are generating. Then there was an allegation of properties being sold and being dilapidated. The observation was that no property in Nairobi or Mombasa had been sold. Instead, the warehouses had been renovated and given a new facelift. The ordinary iron sheets were removed and replaced with aluminum and transparent iron sheets, which can last for over 20 years compared to what they had before. 2 residential houses inherited from Uganda Railway Corporation had been renovated. The carport and the car yard were expanded by buying adjacent land to address the demand. Additional land was acquired and added to the warehouses for more loading and offloading area. The properties Uganda Property Holding Limited inherited from Uganda Railways Corporation were in bad shape, but have now been renovated and are now rented out both in Mombasa and Nairobi. For the 5 properties with a few years left, actually there are only 5 properties that each, some of them have 3 and others have 4 years left on as the lease period. Uganda Property Holding Limited informed the committee that it had started engaging the relevant leasers to renew the leases and was confident that the lease would be renewed. Just like the rest are, because they have those that have 99 years, 90, and the rest of it all. The buildings are well maintained and refurbished against the information to the house indicating that they were dilapidated or they are dilapidated. The committee observed that Uganda Property Holding Limited owns other properties other than the 23 that we visited in Nairobi, Kisumu, and Mombasa. In total, they own 33 properties. But like I said, 23 are in Mombasa, Kenya, but they also have 4 residential houses in London and 12 other properties in Uganda. Of all these properties that the company is holding, locally and abroad, they have titles, and they informed the committees that none of these properties has a mortgage on it. And actually we confirmed that because we have the titles of certificates. The list down there, Right Honorable Speaker, is the list of those properties that I've now named, the 33 properties. I wouldn't go into that detail. Right Honorable Speaker, like I said, we were told the properties in Kenya are owned in 3 categories: under Uganda Properties Holdings Limited, under Uganda Railways Corporation, and under the Mission. The second is the properties under Uganda Railways Corporation. Uganda Railways Corporation owns a large portfolio of properties that were developed and acquired to support its operational needs within Uganda and in the region. Among the properties it owns, there are 3 residential properties in Kenya, specifically in the cities of Mombasa, Nairobi, and Kisumu, respectively. The committee carried out site visits to properties that are under Uganda Railways Corporation to conduct a physical verification and establish their existence, physical state, and confirm ownership. of the same, the ownership status. I wouldn't want to go into that detail. Yes, but I want just to say that the property, of the three properties, they have one in Nairobi, which is a single residential house located in Mugoya Estate, South B. It is in a well condition, has a tenant in it. The property is legally registered, like as we've indicated there, and it is fully owned by the Uganda Railways Corporation. The observation of the committee was informed by the tenant that she had incurred costs in repair of the house. And yet when we saw the house, it needed more repairs, especially the ceiling. The committee recommended that Uganda Properties Holding Limited should work on all repairs so that the house is in good tenable position, so that even fetches more revenue. The one in Mombasa, it is a double-storied house located in Nyali Estate. It even has a swimming pool, Right Honorable Speaker. It was renovated by Uganda Properties Holding Limited, and indeed, it is in a tenable state, and it is fetching quite good revenue, over 3 million per month for that house. Then there is another property managed by Uganda Railways Corporation in Kisumu, one house. That one was really in a bad shape. And the reason we're given was that Uganda Property Holdings Limited had not yet taken ownership or management of that property because the tenant and Uganda Railways Corporation have issues. They were in court because I think the tenant had done some repairs which they needed to be compensated for. But the recommendation of the committee was that Uganda Railways Corporation should sort out the issue with the tenant so that Uganda Properties Holding Limited can take over the management of the property, renovate it and rent it out at a very good affordable rate. And when you look at the table we have put there on page 10, indeed it is the property under Uganda Railways Corporation that is fetching less. That is property number 2. Because the state of the property was really wanting, it needed a lot. And the High Commission or the mission in Nairobi, the Uganda High Commission in Nairobi's mandate, I wouldn't want to go into those details about the mandate of the mission, but we can be able to address ourselves what our foreign missions do. But let me go to page 11. The mission focused on minimal maintenance and refurbishment of the 3 Ugandan properties in Nairobi. However, all the 3 properties require complete overhaul to upgrade them to modern buildings so as to collect more revenue and portray a good Ugandan image abroad. The 3 properties that the mission is managing, one is the Uganda House. The committee observed that Uganda House, which is a commercial 4-story building owned by the government of Uganda, was built in the early 1960s. And is now an eyesore in the central business district of Nairobi due to its dilapidated state. And because of such a state, the High Commission in Nairobi thought it wise to carry out major renovations of the structure since it had been condemned by Kenyan authorities, being a deplorable state and causing diplomatic embarrassment to the nation. However, when the tenants occupying the building were served with evacuation notice so as to kickstart the renovation process, they went to court to obtain a court injunction because they knew they were going to lose business. An out-of-court agreement was reached that instead of evicting tenants from the structure for renovation to kickstart, this process would be done in phases so as the tenants would continue carrying out their businesses. By the time the committee visited the property, out of the 4 floors of the building, only the ground floor was fully occupied, while the 3rd and the 4th floor had only 2 and 4 tenants each instead of 29 tenants that are meant to be on each floor. The lifts were out of use, the water system was not in use, and 80% of the tenants had actually moved out due to the deplorable state of the building. The revenues had therefore dwindled as a result of that. The High Commissioner informed the committee of the challenges of dilapidated structures of the mission buildings, posing security risk and bad image. However, informed the committee that plans were underway to kickstart the renovation process of the Uganda House in July 2021, and that the mission had received 4 billion to kickstart the work. The committee recommends for the expeditious renovation of Uganda House, since government is losing revenue that would contribute to the consolidated fund. The other one is the official residence. The committee was informed that the former head of mission, Ambassador Tala Phoebe, had not officially handed over the house. On the visit to the official residence, the committee observed that the house, which was acquired in 1985, is in a good location with a swimming pool. However, the building needed renovation and furnishing. The swimming pool presented several challenges, including being a breeding ground for mosquitoes for the neighbors. Currently, the mission rents accommodation for the High Commissioner because the official residence is inhabitable. The committee recommends that the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should urgently allocate resources to enable the renovation of the official residence so as to save money being spent in renting accommodation for the ambassador. The third property that the mission is overseeing is the Chancery. The committee noted that what is the Chancery now was a residential house acquired in 1985 and turned into Chancery. It is a big piece of land and very strategic located at Riverside. However, it does not have a boardroom, neither is it disability friendly. It has no ramps, no lift. The steps are so narrow, the water and sewage system is outdated and requires overhaul. In a nutshell, the building is not fit to house a Chancery. The committee recommended for the construction of the Chancery in the same land, since it is the land for the mission. The budget should be appropriated for this purpose. Then the second term of reference, Right Honorable Speaker, was on the impact of the Kenya Land Law 20 Amendment, Kenya Land Amendment Law 2016 on the ownership of Uganda properties in Kenya. And I think we need to take keen interest on these. Whereas Uganda government's right to property is threatened by the recent development, whether Uganda's government rights to property is threatened by the recent development in respect to the Kenya land law. The committee met and discussed with the Right Honorable Speaker of the Kenya National Assembly, Honorable Justice Justin Muturi, who assured the delegation that the amendment to the land law would not have a detrimental effect on the property owned by the government of Uganda. The Right Honorable Speaker guided that unless at the expiry of the lease term, the government of Uganda does not express interest, the rules of natural justice dictate that the immediate lessee before the expiry of the lease term is given priority. He reinforced the assurance by informing the delegation that the President of the Republic of Kenya, that is His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, had donated land to the government of Uganda in Naivasha. He also informed the delegation that he would consult with the Attorney General of Kenya to give an opinion in regard to the same. At the time of writing the report, the Office of the Right Honorable Speaker had not yet received a feedback from the Right Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly of Kenya. The committee was not able to get a written opinion from the Attorney General, which was expected to come through the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Uganda. But however, the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the Land Act number 6, 2012, and the Land Registration Act 3 of 2012, subject to certain limitations, grant the right to any person, either individually or in association with others, to acquire and own land in Kenya. However, there are limitations of property ownership in Kenya by foreigners contained in the Constitution and the Land Control Act Cap 302. The Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. Article 65(1) of the Constitution provides as follows: a person who is not a citizen may hold land on basis of leasehold tenure only, and any such lease, however granted, shall not exceed 99 years. It should be noted that under common law jurisdiction, including Uganda and Kenya, non-citizens can not own land in perpetuity, that is without fixed maturity dates. Foreigners are limited to own a lease on land not exceeding 99 years. Under Article 8(1) in the 6th schedule of the Constitution, any freehold interest in land in Kenya held by a person who is not Kenyan citizen shall revert to the Republic of Kenya to be held on behalf of the people of Kenya, and the state will grant leasehold rent for 99 years to that individual. This means that from the effective date, any freehold land or absolute proprietorship held by a foreigner is truncated to a 99-year lease with a leasehold rent. The government has been forced to call for all these real estate titles and issue foreigners with leasehold titles with the commencement date that was way back in August 2010. Whether the Land Law Amendment Act 2016 now prohibits non-citizens from renewing their lease.
Procedure.
Sorry, Right Honorable Speaker, that I have to rise up. I thought our colleague would spend a shorter time following your guidance, Madam Speaker. You had guided that she should simply summarize the issue and go straight to the recommendation. However, she seems to be taking forever reading. So the procedural point that I'm raising, Right Honorable Speaker,
Yes.
is whether she should not abide by your guidance, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chairperson, please, you read the subject and the recommendation. Because the reports are available, members can read them. Just go to your findings and recommendations.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your guidance. I would then therefore move to page 16 that has the observation there. The committee established that under the law of Kenya, non-citizens who are referred to ineligible persons have always not had a preemptive right to a reversionary interest upon expiry of the lease. The preemptive right have been and still is a reserve of Kenyan nationals. What else would I read then? On page 17, we have a recommendation there that the committee recommends that the government of Uganda should always negotiate for terms in the agreements that cater for adequate compensation for developments on the land in case the lease term is not renewed, because we had that worry that what happens if you already have developments on our land and then your leasehold expires, because they said they will not be able to compensate. But depending on what is on the agreement, you can negotiate and include those terms on the agreement so that it is taken care of. There is compensation of our properties if the leasehold titles expire. But I think it will not be the case. Whether ineligible persons, foreigners, can acquire interest on transact on controlled land. That one also, Right Honorable Speaker, we are able, let me go on the observation on page 18. Whereas the provisions puts limitations on land transactions by foreigners, it does not completely prevent ineligible persons, that is foreigners or foreign governments, from acquiring interest in controlled land. The amendment requires the approval of the relevant authorities. This requirement does not apply to Kenyan nationals, but if you're a foreigner, then you have to apply to be able to do that. So we say the committee recommended that government of Uganda should always negotiate for and include in their agreements terms relating to compensation for buildings on the land upon expiry of the lease. On the emerging issues, allow me, Right Honorable Speaker, then go on the emerging issue. We said on the emerging issue regarding the legitimate ownership of Uganda properties abroad, the committee noted that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Uganda Property Limited.
Point of procedure.
Okay. Madam Speaker, the report of the committee is very, very clear. And we have read the report. And I want to believe that it will be good for the chair to post there and allow the House to have its say, given the fact that the time has also moved properly. At least we have the uploaded report. Isn't it procedural okay that we pause the reading there and we continue in it?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I was actually concluding. If you look, I'm on page 18 and this report has 19 pages. So I was concluding. I was actually on the emerging issues and I said, regarding legitimate ownership of Uganda properties abroad, the committee noted that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Uganda Properties Limited have issues on Uganda government properties abroad. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs insists that the Uganda properties abroad should be supervised by the missions abroad on behalf of government, while on the other hand, Uganda Property Holdings Limited was given the mandate by government to directly manage and supervise government properties abroad as a body corporate of Uganda government. So the committee recommends that an interministerial committee should be set up to address this matter. And this interministerial committee should comprise Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and Ministry of Privatization, but also Ministry of Trade and because those properties are doing trade for us. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, the status of Uganda properties and its management in Kenya and elsewhere should be resolved. Potentially, Uganda properties abroad remain a great source of non-tax revenue to this Uganda government. But we are saying we need to see how we can manage that process of manage these properties well. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And like I'd asked, I would like to lay on table the certificates of titles of the 23 properties that we visited under Uganda Properties Holdings Limited. I beg to submit.
Okay, thank you very much, member. Any comments? Very briefly. Okay. Honorable, our 2 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
That is.
I know that this report we cannot.
Okay.
We cannot exhaustively handle it today. We need to push it further, and knowing very well that you should take it to a very successful conclusion. Because, you know, there is corruption, a lot of corruption when they talk about this property holding limited. Who are these people involved in this property holding limited? Our people, our missions abroad actually live almost in abject poverty. Just because the control of the property is handled by some other, can I say, some big people here in Uganda. So this property holding limited needs to be investigated properly, and we make sure that this corrupt tendency is brought down. So I pray that you will take us through in the next parliament in this report so that we discuss it better, we debate it better. Thank you.
Onamudimi. And then I will go on.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I've listened to the report of the committee, but the most worrying situation as far as those properties are concerned, especially those in Mombasa. The committee is talking about the expiry of lease and the renewal, but within the law, there is an amendment which they passed, and they have given 400 meters from the sea. Properties which were within the 400 meters, automatically they forfeit to government of Kenya. And all our warehouses which are in Mombasa are within the 400 radius of 400 meters. Those are in Mombasa. I want the chairperson of the committee to, what are we going to do? Are we going to forfeit them to, and these are the prime properties which are generating money for the country.
Okay, on the members, actually I was disappointed when I sent the delegation to Nairobi. I wanted them to get an answer from the government of Kenya about the effect of the Land Amendment Act of 2016 of Kenya on our properties. Because that law says anything 25 kilometers from the end of the Indian Ocean cannot be held by a non-Kenyan. And that's where properties are. I've written to my counterpart 3 letters, he has not answered. The Attorney General of Uganda has written, the Attorney General of Kenya, he has not answered. You know, there is a problem. His diversionary is saying, you know, if we gave you land in Naivasha, we're not talking about Naivasha. We are talking about our properties of the people of Uganda in the 25-kilometer controlled zone. And we're now ineligible. We're described as ineligible because we are for a foreign government. That's what the law says. That's the answer I really wanted from that delegation. Honorable Ogun.
Madam Speaker, allow me to appreciate the committee for that big effort that they put in to deliver such a wonderful report. And Madam Speaker, this report is so lucky to be read on the very day when we are summarizing the work of the tennis parliament. And I want to thank colleagues who have stayed up to this moment to make sure that we conclude the work of the tennis parliament. And Madam Speaker, for those ministers who are around, I want to prophesy that they will reappoint you. Yes, in the cabinet, they will reappoint all of you who are here because you have exhibited that kind of spirit of people who are statesmen and stateswomen who are ready to work. Day or night, you are there for the country. You will be reappointed. I have said it. Madam Speaker, in this report, I have one thing to note. In Mombasa, we collect up to more than 10 billion, and then only 300 million comes to the consolidated fund. Number 2, over 6 billion is spent on recurrent expenditure. How I wish we had the details of that expenditure. That money was spent specifically on which activities? Was it on collecting rent? Because if you look at 6 billion being spent annually, I would guess now this is what we call appropriation in aid. Who approves these people's budgets? So this board now might be just deciding to sit in the evenings for a cup of coffee. Then they decide with their technocrats to chew this money even without the knowledge of the mission. Number 2, we have land which is in a prime location in the central business district. And if this is the land among us which, Madam Speaker, you are complaining about the ownership tenure, that now we cannot control, because you are foreign. I think the president should come in. What is the summit doing? We are now in EAC. Is Kenya treating us like a little boy? Don't they know that we are also growing now into a big brother so that we deserve better? Madam Speaker, just yesterday, this house passed a loan. Today, again, some loans I think went through. I was not in. Every day we borrow loans. These loans have not been productive in my eye. How I wish we were borrowing loans for investments in a prime locations like the one in the central business district of Nairobi. We'd put there a very powerful hotel and Uganda would be making a lot of money. But we are putting money in non-productive areas. Then we wallow and just keep on crying in poverty. It is so disturbing. Madam Speaker, the committee did their job. But what I know, if Ugandans are to reap from the properties abroad, reports should be coming to this house for debate. I don't remember ever debating in this term any report about those SYDA properties in this house. If it was not for your effort, then I don't know what would have happened. I've prayed for you, Madam Speaker. You are going to pass. You are also going to make it. Because you have made it up to now, you have sat and you have done your part diligently without fear or favor. God is watching from above and you are going to pass You are going to be what? People are going to vote for you and you will get the votes. The voters are for you. I'm not campaigning. I'm talking about it today and tomorrow for God and my country.
Thank you. Of course, as usual, we don't have the foreign minister here. I think let's have Honorable Gavirano. The Prime Minister will come. You have picked the issues. Let the members say a few things. Gavirano, Otieno, Ayo, Amoru, and who's that one? Who's that one? Taewa. Kahima.
Okay,
Of
thank you.
Ntungamo. Okay.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chairperson for the report. But Right Honorable Speaker, I want to dwell on your submission, on your expectation. And I wanted to say that we as Parliament, through the committee, we have done our work. We have raised the flag. You have raised your concern, Right Honorable Speaker. And today, as we come to the end of this 10th Parliament, I just want to make one recommendation in this matter. That the government takes serious interest. Because Right Honorable Speaker, apart from the properties in Kenya, we have so many other properties in other countries. I was in Ethiopia. They gave us a plot, we didn't develop it. In China, they gave us a plot, we didn't develop it. There is another country, is it Malaysia, where all the other embassies have moved. For us, we are stuck, we can't move. But in particular, on the Kenyan properties in Mombasa, Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted that we make a resolution now to task government, the Prime Minister is here, to task government today to go to Kenya and engage the Kenyan government about those properties in Mombasa and give us a solution and an answer within about 2 months or 3 months time. So that one is solved where East African state partner states, we have the agreements. Recently, the Kenyan delegation was here negotiating about trade. I don't know why this one was not raised. So let the Prime Minister make commitment that the government follows this matter and conclude this amicably in accordance to our aspirations. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Otieno, Ayo Amoru, Kahima.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank the committee for this wonderful work done. Right Honorable Speaker, this UPHL has done a wonderful job and should be commended. They have maintained our property in a very good condition. And Right Honorable Speaker, when the chairman, when the chairperson was talking about the amount which is being remitted to our treasury, it's very unfortunate. But this should not be blamed on UPHL. It is the Ministry of Finance. Actually, it's not even 300 million. They're actually remitting 100 million to the account every year. Despite the fact that they make a lot of money, it's a requirement of Ministry of Finance that they remit only 100 million shillings, despite the billions that this company makes. And you wonder why. Why Ministry of Finance requires this for only to remit 100 million instead of a percentage of the profits that are generated. And this company makes a lot of money. And Right Honorable Speaker, I would also propose that going forward, this property like Uganda House in Nairobi, let it be handed over to this company so that it can also maintain it in a better shape. Because right now, that property is in a very, very bad situation, in bad condition. It's an embarrassment to the country. And yet, if it was handed over to Uganda Property Holdings, it would be in position to rehabilitate this property and put it in a viable commercial position. Then finally, Right Honorable Speaker, if we lose this property, there are some entities that should be investigated. And I would say, Right Honorable Speaker, one thing is, I wouldn't agree that we should constitute an interministerial committee because we may just be jeopardizing the position of this company. There are people within the government who actually want to sell off this property. And right now, Speaker, I want to, without fear or favor, point an accusing finger at the office of the Attorney General, because they have not been very supportive. And actually, we have got information that they have been working secretly behind to sabotage the operations of this company, so they are sold off. Even when our house was about to be sold in New York, the person who was supposed to go and attend the litigation was arrested at Entebbe, because they didn't want the person to go and rescue the house. It was actually a foreigner who saved our house in London. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I would propose that one of the things this house should do is to resist that company being transferred. For now, let it remain in Ministry of Finance. But to take it to Ministry of Foreign Affairs, you'll be doing a disservice to this country, because Foreign Affairs officials have been longing to have these houses sold. I don't understand why, but I think what we must also be very careful about is the interest of some government officials. There are a number of officials who are actually interested in owning this property. So when you see government reluctant to engage the Kenyan counterparts, it could be a grand strategy that they allow the law to take effect, then they come in as a partnership with some Kenyans and own this property. Yeah. So we must be very careful of the motive behind some of this dilly-dallying you see. It is not for nothing. It is a strategy. They want this house, this property to be taken away, so that they go now identify some Kenyans there, they partnership with them, go into partnership with them, and they own this property. That's exactly what they are trying to do. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank this committee, and I want to say this company has done a wonderful job.
Okay.
And it should never be disbanded. Instead, I would pray that this house makes a resolution that all these foreign missions are handed over to this company, so that it continues maintaining our property. And if possible, we can have more revenue generated from it to the consolidated fund. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Bayo, let's hear from the former chair of East Africa Committee. Very quickly, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the threat of us losing our properties in Kenya has been going on quietly, but finally this time it has come out in the amendment of the land law. But Right Honorable Speaker, what I'd wanted government to find out from the Kenyan government is the position of the property belonging to the partner states that are historical. From long time ago, the first East African community up to now, and why they would reach this point and fail to consider it in the amendment and not to save them. This is where I think governments should engage the government of Kenya to find out why they would want to do this, to treat the partner states just like any other private company owning property in their land. Because this has not come very clearly from the committee as far as private properties belonging to government, and most especially within East Africa, if they are taking any consideration, because it is from there that we can start engagement, and this must be very clear, and I think government should take this. But Right Honorable Speaker, on the property under Uganda Property Holdings Limited, the only bad thing Uganda Property Holdings Limited has been doing is to collect a lot of money and spend it all and only remit 100 million, 200 million to consolidated fund. This also came in the report of the Auditor General, and the operations were questioned, some of the expenditures that are not necessary, even the cost of renovating this building. So I think, to be safe, I will not support the recommendation of the committee that this property should revert to the missions abroad, Right Honorable Speaker, because we have a lot of challenges. And this will cause us to lose these properties, because Uganda Property Holdings has kept this property for all this time, and they have renovated them, and we can talk about them. So I think the best that can be done is to strengthen Uganda Property Holdings Limited as a company of government, for them to operate efficiently, reporting to Ministry of Finance and reporting to government. But if we risk giving this to missions of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Right Honorable Speaker, then within the next 5 to 10 years, you are going to find the number of these properties reducing from 33 to 5 to 10 and will be taken by our officials, Right Honorable Speaker. So parliaments do not accept but only strengthen the government company to continue overseeing this property and also develop them. And they should be given authority to develop more pieces of land in Belgium, in Tanzania, in China, so that we continue to reap from these properties, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think as you struggle with the government of Kenya, with your counterparts, I think now government of Uganda must come up to save this property. They are in a prime location and they are very important for us. As we widen and deepen the integration of East African community, we need this property. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Amoru, and then Kahima. If you could move this side so that we don't take too much time.
Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker. Let me thank the committee for the work they have done. Madam Speaker, my interest is in two areas. One, that this House today would, in very specific terms, urge government to take urgent interest in ascertaining the status of our properties, especially in Mombasa. I am not a foreign relations expert, but I think it is strange that a foreign government, especially within the East African community, would treat a partner state just like any other private individual or private company. I think the historical properties that were known within the EAC, even right here in Kampala, they have been preserved and being treated as properties either jointly owned by EAC or owned by the partner states. So my interest is in knowing whether this particular law, which I have not looked at, does not differentiate between the interest of a partner state, which is a sovereign country like Uganda, and probably any other citizen of East Africa that would desire to own property or do business within the community. So this particular one, and probably in 3 months, like someone had suggested, we would urge government to urgently take interest, take lead, engage Kenya, and then come back to this House to give a specific report. Otherwise, it looks like it is an act of hostility to a member. And then the second concern is indeed maintaining these properties as they are being run now. Our concern would be, what is the benefits that Uganda, the properties are well maintained, they're in good condition as is being reported, but what is coming into the consolidated fund? Because if they are maintaining it very well, but for themselves, and we get only 100 million every year, then at the end of the day, it is there, but it's not helping us. So I think this particular area should be looked at. Otherwise, I thank you, Right Honorable.
But what I can confirm, I have got the law in my office. There was no exception for anybody. Anyone who is a non-Kenyan is ineligible, including the government of Uganda. That's why I got concerned. Honorable Kahuma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think this could be my last official day for being here and to deliberate in the interest of this country for a while. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for seeing it necessary and prudent to dispatch a team to unearth the fate of our properties in Kenya. And now that the team that went to Kenya
did not perform as expected. I want to ask this House to task the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, under whose docket these properties fall, to engage the government of Kenya with the backing of the House and the backing of the executive to see that we don't lose by mere passing of the laws in Kenya. Because there is a room for the government of Uganda to negotiate in respect of our interests in these properties that we are holding in Kenya. Secondly, I want to thank the committee for widening on the scope of the work and us necessary and very vital information in respect of the revenues that we are able to generate from the properties we are holding in Kenya. It is really very disturbing for government to generate 10 billion, for an entity to generate 10 billion and remit only 300 million to the consolidated fund. Madam Speaker and the House, it is becoming a common practice of most entities in which government holds interests to trade for their management, to trade for themselves. These entities are made for specific purposes, but at the end of the day, they end trading for them. The management and the bodies of these entities end up trading for themselves. It is disastrous for any entity that is holding such a properties on behalf of the government of Uganda to collect all the money and spend it at source. I think this House should come up with stringent resolution instructing all governments or entities in which government hold interests to always remit their collections revenues to the consolidated fund. And if they have activities to be financed, those activities should pass through appropriations of this parliament. Madam Speaker, in my view, I really consider that the management and the board of Uganda property holdings is trading for themselves at the loss of government revenue for this country. I therefore strongly recommend that, Madam Speaker, this House moves to instruct and direct all entities in which government holds interests to always collect money, remit it to the treasury, and prepare their budgets for appropriation. Otherwise, we shall continue losing. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Much. Prime Minister, I don't know whether you have something to say about this report.
Well, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the chair of the committee and the report she has given. It's actually a report that would normally have had more time for discussion because of a number of issues that she has raised. Nevertheless, we should support this report, clearly knowing that there is remaining business for both the incoming parliament and also for government. There is need to obviously engage the Kenya government and the Kenya parliament to make sure that the interests of Uganda are not just pushed away. I do believe that our relations with Kenya is very good relations, and our colleagues in Kenya, government in Kenya, will protect the interests of Uganda, but we must bring it up to them so that they appreciate that. And let me take this opportunity to thank the Right Honorable Speaker for having taken the initiative and really followed up the matter. So I can say that government will continue to pursue that line, and I would like to say that the future parliament has an obligation to make sure that this matter is properly finalized. The final point, I share the view that so much revenue is coming in, but not going to the treasury. I think we deserve an explanation. Yes, we do. I cannot see how billions can just go away and the treasury only receives 200-300 million. There must be an explanation. So once again, Right Honorable Speaker, I support the thrust of the report and we should endorse it and follow up the remaining business. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And members, I put the question, that question be put. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. I now put the question that this House will adopt the report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Those in favor say aye, the contrary no. As indicated by the Prime Minister and other members, we must follow up on these issues. The government really is enjoined to engage the Kenya government to come out clearly, in fact, in writing. They have avoided writing. They don't commit themselves on that issue. And Mr. Uhuru may not be there in 10 years' time. So it's something we need to secure for the people of Uganda. And also the issue of the earnings from the Uganda property holdings. I think it's a scandal, a national scandal, that money is just sitting there, or maybe it is being distributed, we don't know. But thank you very much. And thank you, Honorable AKURUT and your team for the work done. Now, one final small piece of work. Can I invite the chair of the Rules Committee very quickly? Just read the subject and tell us your findings on the issue of
Item number 14.
Yes, Honorable Polot.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of Rules, Privileges and Discipline.
I was told Honorable Polot. Is Honorable Jacob Polot here? Okay. Yes, Honorable, I want to say something. I think we'll save it to the other work.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let me start on a lighter note. Right Honorable Speaker, there's been a lot of rain these days, but however, the southeast monsoon winds that always brings some specific rains from the rainmakers seem not to be behaving. May I ask the rainmaker to make those rains fall? Madam Speaker, now that we are prorogating the House today, I want to ask the rainmaker to make the rains to fall, which are always brought by the southeast monsoon winds. Right Honorable Speaker, on the serious note, Madam Speaker, 2 weeks ago I was in Rwanda. I met with our High Commissioner to Rwanda, Honorable Olive Waneka. There are disturbing issues, Madam Speaker. She brought to us, to our attention, the issue of 7 teachers, 7 Ugandans who are teachers in Rwanda. They had crossed to Uganda to see their families. But when they tried to get back, the people keep sneaking. So as they're getting back, they were arrested. To date, Madam Speaker, the 7 teachers, Ugandan teachers, are languishing in the jails. She has tried her best, but she says, I need a stronger voice from Kampala. I want to take this opportunity that Madam Speaker, that the Right Honorable Prime Minister, who is here today, takes up this matter seriously. There are still issues because the crime was they had crossed and they were going back to on duty. So Her Excellency Olive Waneka is asking Kampala to help her to get those teachers out. If they are not wanted, they can be repatriated and brought back and be with their families in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Bahati, you wanted to say something to the House? Yes, the rainmaker.
Madam Speaker, the rain is coming and is coming soon. I think before the end of the week, we should be able to see some thunderstorms. Madam Speaker, I have been in this House, and most of the time on the floor, I must say, from Cabinet, I've been favored by the 10th Parliament, and I thought I should just say a word of thank you before we close this House. And I want to just use 3 minutes. I know there are others coming to speak. And I want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on a special day of winding up the 10th Parliament. Madam Speaker, the book of all ages in Ecclesiastes 3:1 says that there is a time and a season for every activity under the heavens. Colleagues, when the speaker adjourns in a few minutes from now, when the lights are switched off tonight, the season for the 10th Parliament will have come to an end. I want to thank you for serving with us. I want to thank you for the support you have given us on behalf of the Minister of Finance and also on behalf of the executive, as the Prime Minister will be informing us. Madam Speaker, 5 years ago when we gathered here, we began a great journey to set our country to a better path. We knew that becoming an MP was not a prize to claim or a trophy to raise, but a trust to be stewards of a legislative authority. To many of us, it has been more than a tour of duty, but rather a labor of love of our country. We have been inspired to do big things for our country, and to this core, we have achieved a lot. We have passed many bills and many motions. I remember the PPDA Act Amendment Bill, which has unblocked the projects that have been stuck. I see the Succession Amendment Bill that has now given opportunity for our daughters and mothers to share free and inherit property of their parents like their brothers. We have passed the Climate Change Bill that will protect our environment. And it is this Parliament that amended the Constitution to ensure stability and continuity of the revolution and gave a chance to young people to stand at all situations. Madam Speaker, I have been counting how much we have appropriated in this House. For the last 5 years, we have appropriated 218 trillion to implement our national development plan. And because of this, we can see increase the coffee from 5.7 million, 7 million bags. Our exports have increased, and the resources invested have seen the stock of infrastructure increased and affordable credit under UDB. Working with the executive branch, our economy has maintained a positive economic growth despite the COVID pandemic. Madam Speaker, when the COVID pandemic hit us last year, we remained united and facilitated executive branch with all the laws and the resources needed to combat it. I wanted to thank you for the leadership that you have provided over this House, but especially during this COVID pandemic. When we were here, we have endured the infections, some of us. We have lost our colleagues, but we remained working until the last day. We appreciate the steady leadership of President Yoweri Museveni during this period. Madam Speaker and honorable members, who did not come, the members who have not made it to the 11th Parliament. This is just the beginning of a new season. Stay focused because God has big plans for you. Colleagues, as the new season of the 11th Parliament starts soon, the challenges we face are many, but the greatest of all are the 3.3 million people who live in a subsistence economy and the young people who need jobs. Before us, there is a lot of work, and the work before us will not be easy, but whenever the tests and trials ahead seem big, let us look back at what we have done in the previous parliaments and say to ourselves, do not lose hope, carry on with the purpose. It's my prayer, Madam Speaker, as I conclude, that our purpose in the 11th Parliament should beat past policies that create wealth and jobs, and policies that will put money in the pockets of the struggling 2 out of every 5 households that live in the subsistence economy. With humility and faith,
Let us move forward together to dismantle the poverty that has belittled us for a long time. Let us promote God's agenda in this house by passing legislation that promotes justice and equity, creates economic opportunities for all, but not a few in our country. To the 10th Parliament, thank you very, very, very much. We have been enjoying your support. We have been enjoying your bashing. It has added on what we are, the value that we have, and we shall continue to work with you even wherever you are. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the leadership. May God bless you, and may God bless all of us.
Thank you. Can I invite the Leader of Opposition?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I think it would be unfair if I don't add my voice in appreciating what the 10th Parliament has done. I think it should go on record that we have done many things that other parliaments fear to do. And for that, we need to congratulate ourselves. I would like to, Right Honorable Speaker, a week ago when we had a seminar to say farewell to those members of parliament who are going on sabbatical leave, it was agreed that a forum be created where we can regularly meet and share our experiences and whatever information we can share between ourselves. I think, Right Honorable Speaker, it is important that this matter should be taken up. I would also like, Right Honorable Speaker, to say that now that the president is going to be sworn tomorrow, and within a short time, we'll have a cabinet in place and other leadership in different stratas. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to be seen. I want it to be seen in tangible terms, how we are going to manage the issue of gender parity. We are very good at talking about gender parity, but when it comes to putting it in practice so that it can be visible and appreciated, we don't see. And yet there are so many men who claim to be gender sensitive, but Right Honorable Speaker, can you protect me?
Honorable members, allow Honorable Gwal to
Right Honorable Speaker, this is a very serious matter, and being a senior citizen, allow me to say it. We have had a lineup from the presidency, the president, man, vice, man. We come to the prime minister, man, vice 1, man, vice 2, man, vice 3, man. Right Honorable Speaker, as we talk now, the Constitution prescribes 30% of leadership at all levels to be reserved for women. We have three pillars of state, or 3 arms of government. 2 of them, men have already pocketed it. They have pocketed the 2 pillars. And now they want to wait for the last one left. Right Honorable Speaker, are we genuine? Are we genuine? We swear by the Bible, Right Honorable Speaker, and the Quran. And it's all about God. Speak what you can practice. And for us, we say for God and my country. And if it is for God and my country, then you must really practice what you preach. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to say, the one pillar that is left, may the God of heaven and earth see that there is no man on earth which is not born of a woman. I want to see a man that will pull the skirt of a woman and put down. I want to see it while I'm still alive. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to congratulate the 10th Parliament, and I want to say that it's the Parliament that has done a lot. And there are those who used to say that the Speaker of Parliament cannot manage. The Speaker of Parliament is a woman. The Speaker of Parliament is sickly. And today, it is on record and is recorded in heaven that the Speaker of Parliament since last year, it's about a year and a half, she has shared the house every day. And I have been asking whether there is a way she can share experience with some of us, including the men, that you can sit even for 6 hours and you don't even visit the washroom. That is a gift of God that some of us have yet to learn. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to stand here to say, Honorable David Bahati, I thank you for what you have done, but should you go back to that office, help us with the same vigor that you have worked so hard to pass over 200 trillion of shillings loan. Work hard to reduce the debts. In case you go back to that office, let's work very hard to make sure we manage the debts so that we don't carry too much weight, because we shall be cursed in the future. Right, Honorable Speaker, today being the last day, I want to pray that the Lord God of heaven will bless those who are going to exit Parliament. You are going on sabbatical leave, but we'll pray for you. And Right, Honorable Speaker, I want you and anybody else who will be in this Parliament, leave your doors open for those who have exited to access Parliament and to access us. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to close by saying we have to balance the board. That's true. How can we work so hard and we close at 9 p.m. and nobody is telling us that from here we form a quorum? Right, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of those who have persevered up to 9 p.m. today, we register disappointment in case there is no quorum going to be formed after this. But if there is a quorum, I hope the Prime Minister will guide us. And that's why for me, I came dressed, fully dressed for the occasion. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ogwal. Let me invite the Leader of Opposition.
I should remove this. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank God for the journey we have made up to today in this 10th Parliament. As a Leader of Opposition, I took over office in August 2018. It has been a long one, but has been made possible by you. My special thank actually goes to you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the cooperation, for enabling me perform the duty that was given to me. Thank you so much for being balanced. You have always tried your best to balance the board. Sometimes we are over demanding, but thank you for being accommodative. Even when we are over demanding, you are able to weigh and still manage us so well. This is because of wise leadership. And I believe that it's a leadership which is wisdom from God. Right Honorable Speaker,
I just would like to emphasize here also this principle of separation of powers. You know, here we have the cabinet, and then we have the members of parliament. The executive sometimes tries to take charge of parliament. This is not right. The executive should remain executive, and parliament remains strong to be able to monitor executive for proper service delivery to our people. We want development of our people. It is parliament to check on that, instead of thinking that parliament should now come under executive. We cannot allow that. Let me also thank the Deputy Speaker, who is right now not here with us. We thank God also for his able leadership. Right Honorable Speaker, I also would like to thank my counterpart, the leader of government business. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Dr. Rugunda, for being very cooperative, accommodative, and always wanting to build consensus. I remember with the POMA, Public Order Management Act, when we complained so much, you wanted us to sit together and come up with a middle line. This is very important. You have never segregated us, the opposition. You took us all the same. You gave us listening ears whenever we wanted to consult you. So we pray that God should bless you abundantly for being very accommodative. Right Honorable Speaker, even his team, the team of the Right Honorable Prime Minister, some of them are good, but some of them did not make us achieve as much as we should have, because they were never available when we wanted them. Even when they knew that responsibilities in the order papers, they will not come. To the extent that we have some other unfinished agenda, a lot of it on the business to follow. That should be handled probably in the 11th Parliament. But I would like to say people of the like of Honorable Bahati, Honorable Acheng Opendi, and a few other ministers have been so much committed to their work. If all honorable ministers would commit themselves the way these two I have mentioned, commit themselves in this parliament, even General, the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, General Moses Ali, is very committed. He comes and he's always very frank, straight talk. He speaks up his mind. So thank you very much for the work. I would like to thank my Chief Opposition Whip, Honorable Semuju. And I want to say that when I entered the office of the Leader of Opposition, he was the institutional memory. To form shadow cabinet, he guided me. So I want to thank him also for the work well done. The shadow ministers, they did their work, but some of them who could not commit and be here all the time. When we talk about corruption, corruption is not only about what? But when you are paid for something which you have not done, it's also bad. But let each one of us feel it in our heart. When we account here to people, but the last IGG is God. God knows what we do, but I want to thank them very much and the leadership of the accountability committees. There are 4 accountability committees and they did their work. The work was enormous. Thank you very much. I want to say special thanks goes also to the Shadow Attorney General. The Shadow Attorney General came up with a private members bill, the constitutional amendment bill, which is a bill to make us really have our freedom, to make us not be brutalized. It is for democracy and good governance. Well, it is not completely done. My prayer is that, Right Honorable Speaker, you will take this bill up to a successful conclusion, that the bill is very good for the country. It will help the country settle. All of us can fit in Uganda very well if we respect the constitution of Uganda and if we know that really we need freedom for all and we follow the laws of Uganda. It is possible to do it. Right Honorable Speaker, my special gratitude also goes to all the members of Parliament, especially those in opposition, because they have been deployed to do work for us in opposition in different committees. Everywhere they went, they were representing the opposition. So I want to thank them very much, and it will not be good for me not to mention Honorable Imat Cecilia Atim Ogwal, who has always been very active and on her toes, together with Honorable Chibumbi, where budget is concerned, we relied a lot on them. Honorable Okupa, Honorable Akol, and Honorable Silas, plus many others who have been so active in this parliament. We say thank you. It is only God who can reward you abundantly. But also to the members of parliament in government side. You know, we all work together. Sometimes, just because of the name leader of opposition, maybe one time, the name should be changed to leader of minority. People think that we are enemies. We are not enemies. Honorable Kamateka, when we debated motion of is it Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, she made a comment that she laughed at me when I say thank you to government for a web program. Why not? We know that when something is good for the people, we should all appreciate. And so the thank you should all be for us to thank the government side, and the government side also to say thank you the opposition, because we are here to improve on the issues for the people of Uganda. It is the opposition which is able to properly criticize and also be a mirror for government to do well. So this is what I can say. We are all one, working for the people of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank my party, Forum for Democratic Change, especially the party president, who gave me this huge responsibility to steer the opposition. If it were not for him, I would have not been a leader of opposition in the country. I thank him very much, and I commit to remain loyal to the cause of the struggle in the opposition, the value of FDC. And you know, for us, FDC, we say one Uganda, one people. We are all one, and we must love each other. And you know, sometimes when you love people very much, it is taken for weakness. It's not weakness. We must all be accommodative and know that this Uganda is for all of us. To the staff of parliament, I would like to say that is both in my directorate and also in other directorates in parliament. They have worked with us so well. And I thank them very much and pray that God should bless them for their hard work. Especially those who sit here, you see the clerks, they sit here with us. At least for us, we pledge to the people that we are coming to be their servants. But here, these people also sit with us and suffer with us. Here, thank you. And I know if you work very hard to the best of your ability, God can also reward you more and more. Right Honorable Speaker, I must say that I'm very proud of the 10th Parliament. Some other people criticize it very much, but we have worked here. The achievement that we have made here, we made it together, the 10th Parliament. The bills that have been passed, the motions that have been discussed, the resolutions that we have made here together. This is the pride of the 10th Parliament. Of course, any organization will always have its area of weaknesses, but our strength is that we have all worked together, and I'm very proud of it. So I want to say thank you to the 10th Parliament. Thank you very much. We have achieved, we have worked together, and God should reward us for the work that we have done. People entrusted us to represent them, and we represented them. There may be areas of improvement. We will see how to improve in the 11th Parliament. I would also like to say, being leader of opposition is not easy, and pray that the next person who will take over the office from me should continue to struggle. Because if you see right now, even right now as I speak, some of the homes of leaders in this country have been cordoned off. Why? It is because we have made it so difficult for some other people to breathe. All of us should breathe. Even if something is falling from heaven, let it fall from heaven for all of us. So human rights abuse is still very glaringly bad, and politics, democracy, and good governance is still a problem. So this has to be worked on in the next Parliament. We want to see that our people live very well. Their land should not be grabbed under gunpoint. When I talk about grabbing, there are some people from Barara. Whenever we talk of land, we only think of Apa and some other parts of the north. But it is nationwide. There are some people from Barara, they call the place what? The place is called Kakika Cell, Mbarara. Kakeka, Kacheka. That one. They have been complaining, they have moved with their documents everywhere. I brought it here in Parliament. It has not been handled. There are very many things that we have not handled, even like the traders of South Sudan. We have not handled them well. The Chipotere group, we have not handled them, and many others. So all this has to be handled probably in the 10th Parliament. In the 11th Parliament. Dear colleagues, I know thank you is enough. We can never thank you enough. It is only God to reward you for what you have done to the people. But let us continue to struggle and see that the constitutionalism, our constitution is obeyed. We follow the constitution. We follow the laws. We make people, we give powers back to people. Power should not be in the guns. Power should not be only with very few people, but power should be with Uganda. And we exploit the potential of our children to make Uganda have quality population. Quality population is good for all of us, for our children, grandchildren, and the great-grandchildren, and Uganda will move up high. That is if we invest in education, if for all, not just for a few, and should be quality education for all. We are able to speak here like this. We came from deep in the villages. It was because education then was very good for everybody. So this is what I can say. Let us continue to struggle. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. God should bless you and bless you with all your what you want to achieve in life. Thank you. Thank you for being with us all the time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Leader of Opposition. Can I invite the Leader of Government Business?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I will say a few things. I want to thank my colleague, the Leader of the Opposition, for many positive things she has said, and for a number of other speakers like Ndugu Bahati, like our sister Cecilia Ogwar, who have made positive comments about this August House. I wish to take this opportunity, Right Honorable Speaker, to thank His Excellency, President Yoweri Museveni, and the National Resistance Movement, and indeed its government, for the leadership that has been clearly good leadership over the last 5 years. In Kisanja hakuna mchezo. Special thanks go to the Right Honorable Speaker and Deputy Speaker for the leadership and guidance you have provided in this August House, especially during the most difficult period of COVID pandemic. I must say that the Parliament of Uganda performed very well amidst challenging times of COVID pandemic. In fact, Parliament has demonstrated to the people of Uganda and to the rest of the world that we should not be prisoners of COVID-19, but see how best to manage the pandemic in order to continue doing normal business. Allow me to appreciate the smooth working relationship with the leader of the opposition in Parliament. I must say, colleagues may not be aware, but Honorable Betachan and I regularly communicate in the interests of the people and the Republic of Uganda. I wish to highly appreciate my comrade, Right Honorable Moses Ali, the first Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda. As has already been said, he says it as it is, with no apologies. And I must tell you, it's extremely rewarding to work with such a person. I also want to take this opportunity to salute my colleagues, the ministers, who have cooperated very well. They have attempted their best to work in Parliament in spite of the numerous challenges, and have ensured that all the issues that have been raised in Parliament, sometimes has taken a bit of time, have been answered and answered well. To the members, the honorable members of Parliament, I'm highly indebted for the tireless efforts that you have put in to ensure that Parliament effectively executes its mandate. In doing our work, our goal, and indeed our resolve, has been to ensure effective delivery of services to the wananchi of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members of Parliament, during the 10th Parliament, this House lost many colleagues. We pray that the Almighty God rests their souls in eternal peace. Recently, the country went through general elections, and tomorrow the 12th of May, His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni will be sworn in as president. And he's going to be sworn in for the next 5 years. I want to congratulate once again the members who made it to the 11th Parliament, and salute those who were unable to make it for the great work they have already done in the 10th Parliament in the service of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I want to assure the House that the NRM government will continue its commitment to the rule of law and also to ensure democratic governance in our country. During the 10th Parliament, which commenced on 19th of May, 2016, we have been able together to achieve the following on the side of government business. 1, 118 bills were passed and enacted. This is a big, big victory for this parliament. Number 2, resolutions to the tune of 75 in number were passed to authorize government to borrow. Yes, we should keep count. Number 2, resolutions to the tune of 47 were passed to pay tribute. And then 3 ministerial statements were considered, and these were 349. And urgent questions which were responded to were 653. And the questions for oral answers that were responded to are 49. And questions responded to during Prime Minister's question time were 858. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, I once again thank you for according me all the necessary cooperation that has enabled me and the entire cabinet to deliver on our mandate. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for your statement. Honourable members, we have come to the closing stages of the 3rd meeting of the 5th session of the 10th Parliament. It has been brought to an early end because of this transition to a new government and new parliament. Indeed, the 2021 government expires at midnight tonight. I therefore want to thank very much Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Parliamentary Commission, the Leader of the Opposition, the party and independent whips, chairpersons of the standing and sessional committees, members of Parliament, the clerk and her team of administrators and support services for the work done. I'm particularly grateful to the members and staff for the exceptional support during this unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic, when I and the Commission have taken the risky decision to continue working on the budget for 2020-2021, despite the lockdown, curfew, and other restrictions. We enacted many laws, as you have been informed, supported many loan requests for the development of Uganda. I'm satisfied that the members of the 10th Parliament have effectively carried out the core functions of legislation, appropriation, representation, and oversight. This despite the conditions of the lockdown, but also 4 months taken out of our calendar because of the presidential, parliamentary, and local government elections. And despite the high rate of attrition, when the members have continued to carry out their duties, I think that members of this House can work with their heads high for a job well done. I also take the opportunity to thank the Right Honorable the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Ministers, members of the Cabinet, who have presented and processed business in this House. I also thank the President who has executed responsibilities of conducting the official opening of Parliament at the State of the Nation address, as well as presenting the annual budget for the country. Honourable members, I want to pay tribute to the members for the work done, for the staff. And I do recall that on one occasion, when we had just started working this tent, the wind blew away our tent. The President was in Entebbe addressing us. We were here, and I wondered whether the things not fly away and collapse the budget. But things still took place, and were able to complete reading the budget. I'm delighted that during this third meeting, we have taken a decision to handle the reports of the Auditor General, to adopt them and send them to OWN for value for money audits, without necessarily have to deal with them one by one because of their numbers. We took that resolution, which is going to help us to do our work. I want again to thank the clerk and her team. All this were saying, the bills, the motions, they would not have been possible without the clerk and her team. I want to really thank you very, very much. Now, honourable members, I want to draw your attention to Rule 232 of the Rules of Procedure, provides for lapse of business upon dissolution of the House. However, Rule 32.2 provides that the business which has lapsed will be reinstated. I therefore assure members and the citizens that under Rule 232.3, a motion will be moved in the second sitting of Parliament, of the new Parliament, to reinstate the business which has not been completed. And Rule 32.5 requires that this business must be handled in the first session of the new Parliament. So, honourable members, I would want to ask that those who are continuing the next Parliament to ensure that this work is done and completed to the satisfaction of the citizens of Uganda. Now, honourable members, we shall today adjourn the House sign die. However, I want now to read the proclamation. And it is being done because of exigencies that I don't want to go into. This is the proclamation by the Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda. Whereas Clause 3 of Article 77 of the Constitution provides that the term of Parliament shall be 5 years from the date of the first sitting after a general election. And whereas Article 96 of the Constitution provides that Parliament shall stand dissolved upon expiration of its term, as prescribed by Article 77 of the Constitution, noting that the first sitting of the 10th Parliament commenced on the 19th day of May 2016. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the 10th Parliament of Uganda shall stand dissolved with effect from the 18th day of May 2021. Given under my hand and Parliament House at Parliament House, Kampala, this 11th day of May 2021, Rebecca Kadaga, Speaker of Parliament. That's a proclamation. So, Prime Minister, where are you taking us? Honourable members, House adjourned. Sunday.